Would the meeting please come to order? This is the adjourned regular meeting and special joint meeting with the Great Park Board on November 12th, 2025. The time is 5:05, and at this time, I'd like the clerk to please call the roll.
Councilmember Carroll.
Here.
Councilmember Go.
Here.
Councilmember Liu.
Here.
Councilmember Martinez-Franco.
Here.
Councilmember Treseder.
Here.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Here.
And Mayor Agron.
Here. I'm going to turn to the city clerk in a moment to describe how people might participate remotely as well as in person for tonight's meeting. But before doing that, I just wanted to explain that procedurally this is a joint meeting with the Great Park Board. We all sit as Great Park Board members as well. It's a little bit of a technical switch in how we handle things, but otherwise this is a regular city council meeting, and to be able to handle one Great Park Board item, it's convened as a joint meeting. So having said that, at this point, if you would, Mr. Peterson, describe to the people, particularly those who might be at home or not joining us here in the council chambers, how they can participate.
Thank you, Mayor. Members of our audience who wish to speak may submit their name into one of the speaker kiosks next to the city clerk or in the main lobby. We also offer the ability to provide live comments via Zoom and submit written comments through our e-comment system. For those who wish to participate virtually, visit zoom.us using any web browser or the Zoom app on smartphones or tablets and enter meeting ID 160-043-4844. The passcode is 272906. You may also dial in by calling 669-254-5252 or 669-216-1590 and entering the same meeting ID and passcode. Those who wish to provide comments via Zoom are asked to enter the speaker queue by raising their hand electronically. The city clerk will call your name and allow you to unmute your microphone at the appropriate time. Those dialing by telephone will be identified by the last 3 digits of their telephone number. We ask that you please state your name for the record. The time limits per speaker are noted in the posted agenda and are established based on the number of requests submitted. All requests submitted after the first speaker is called shall receive 90 seconds. Those who wish to provide written comments may do so by clicking e-comment on the City Council meeting agenda webpage at cityofirvine.org/ICTV. All comments will be provided to the City Council as part of the meeting record and will be uploaded to the city's website. For technical assistance with Zoom before or during the meeting, please call 949-724-6078. For any other questions or assistance, please contact the City Clerk's office at 949-724-6205 or via email at clerk@cityofirvine.org. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. At this time, I'd like to invite those who are present here in the chambers to rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, if you're able. And the pledge tonight will be led by Councilmember Betty Martinez-Franco, and that will be followed by an invocation.
I pledge allegiance to the
flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing. At this time, it's my pleasure to welcome Senior Pastor Frank Winans from Woodbridge Community Church, who will be giving us tonight's invocation. Welcome, Pastor.
Thank you. Let us pray. Lord God Almighty, we are grateful today for so many things. We are blessed people in this room. We are blessed people in this city. Lord, we thank you for every beat of our heart and every breath that we breathe. Lord, we thank you for this amazing country that we find ourselves living in today. This country built upon ancient principles that you gave so long ago, value that you gave to all humanity, that we are created with the opportunity for life and for liberty and for the pursuit of happiness. We thank you for the vision of America found in the Declaration of Independence. Lord, we thank you for the rules our country lives by, found in the Constitution and the Declaration of, or the Bill of Rights. So, Lord, we thank you for our city of over 318,000 people who are from many different cultures and countries and languages, and yet we are all one people with common value and self-worth made in your image. Lord, we thank you for our leaders tonight who gather in this room, people who've been elected to shoulder the awesome responsibility of watching over and serving the people in our wonderful city. I pray that you would help them to govern tonight, Lord, with dignity and truth. Lord, give them wisdom and discernment in the decisions that they need to make with the given agenda that they have. And I pray that you bless us all tonight, and especially as we come upon Thanksgiving, that we would all remember just to be grateful for the things that you've given us. We pray this in your most holy name. Amen.
Thank you. I think at this time, everyone can be seated. Thank you so much, Pastor. We have a number of presentations under item 1. Mr. Peterson, would you identify all 3 of those items, and then I'll proceed to take on item 1.1, all right?
Thank you, Mayor. As you noted, there are 3 presentations tonight. Item 1.1 is employee recognition for 25 years of service. We have 2 employees tonight. Item 1.2 is state legislative update from Townsend Public Affairs. And item 1.3 is Irvine Cares Family Housing Assistance Program.
And for the first of the presentations, employee recognition, I'd like to ask you if there are any requests for public comments at this time.
There are no requests to speak, Mr. Mayor.
There be no requests. I'll step down to the podium and we'll get on with the show here. Thank you. We have 2 presentations this evening for employee recognition, and this is for 25 years of service. Imagine that, 25 years of service. Where were you 25 years ago? At the turn of the century, right? There we are. At this time, it's my pleasure to recognize Officer Patrick Ryan for 25 years of dedicated public service to the city of Irvine. Before I ask Patrick to come forward, I'd like to share a brief video highlighting his accomplishments.
Officer Ryan, Pat, I know him as Pat. I've known him 24 years since I came. His current assignment is a motorcycle officer in the traffic division, and it's my 4th tour, and it's his 3rd tour. So each time that I've been in the traffic unit, he's been part of that unit. Officer Ryan, Pat, he cares. He connects with everyone, whether it's a criminal or a regular citizen, an older lady or a young person. He cares, and because of that, he exemplifies what Irvine represents. It's just professionalism, respect, honor, and he's been in the honor guard for so long and going through that, going through so many funerals throughout his 25 years, it takes a toll. And so because we're friends, we talk about it. And then we get through life, not all professionally, but on a personal level with family. And I'm blessed and grateful that he's my friend and brother. Pat, it's been the biggest honor to speak today for your retirement. Congratulations. Being a police officer for 25 years, that's a huge accomplishment. And then especially being on a motorcycle. The first day I met you, you're a big burly guy, big teddy bear with a thick mustache, and then to now as you walk through your next journey, I'm just so grateful. I'm honored to be your friend, being your partner at work, but then walking through life. And you're such a great family man. We talk about our grandkids, and I'm going to sorely miss you, our coffee breaks together. And, just congratulations on your next step in life.
It's now my pleasure to introduce and call forward Patrick Ryan, and if you'd like to be joined by your family or work friends, whatever you like, they're welcome as well. All right, the chief, that's a good idea. Wonderful. Before I step over and present a certificate to you and this remarkably heavy 25 years of heavy lifting that you've done, would you like to say anything? This is your chance.
Thank you.
All right. Chief, did you want to say anything?
Sure.
You better say something nice. Okay.
I'll try.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. And God, I could be up here for a very long time talking about Officer Ryan and just all the amazing things he's done for our community. But I met Pat about 4 years ago when I first started here, and he had actually lateraled over from the Los Angeles Police Department, and I was so intimidated by him because he just has a serious look and this big thick mustache and big guy, but he's just been nothing but an absolute professional his whole career, just watching how he interacts with members of the community. But also we had an opportunity to spend several years together on the Irvine Police Honor Guard, and it was mentioned in the video, but you think about how many funerals that Pat has been a part of and how many family members he's been able to sit and just hold their hands or give them a hug. It's pretty remarkable. It's not surprising that he's had an amazing career. I know he's retiring actually next week. So fun fact, he's actually retiring next week. And the timing of this is great. And Pat, just on behalf of all of us, it's been an honor to work with you and very happy for you and your family and wish you nothing but the best in this next chapter of your life. Congratulations.
Chief, so here we go. If we get properly positioned, you'll get the whole council in too, right? All right, there we are. All right, you stand in the middle. I present this to you. And here's the 25 years of service. Say what, you hold it this way. All right? And it's now my pleasure to recognize our second honoree tonight for 25 years of service, Detective John Sanders. 25 years of dedicated public service to the city of Irvine. And before I ask John to come forward, I'd like to share, of course, another brief video highlighting his extraordinary accomplishments.
John Sanders, he's been with the City of Irvine for 25 years, and prior to being with the City of Irvine, he was a police officer with the City of Los Angeles. So he brings a lot of experience and networking to our police department. Currently, he's a detective with the Crimes Against Persons Unit, and he's an at-will detective. And as an at-will detective, he remains at the Bureau assisting our newer detectives for as long as the chief decides or he retires. He's funny, and he might make a joke and joke about something, but he also understands the mission that we need to get to, and he's not afraid of hard work. He's not afraid of long days at work, and sometimes as a detective, those are very long days, but he's committed. He has a kind heart, and he never looks for recognition, and he leads with his heart. And I've seen it not only on his cases, but also when we had a death of one of our employees. He stopped what he was doing to go help, and he does that for us, but he does that for the community as well. If I had a case that involved me and my family, I would feel very proud if I had a Detective Sanders working on my case, because I know he would do a thorough job. I think residents don't know that as often, and I think it's important to highlight his dedication. John, thank you for being an amazing friend, a coworker, and for being so honest with me when I needed honesty, but also for helping and mentoring me throughout my career. We've worked so many assignments together, and I have great memories of them all, but I also have learned so much by working side by side with you. So as you celebrate these 25 years of service in Irvine, congratulations, but also thank you for sharing these 25 years with us.
And now it's my pleasure to call Detective John Sanders forward. Would you like to have somebody accompany you up here? It's pretty terrifying. No? You're going to do it alone, huh? All right, we're going to call the chief in for sure. And it's my honor and privilege to be able to present this to you. I do want to first give you an opportunity too, if you want to say a few words. All right, we'll do this. We'll do it that way.
The designated hitter tonight. So, John, congratulations on an amazing 25 years. Detective Sanders also joined us from the Los Angeles Police Department, actually right around the same time when Pat came over. No, he's not retiring next week. He still has a few years, and honestly, if we could hold on to him any longer, we would. John has spent the majority of his career with us in the Investigations Bureau, and the number of high-profile cases that he's been a part of and he's taken the lead on, not just in Irvine, but you think about the Golden State Killer case. One of the lead detectives on that representing Irvine was John, and if it wasn't for his efforts, who knows if the person would have been identified. But many, many high-profile cases, amazing, successful career. Just very happy for you, John, and just beyond appreciative of all the great work that you do for our community, especially myself as a resident, knowing that we have detectives like this that are taking care of all of us is truly remarkable. So congratulations on an amazing 25 years.
Here we are. Got it? Thank you. Unless any of my colleagues have something to say, that concludes item 1.1. Item 1.2, would the clerk please identify this item by title and subject?
State legislative update from Townsend Public Affairs.
Welcome. Please introduce yourselves and tell us about the good work you've been doing.
Perfect. Here, let me just make sure that this is adjusted. Well, good evening, Mayor Agrin, Vice Mayor Mai, members of the City Council, Carlin Shelby of Townsend Public Affairs. I am joined by my colleague, Ryan McCarthy, here to provide an overview of what transpired over the course of the 2025 legislative session. So just in numbers, there were close to 2,400 bills introduced this year. 917 of those passed the legislature onto the governor's desk. He signed 794 of them and vetoed 123, which comprises an approximate 13% veto rate. I do want to note that members are capped this year at introducing their bills at 35 total across the 2-year legislative cycle. And this is less than the 40 or 50 bills that they were allowed to introduce in previous cycles, depending on the House. So we will hopefully see fewer bill introductions next year, given that there were many bill vehicles used this year. Moving on to the budget. So we had a $12 billion deficit. This is likely to be a trend over the next couple of years, although we have heard that recent stock trends will hope to cover some of losses that we'll see over the next budget year. There were numerous cycles of budget packages, including measures we significantly engaged in that had to do with housing and land use policy measures that were thrown into budget bills, and then, of course, initiatives related to local green building standards, and, of course, HAP Round 7 funding, which was only funded to the tune of $500 million for Round 7, but we will continue that work next year. And then we work to have those funds released early through budget legislation. Obviously, there are concerns that remain. This includes multi-year deficits and, of course, California and DC dynamics. Getting into some of the major issues from this year, we had cap and invest reauthorization for local governments. This means continued access to major state funding streams for housing, transportation, wildfire prevention, and sustainability projects. We have CEQA implementation and an energy package, which helps to deliver large electricity bill refunds and fund additional revenues for restructured cost recovery mechanisms. We had immigration response, and then, of course, congressional redistricting. Prop 50 did pass very recently. Not a lot of changes to the city's congressional structure there. And then, of course, new leadership changes in the Senate. Senator Monique Limon, who hails from the Santa Barbara area, will be taking over as pro tem here next Monday. And that will come forth with a number of additional chairships and other internal leadership appointments. Moving on to e-bike legislation, which is one of our favorite topics. So we have engaged in a number of bills this year. This included AB 965 by Assemblymember Dixon. This prohibits a person from selling a Class 3 e-bicycle to a person under the age of 16 years. This was signed into law. And then Senate Bill 455, which changes the definitions of mopeds and motor-driven cycles and creates a new classification standard. This is a 2-year bill that we plan to work on next year. I do want to note that we have engaged with those that have produced the study on e-bike policy recommendations. There are a number of policy recommendations that we will be working on next year, so look forward to engaging with you all on that, and I know that that is an item later in the agenda today. But what we're looking at is defining the common standards. So what is a 750-watt vehicle? Is it peak power? Is it continuous output? We want to keep low-speed e-bikes distinct from high-speed modified devices. And then we're looking at asking members for informational hearings this session and doing a comprehensive report on some of these reforms, and working on legislation to back retailer disclosure and labeling so parents know what they're buying before they purchase these instruments for their kids and know what the associated risks are. So this work will continue. I'm happy to answer additional questions at the end of this presentation, but there's a lot more to come here. Senate Bill 79, which I'm sure you guys are all very well aware of. This was a very popular bill this year. This has to do with transit-oriented development and upzoning. It requires certain housing projects near existing or planned transit-oriented development to be allowed on residential, mixed-use, or commercial sites if certain conditions are met. Currently, according to OCTA, Orange County is not yet a urban transit county in which these standards would be applied. However, once those streetcars come online, we can bet that those new development requirements will happen. So this was signed by the governor. It will take effect on July 1st of 2026, not January 1st. We worked on really extensively with the author's office on this bill to allow for local alternative plan language, so it's not just the state's cookie cutter plan, and implementation delays to really give the city some time to breathe, enact these ordinances, and hopefully come up with these alternative plans before this all hits. Senate Bill 707 was another major bill. This had to do with Brown Act modernization. It makes a number of changes to the rules for local agencies to hold meetings pursuant to the Brown Act. This is really about continuing those flexibility standards that happened during the COVID-19 pandemic. It does require two-way public comment at all city council meetings. And we worked extensively with the author's office to secure amendments that included a 6-month delayed implementation, clarifying procedures for lost access. So if your internet access goes down, what do we do? Can we continue the meeting? Agenda translation thresholds so that you guys don't have to translate into every language under the sun, but stuff that makes sense for your community. And then liability protections. This was signed by the governor, and most of it will take effect on July 1st of 2026. However, some of those flexibility provisions to ensure that they're not lapsed from the COVID area will go into effect January 1st. And then I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Ryan, to go over the next couple of bills.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi. Thank you for having me. Ryan McCarthy with Townsend. The next bill we have up is SB 346, again authored by Senator Durazo, that relates to transient occupancy taxes. This bill creates the Short-Term Rental Facilitator Act, which means that cities can require key property information from STR facilitators like Vrbo and Airbnb. That includes the address of properties, the assessor parcel number, and the URL of any listings within the city. The goal of this is to help locals collect all of the transient occupancy taxes that they're entitled to from these short-term rentals. And this is a well-timed bill given the influx of tourism that we're likely to see in the region due to the Olympics, the World Cup, and the Super Bowl that are upcoming in LA. Next up, we have AB 492 by Assemblymember Valencia. This bill relates to sober living homes and residential treatment facilities. It requires the Department of Healthcare Services to provide notification to cities when licenses are issued within the city for a new sober living home facility or residential treatment facility. These notifications include the name and licensee, or the name and mailing address, of the licensee. The state auditor released a report last year that showed that Orange County has the highest concentration of sober living home facilities in the entire state of California. And the goal of this legislation is to just bring some transparency so that the cities know where and when these facilities are opening, as opposed to finding out from calls from residents. The bill provides a bit of brief enforcement as well. If the DHCS receives a complaint from anyone about a facility that may be operating without a license, they're required to investigate within a certain time frame. And if they're found in violation, DHCS will inform the facility that's not licensed when they have to cease providing services, and it will issue a fine if they don't stop providing services by that date. And I'll turn it over to Carly for the last two.
Perfect. Well, just looking ahead, and want to give a big compliment to your guys' staff. Really enjoy working with Michelle and Rebecca, who have been incredible liaisons for the city. But our legislative program involves regular check-ins with the city. We also provide updates at legislative subcommittee meetings as well. We've engaged significantly on budget issues this year, housing and land use legislation, e-bike legislation, again, more to come there. And of course, big city mayor's priorities. I know you guys just had a summit, so the work there, it sounds like there's a very aggressive agenda on the horizon there. And then we provide consistent reports and updates on priority issues, Budget priority advocacy. I mean, you know that we've alluded to incoming deficits for the next couple of years potentially, but we do want to work with your delegation to ensure that if there are earmark opportunities, that we're really at the forefront of those. And then we did a Sacramento advocacy trip this year. Would love to do another one. Love to have you guys up in Sacramento meeting with folks. And that only helps with our relation development with our legislative delegation and with leadership, especially that there's going to be so much turnover both this upcoming year and in coming years with the governor terming out and so many others. So with that, we're happy to answer any questions, and thank you so much for your time this evening.
Well, thank you. We appreciate your report. I'd like to turn to my colleagues if they have any questions or comments, but I think I'd like to just start off by underscoring the time and attention you gave to the e-bikes question. I have the sense, having been in touch with some of our friends in Sacramento and tried to talk with as many legislators as I can, that they don't understand how far behind we are on this whole issue. This is really almost an unmanageable situation at this point. And frankly, the legislation to which you alluded, pending and actually passed, doesn't begin to get this problem under control, in my judgment. So I'm saying here publicly what we'll no doubt want to stress with you privately, which is that a lot more attention by our legislative advocates needs to be given to this issue in Sacramento. We need to join forces with other municipalities and individuals to see to it that we get some really meaningful legislation on the e-bikes front. You alluded also to the homelessness situation and the HAP funding, which was cut in half to simply $500 million, even as cities are making some real headway with the $1 billion annual appropriations and annual budgets. And just as we're making some real progress, particularly in the larger cities, including Irvine in this regard, the governor and the legislature cut way back, which is crazy, So I think we'll want to be giving you direction to fight for us and fight harder in the next round. Those are my thoughts. We do really appreciate your frequent updates in person and otherwise, and thank you for your service. Do any others have any comments or questions? There being none, at this time I want to open it up to public comment. Do we have any requests for public comment? No.
There are no requests to speak, Mr. Mayor.
All right, let me take the opportunity to note, though, that those who wish to participate remotely, they can do so by virtue of the instructions that were given earlier, and then raise their hand when the item comes up so that they can speak. I think that will conclude it. Thank you so much. We appreciate your helping us out here. All right, next we move to item 1.3. Would the clerk please identify this item by subject and title?
Thank you, Mayor. Item 1.3 is a presentation on the Irvine Cares Family Housing Assistance Program.
Thank you. And at this time, I can see our staff has come forward. I'm going to ask you to identify yourself if you would. Would you do me the favor? I don't know how it looks on TV, but if you would put the screen down a little bit, tilt it down. No, not that way, forward. Push it from the top down. There you go. We can see your face a little better that way, okay? Thank you so much. And, well, I'll introduce you. This is Heather Dion, who is our Director for Health and Wellness, and that important effort that you'll describe to us now. Welcome.
Thank you, and good evening. It's nice to be here, and I'm excited to give you an update on our Irvine Cares Family Housing Assistance Program. We brought this to you originally in April of this year, and after some hard work and collaboration with our partners, we have set sails. So tonight is a progress report for all intensive purposes. Just as a review, the Family Housing Assistance Program is a partnership with the Irvine Company, Irvine Unified School District, and the city's Office of Health and Wellness. Our objective is to provide immediate, affordable housing to support McKinney-Vento identified families experiencing homelessness or housing instability. A requirement of the program is to be continually enrolled in our case management program. This gives you a little bit of progress to date. We did bring this to you in April for formal approval, but it took us a little bit of time to get ourselves organized. So we officially kicked off the program on September 1st, and I'm very pleased to announce we have 14 households housed. 5 households are in the process, 2 actually moving in tomorrow, and then the remaining 3 will move in right before Thanksgiving. So that brings us to a total of 19 households. That includes 71 individuals, and if I break that down for you, that's 28 adults and 43 children. This gives you a little bit of a snapshot of where our families are coming from, and I want to draw your attention to the largest number of families are sleeping in their cars. Second is paying for hotels, and third, and running second to third, is staying with friends and family. But right up there with it, you'll see emergency shelters, and even we had one family who was sleeping on the street. This next slide gives you a snapshot of the age of our children and where they are in their education. We do have some little ones who aren't even in school yet, but by far the majority of our children are in elementary school, and then we have the runner up there, middle school and high school. So they are spread across all age groups. The process that we are utilizing to enroll and become eligible for the program is far more complicated than this slide illustrates, but I wanted to give a snapshot of what it looks like. Step 1 is to really create awareness, and we do that through the school district. The city supplies the school district with information that is then sent out to the families who are on the McKinney-Vento list. So the school district is a communicator of sort in terms of making sure that that information gets to the families. Step 2 is once a family is interested, they reach out to the Office of Health and Wellness, and we guide them through the application process and all of the materials that are required to get enrolled, and determining if we can move forward and the family wants to move forward, and if it's all a go, that we immediately roll them in case management services. And the first service that they are enrolled in is what we call housing navigation. And that gives us a chance to start working with the family immediately. Sometimes they need a driver's license, they need a bank account set up. It can be a variety of needs. And so that starts immediately. And it's an important part of the process. And then number 4, once all of the paperwork's turned in, and this is a very quick process, I should mention, we can turn these things around in about 2 weeks. It's enormously quick. As soon as all of the paperwork's turned in and we've signed everything, then we work with the Irvine Company, who is in the sort of wings waiting for us as these families come in, and they identify the appropriate unit. So that's the number of bedrooms. Does the family have an animal? Do they need to be on the first floor? There's a variety of factors. So the Irvine Company really is assisting us with making sure that we're placing the family in an appropriate unit and doing so very quickly. And then once the family's placed, case management moves from what we call housing navigation to housing sustainability and tenancy services. And this is really, I would say, where the hard work kicks in, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about that. In terms of program details, our rent is structured to support families as they increase their income and work towards self-sufficiency. Participation in ongoing case management services, as I mentioned, is a requirement of the program. Eligible families will be considered for a second one-year lease as they round out their first year, and successful households will then transition to our city-maintained affordable housing wait list. That's our goal, is to keep them successfully housed even after they're with us in this beginning phase, this transitionary phase. I've talked a little bit about supportive services. I'm just going to touch on it. Active participation is mandatory, but I want to mention personalized plans are developed for each family based on their needs and goals. We really take each case by case, and it's a very personalized experience. Our families meet with their dedicated social worker a minimum of 4 times a month, and our high school students are actually provided additional mentoring support to prepare for graduation and post-high school. This gives you a sense of the hard work that goes into getting these families ready to be self-sustaining. And so this is approximate, but this is really the plan that we put in place. So our first 1 through 6 months are focused on budget education, income assessment, and stabilization support. From there, months 7 through 9, we really focus on increasing income or reducing expenses, and usually it's both. And months 10 through 12, the goal is to prepare for full rent responsibility with emergency savings and financial coaching, and that's when we really begin shifting to independent rent management. I just want to close by mentioning that we want to extend our deep gratitude to the Irvine Unified School District for their hard work, their collaboration, and their commitment to these students and families. And also our deep appreciation to the Irvine Company for helping turn this vision into a reality. All of our partners should be extremely proud of their contributions and the partnership that we've made to make this possible. Thank you. I can answer any questions.
Thank you. At this time, let me just say a few things. I don't see any requests from my colleagues to be heard, so I'll just get things started here a little bit. First, I want to publicly congratulate you and the others who have worked so hard on this for the extraordinary progress you've made. Some may recall that in my State of the City remarks earlier this year, I identified what we know about IUSD, that there were apparently 88 children attending school here in Irvine who were on a list of children from a highly unstable or even homeless situation. And I said at the time that we should aspire to have a city where no school child here in Irvine should be homeless or otherwise have such an unstable and even dangerous housing situation. And then the idea was to get each of these 88 children properly housed and on a program of real progress within a year, if we could. I think we're well on our way through all your hard efforts. I do appreciate that you identified the hard work that's being done in the Irvine Unified School District, and also the extraordinary cooperation and partnership, really, we have with the Irvine Company in this regard. The idea is that everybody in Irvine, and particularly children, should have a safe, stable, affordable housing status. And I think we're on our way. I did have a question which I've raised with you before About 15% of all Irvine school children are enrolled in Townsend Unified School District. And I think we're going to undertake to be in touch with TUSD officials in this regard. My guess is that list would be probably 25 kids or so from maybe 20 different families. And we'll want to take that on as well. Thank you for all that you've been doing. Any other questions or comments? Oh, here we are, Councilmember Martinez-Franco.
I just want to thank you for all the work that you guys have been putting on this program. It does mean a lot for our community, something that wasn't taught probably in years. And although it's really sad that we need these services, but I'm really happy that finally, as a city, we are coming forward and recognizing that there is so much more to do for these families. Thank you.
Thank you. I also just wanted to note that former city manager Oliver Chi was very aggressive, very instrumental in beginning to shape this program, wisely hiring you, and otherwise setting us on a course that I think we're going to be able to be very proud of in short order. Thank you so much. Are there public comments?
There are, Mayor. We have 9 in person, and on Zoom we haven't had any raised hands yet. Or I'm sorry, not on this item. I apologize.
Not on this.
Yeah.
All right, then let me turn, which I overlooked, to Councilmember Liu, who has a comment.
I actually have a quick question for Heather.
All right.
Sorry.
Sure.
First, I want to thank you for all the great work you've done. It's amazing to see that we don't have to have school children leave their school and they're able to have stability in housing. Just a quick question. This came up with our meeting, at our last joint meeting with IUSD, about letting the families know about this program. And I see that we're in communications with the schools, but because it is a self-report process for families in need who kind of sign themselves up for the free lunch or reduced lunch program, is there any way for us to let residents know that this is available? So if and when they need housing assistance, they'll be able to reach out through the school system.
Absolutely. We're working with our communications and engagement team on revamping our portion of the health and wellness website, and this will be on there. So that will be another access point. The school district also tries to help identify families who they believe are experiencing housing instability or homelessness, and they have their finger on the pulse of that. So I think both routes are making sure that those families get to us, but yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. No public comment requests?
No, Mr. Mayor.
There being none, I think we've concluded this item. Thank you again. And with that, it does not require a motion. These were presentations. So we'll move on to public comments for non-agendized items. This is the portion of our agenda when people have an opportunity to weigh in with comments on items that are not on the printed agenda. Comments are typically limited to 3 minutes. If we have more requests than that, we will adjust the time. Mr. Peterson, how many requests do we have under non-agendized public comments?
We have 12 requests to speak.
12. All right, well, let's set it at 3 minutes each and give people another couple of minutes to sign in if they wish, and we would take those, but if you would cut that off after 2 or 3 minutes, okay? Thank you. With that, would you please call forward the first commenter?
Thank you, Mayor. If I could call forward Susan Sayer, John L. Britton, Heidi, Joanne Slobodian, and Cheryl. And we'll start with Susan Sayer.
Welcome, Ms. Sayer.
Hi, good evening. My name is Susan Sayer, and I've lived in Irvine since 1981. I'm amazed and inspired by the voter turnout for the November 4th election. The people came out and made their needs known. Their message is clear. Our government entities on the local, state, and federal level must work to meet the basic needs of all people, including the seniors and the disabled members of our community. But the people's vote is not enough. We need to keep speaking out and keep communicating with our elected officials by attending government business meetings, sending emails, and sending letters that serve to communicate our needs. We need our government entities to prioritize meeting our needs, which continue to grow and which include, but are not limited to, providing affordable housing and rental assistance, as RENA affordability classifications are too high for many residents. Provide access to affordable food and supplies, a school and community meal programs, and utility payment assistance. Providing access to education at all levels so that residents can reach their highest potential. Providing for health and safety of all residents, including access to medical care and caregiver and support services. And providing affordable, better yet, free child care and after-school programs. Our government process is a collaborative process. People must participate by speaking up and identifying their needs and ideas, and our elected representatives must listen and act accordingly. I thank you for listening.
Thank you.
John L. Britton.
Welcome.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Council, thank you for your time today. I'm asking you to agenda an investigation into the missing Oak Creek easement from Resolution 88-1. This legal tool outlined in the 1988 MOU restricts the site to golf or open space use only, yet it's unrecorded, raising serious questions about compliance. We need council-wide transparency to demand its conveyance and recording as required under Section 5 of the resolution. Failing to act could expose the city to lawsuits or violations of state housing and CEQA laws. Let's uphold our civic duty, enforce accountability, and protect residents' rights. Agenda this now. It's essential for trust in our government. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Heidi.
Welcome.
Thank you. Of course, when we have a full 3 minutes today, I have a really short speech. Okay. Good evening, Mayor Agrin and council members. In 1988, the city promised permanent open space protection. That promise lives in writing, but it's not real until the Oak Creek easement is recorded and secured. Promises shouldn't expire with election cycles. Residents kept their side of their bargain. Now it's time for the city to discuss this publicly and make sure the Irvine company keeps theirs. The full council needs to step up, put it on the agenda. Record it, keep it, honor it. A promise recorded is a promise kept. Do the right thing, put the Oak Creek easement on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Joanne Slobodian, and if I could also call forward Claire Chong, Sarah, Jason Garshfield, and Vicki Johnson.
Welcome.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for listening to our comments at the last meeting about the Office of Inclusivity. When former Mayor Farah Khan first brought that motion forward in 2024, she said she supported establishing the office, but also promised to review its need, cost, and purpose before moving ahead. That promise of research and transparency mattered, and residents noticed when it wasn't followed. Transparency and follow-through build trust, and the same principle applies to Oak Creek. In July 2025, Attorney Douglas Carson wrote to the city outlining the legal obligation under 88-1 and for the Irvine Company to record the open space easement for Preservation Area O, the Oak Creek Golf Course. More than 3 months later, there has been no public update. I understand how much pressure and staff and legal counsel are under, but I'm still waiting on several Public Record Act requests that were denied or delayed. Please help me access these records so the community can understand what's happening. Transparency shouldn't be this difficult. It's what keeps residents and the city working in good faith. The Scrivener's error in Ordinance 2413 has also been known for months. Residents are asking, who is the city prioritizing, the developer or the community? Please, record the easement, fix the error, and keep faith with the law and public. Place the issue on an upcoming agenda so residents can finally hear when and how the city will demand the Oak Creek easement. Whoever takes that step will be remembered as the people's hero of Irvine, someone who restored trust and stood up for the promises that built the city. Do the right thing, demand the easement. Happy almost Thanksgiving, and I'm very thankful for all of you. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Claire Chong.
Welcome.
Good evening, City Council of Irvine. My name is Claire Chong, and I'm a 10th grader at Portola High School here in Irvine. Over the past few years, I've made a habit to pick up litter whenever I can. Whether I'm walking to school or spending time outdoors, I do this because I've always cared about the environment and still do now. The reason I'm here today is because I'm really concerned about the growing plastic waste problem in our public schools. Since the introduction of free school lunches, I've noticed that the amount of single-use plastic waste has increased a lot. Countless disposable utensils and containers are thrown away after just one use. I know plastic has become a big part of our modern life, and it's hard to avoid completely. But that doesn't mean we should ignore the problem, especially when it's happening in schools, where we're supposed to be learning about responsibility and sustainability. I've shared this concern before, and I've been thinking about how to bring these ideas to my school council as well. Just like how we bring our reusable water bottles and lunch containers, I believe we can also make it a habit to bring our own utensils and lunch containers. Small steps like this can make a big difference for our schools and for our future. So today, with great respect, I'm asking the City Council to consider banning single-use plastic utensils in Irvine public schools. Schools should be places that not only educate our minds, but also nurture a sense of environmental responsibilities. I hope we can work together to protect the future of our city and our planet. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Before you leave the microphone, while we don't govern the schools, we do work closely with the schools. And I remember you've brought your own terrific work to our attention before. I don't want you leaving the council chambers without connecting with somebody on our city staff, because your dedication and ideas, I think, are something we need to keep Irvine as clean and environmentally sound a city as we can. So, Mr. City Manager, would you make sure this individual's connected with somebody?
Absolutely. Our Acting Director of Public Works, Alex Salazar, is going to come down and have a conversation.
All right. Thank you very much for your comments.
Sarah.
There you go. You can applaud. All right. Welcome.
Hello. I have 3 things that I would like to talk about in mind, 3 suggestions that could better our lives and our city. I know that Irvine Library has gone through some transition recently, and I go there myself with my toddler. And I've noticed that after the transition, children's program is gutted. Parents don't come anymore because they don't, the story time, first of all, they removed the Korean story time. And the story time used to always be paired with the stay and play, which was excellent. They had paint, they had all kinds of tactile toys, sands and bubbles to play with, a water table. None of that is there. So after months of waiting and making some suggestions, now I recently gone back, they entirely removed the stay and play program. So I think transitioning to Irvine, the city library, was a great idea. I just am very sad that children's program is, I mean, as Irvine City, we should be able to afford 7 boxes of tactile toys. They're saying they don't have it because that used to be part of the bigger other library system. So I think that could be better. Second topic that I do want to talk about is I did watch the last DEI meeting myself, and I was very disturbed watching a DEI commissioner appointed by Councilmember Melinda Liu, and I do want you to seriously consider this because I do not believe a DEI commissioner who marginalizes and laughs at a minority resident serves anybody. DEI commissioner who mocks, belittles, attacks not only minority resident, but the only Latina council member, also extremely disturbing. So I do request that Melinda Liu hold this action accountable, consider removing her, or give a warning. It's just not productive at all. Last thing I do want to talk about is that so far, over, I believe, 25 cities have passed a resolution to divest from Israel, which has committed genocide, continued to commit genocide. Israel has broken ceasefire agreement 300 times just in the last couple of weeks, killed over 250 people, including about over 100 children during the ceasefire. I do believe Irvine can make the right decision to divest from any organizations that does not follow human rights or international law. Thank you.
Thank you. Is the Director of Library Services here? Ms. Zioli? Director of Community Services and Library Services, yes. If you would speak with this individual about where we stand with regard to the wonderful programs that historically have existed at the libraries and whether we're going to see them reintroduced in short order. Thank you. Please be in touch.
Jason Garshfield.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you. So first of all, Israel is not committing genocide. It is fighting a legitimate war against terror. And I swear I was not going to bring this up this time, but it just keeps coming into these chambers. So I am going to have to keep refuting that. Regarding, you'll excuse me if I'm a little short of breath today. I had a bit of a medical issue which tragically prevented me from attending the last couple of meetings, but I keep hearing about the DEI committee, and now there's supposed to be some kind of Office of Inclusive Excellence. At the very first meeting of the year, we began with an invocation remembering Dr. Martin Luther King, and we all know his words about judging people by the content of their character. Now, I don't believe that a committee, however well-intentioned, devoted to implementing diversity from above, will further that dream. With things such as the DEI committee, we run the risk of descending into grievance politics and incentivizing a currency of victimhood. So this current DEI committee was created in 2021 during a fraught political moment in which there was strong pressure to implement such initiatives. And now that we're a little bit distant from that chaotic time, we have the benefit of hindsight. It may be worth implementing some kind of audit to figure out how much good the DEI committee has done in the past 4 years and whether that is sufficient to outweigh the costs. So some of you up there, I'm sure, will strongly disagree with what I'm saying. We're not going to see eye to eye on everything. I would, as a matter of practicality, like to remind you that it was a general dissatisfaction among a large portion of the electorate with DEI and what could be termed wokeism in general that helped Donald Trump win the last election. So if you're happy with that result, then we should consider staying on the same path. So as far as the green space at the golf course, I jogged down there back when I could still jog, and it's not a place of animals and wildlife. You know, it's a very cultivated golf course. So if it's the color green we care about, how about the Irvine company paints the houses green?
Thank you for your comments.
Vicki Johnson.
Welcome.
Hi, good evening, I'm Vicki Johnson. I'm very hard of hearing. It would sure be nice if you would caption what's happening here. I'm going to talk about the Orange County Power Authority and several big recent concerns. On their board meeting just last Monday, they announced and made more official the 13% rate hike that, in my opinion, is completely unjustified, that by my calculations might cost Irvine $20 million for 1 year. This 13% increase in the rates, which they said was because SCE is raising their rates. But OCPA was formed to be independent of SCE. It has its own power contracts. It pays a lot to hedge. Now, this announcement that, well, we're raising the rates 13% was on the consent calendar, not objected to by the 2 board members who weren't in the room when this was brought up, but it's very expensive hit and impact on Irvine, not to mention the other members. Now, why did this happen? Why this unprecedented 13% increase? Well, also at Monday's board meeting, the official budget for the last fiscal year, the audited annual report, showed that OCPA has a $15 million operating loss. The next fiscal year, it's projected to be a $30 million operating loss. They covered this by drawing on their reserves with what they call deferred revenue. The reserves are falling from some 90 million to 45 million by next year. So why would they raise the rate so much? Well, they're losing a heck of a lot of money. And who's going to pay for that? Irvine ratepayers and the other member cities. This is really unconscionable. There's no reason for OCPA to raise their rate so much just because SCE does. The final thing I mentioned before, the power content labels, the power disclosures for OCPA shows that basic choice is nearly double the greenhouse gas emissions for SCE in 2024. They won't reveal what they're doing for 2025. Did you really sign up for an authority with power over Irvine to increase greenhouse gas emissions over SCE, to charge more than SCE with their premium rates? No, I don't think so. This is not doing a favor whatsoever to Orange County. It reflects poorly on this city council, especially the past and present board members. So please, exit OCPA, and anyone listening, it's time for you to opt out of OCPA.
Thank you for your comments.
Mona.
Welcome.
Good evening. A couple of things. I figure I'm going to respond to what Jason said. I think one should look at the ICC and ICJ and realize that there is a genocide. Moving on to the DEI issue, I have contacted each of your offices. I've spoken with someone or with you specifically. I still would like a response as to how this behavior is acceptable to anyone. I have given the timestamp, and I will provide the video. Talking about diversity, we are a diverse city, and I think we have to care about each other. Something that struck me when I was listening to the presentation, 5 years ago when my daughter was in Woodbridge High School, I became aware that 30% of the population of Woodbridge High School was actually on free lunches. And that was right before pandemic. So I am really glad that we're helping kids. I think we need to do a lot more. And I think that Irvine companies, we can't rely always on Irvine companies. What's going to happen to these families after 2 years? They go on a wait list. Are they going to be ending up homeless again? Because if that wait list is long, there is no place to put them. So we have to go in front of, go in front of the situation and try to figure out what the problem is going to be. So I'm glad that we're doing something, but I think we need to go further down the road and see how, after 2 years, this is going to happen. And Irvine Companies has really high rents. One other thing that I wanted to bring to City Council is I wasn't aware that the City of Irvine had robots. And a lot of people had a lot of questions about them. They're yay high. I've got pictures of them. What are they doing? You have parents asking, they're seeing them around. What are they doing? It's one of the weirdest things to drive around and find 3 or 4 robots on your way. A lot of people are questioning, so maybe you guys need to inform the community a little bit more about this.
Well, are you finished?
Yeah, I can be finished.
Let me just take a moment. There actually has been a lot of publicity about the robots. Mr. City Manager, would you like to explain what our robotic friends are up to and how they're helping us actually make a safer, well-maintained community? Go right ahead.
Happy to. Thank you for the opportunity, Mayor. So the city is required to repair and upkeep the sidewalks throughout the city, and we have a document called the active. What's it called? We have a document that dictates all of the repairs on all of our sidewalks throughout the city, and when we went through the process to update that, we found it to be cheaper and more effective to employ a company that used robots instead of people. And so they walk traditionally they've walked every single mile of sidewalks throughout the city and documented the conditions. This time we used robots to do that, and we saved money doing so.
I had 16 seconds. We are losing jobs, in other words?
No, we're doing a better job. We're doing a better job.
All right. Thank you.
With that, do we have any further requests?
We do, Mayor. Our last in-person speaker does have a PowerPoint, so if it's okay with you, I'll transition over to the Zoom speakers, and then we'll come back to that individual.
Very well.
Thank you, Mayor. Our next speaker is telephone number 347. 347, you may unmute your mic.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Dee Fox, and I am an Irvine resident here to express serious concerns about the conduct of Councilmember Kathleen Treseder. In recent weeks, Councilmember Treseder has made public statements regarding federal immigration enforcement that, in my view, have unnecessarily alarmed our community. By urging residents to stay indoors and report ICE activity, she has contributed to a climate of fear and confusion, particularly among families who rely on accurate, calm communication from their elected officials. It implies imminent danger without clarifying that those were targeted federal operations, not random raids. Irvine has long been known for its safety, transparency, and trust between residents and law enforcement. Treseder's rhetoric undermines that trust. Her actions appear more focused on political posturing than on fostering unity and providing clear, factual guidance. This is not the kind of leadership Irvine deserves. While protecting vulnerable populations is important, the way this information was delivered lacked balance and context. Irvine Police Department clarified that they were not involved in these federal actions, yet Tracita's messaging undermined that trust, suggesting a breakdown in coordination between city leadership and law enforcement. This pattern of behavior raises serious concerns about Councilmember Tracita's judgment. In a city known for its safety and transparency, we need leaders who build trust and not fear. I urge this council to consider the broader impact of such behavior. We need representatives who prioritize clarity over controversy and who work to build bridges, not sow division. Thank you, and happy Thanksgiving, everyone.
Our next speaker is Eric Nishanian. Mr. Nishanian, you may unmute your mic.
Thank you. Good evening, council members, Mayor Agrin. I want to thank people like Vicki Johnson and Michelle Johnson, who I believe is going to be following me with the PowerPoint, concerning their speaking up about OCPA when James Mai and William Go have been quiet and have not been as transparent as they could be or should be. Larry, when Mayor Khan was mayor, you were all about the First Amendment, especially in her second tenure when the whole Palestine-Israel stuff was blowing up, and you're allowing everybody to speak. She also passed an ordinance, or was able to pass an ordinance that limited speakers to 3 minutes, 20 people or less, 2 minutes for 30 people or less, or something like that. But you haven't been honoring that at all since you've been mayor. In addition to calling some speakers like me a slanderer when I speak the truth, or completely shutting down the whole Zoom speakers, like me during your state of the city speech. Please, let everybody speak, especially since you were subject to the rule of two, specifically by Mayor Khan and Tammy Kim. Respect everybody. With regard to DEI, I agree with Jason Garfield, believe it or not, and all the other speakers. I don't agree with Jason about Israel. His narrative is flawed. He's definitely not a scholar on genocide. With regard to DEI, what has it done? You've got the Multicultural Association. It's just duplicative, and it really has no, its only charge was to have an open candidacy for to get 2 experts to design an RFP for a DEI consultant. It failed its charge, and instead of getting rid of it, you guys made it a permanent committee. It's a waste of time and resources, and all it's doing is causing more controversy. For the most part, the agendas have been much better than they were in the previous mayorship of Mayor Khan, and I'm thankful for that. Lastly, how is the Wall of Fame sustainable? How far is that Wall of Fame going to go? And how many people are going to keep on putting on it that have really done nothing for the city of Irvine? There was an attorney that's been practicing for 4 years. I don't know what the guy has ever done in Irvine to get his name on the Wall of Fame. You're going to put the whole city on the Wall of Fame. Where is it going to go? Where is it going to go? Is it going to be in Tustin eventually? What, are you going to build a bridge for the Wall of Fame? Come on, guys. I mean, you're going to have to change it at some point because it doesn't make sense how people get recruited onto the Wall of Fame. Lastly, do you remember how the Rotary Club got jackets for Turkey when there was an earthquake? But for Maui, when there was a fire, the Rotary Club here did nothing. And the Philippines just suffered a tsunami and an earthquake, a gigantic earthquake. And the Rotary Club has done nothing for them. That was all political, wasn't it? It was really nice and cute.
Thank you. Your time is up. Michelle Johnson.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. I first just want to acknowledge that I know there's an item 6.3 on the agenda, and this is not related to that. It is about OCPA, but it's a different subject. Can you put up my slide, please? There it is. So there are some fundamental flaws in the City of Irvine loan repayment structure that I want to make sure that everybody's aware of. First, OCPA is changing their rate design starting in about 45 days on January 1st. This was approved unanimously by the OCPA board with their fiscal 2025-26 budget in June of this year. This new rate design is no longer going to benchmark off of SCE, but instead they'll recapture all electricity costs, operating expenses, which is their overhead, debt service obligations, which includes our loan repayment, and a reserve component, as OCPA expects to deplete their reserves by 50% by the end of December. Based on this new methodology and the fact that the city of Irvine is 63% of OCPA and the attrition of several member cities, it's the city of Irvine and ratepayers that will end up paying ourselves back $4.7 million in principal interest on our own loan. Other alternatives that could have been considered included a recapture of excess proceeds from energy contract sales, which OCPA has done in the past, or even reversing their recent usage of $14 million in cash collateral that they could have then issued letters of credit and given us the cash. We've now approved a de facto...
Can you just hold on a second? We've had a technical glitch here. We're good? Okay, go right ahead.
So we've now approved what I would consider a de facto utility tax on the city and our residents on top of the outrageous rate increase in October. Next slide, please. Now I'd like to review OCPA's power content label for 2024.
Hold on one second. Can we get squared away on these? Okay. Go ahead. Is that the slide you want up?
Yes.
Okay, go right ahead.
OCP at the basic choice has been at a disadvantage to SCE in terms of greenhouse gas emissions, renewable energy, and unspecified power, and that disadvantage is growing in 2024. OCPA's greenhouse gas emissions are now 83% higher than Edison, and their RPS-eligible renewables are 10% lower than Edison. OCPA is also purchasing 75% of their power through open market transactions that are not traceable to a specific generation source. Next slide, please. Over the past year, OCPA has deteriorated financially, showing a $15 million operating loss for 6/30/25 and expects a wider $30 million loss for 2026. They are providing dirtier power and are not transparent in responding to any questions or concerns raised by the public. I'm asking the council to schedule as soon as possible, based on this new rate methodology and the impact on the city of Irvine, that this be reviewed by the Finance Commission, our finance group, our city manager, and include a comparison to the alternative SCE products post AB 205 as soon as possible. SCE is lowering their rates by 10%
Thank you. Your time is up.
in 3 days, but OCPA will not be matching that decrease. OCPA owes the city of Irvine immediate repayment of our loan, not a down payment or a partial payment, and I'm asking the council to hold them accountable for this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
And that is all the speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. That concludes our public comments section on non-agendized items. Unless council members wish to very briefly respond to anything, we'll move on. I see no requests, so we'll move on. At this time, we'll take the city manager's report. Mr. Crumby, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, City Council. Just two quick updates tonight. The first one is on immigration. Our esteemed Police Chief is going to provide an update on activity in the past few weeks.
Thank you, City Manager Crumby. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. We have not had any ICE or Border Patrol field enforcement activity in the city of Irvine since I last reported in October 28th City Council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you for that report. Anything else, Mr. Crumby? Go right ahead.
One more quick item. Can I have the slide put up? Okay, so for the second item, I'd just like to take a quick moment and provide just a brief update on construction activities in the Great Park. We have a whole lot of city projects, in addition to the museums and things that are breaking ground, that are ready to bid in the next 2 months, and I just wanted to take a quick minute to go through them. So the slide in front of everybody shows 7 projects they're going to be bidding over the next 2 months. November, we have 4 projects. The projects are one, construction of utilities within the cultural terrace, so they have utilities when they open. Second is new maintenance facility within the park. Third, shown in red, is a big project, and that's construction of the loop road that runs through the heart of the park. And finally, the Bosque Bridge that's going to connect the Bosque and the Great Park neighborhoods. down to the sports complex and the Canopy project when it opens. So excited about all those projects. In the month of December, we have a few more projects ready to bid. First is connector to lots 6 and 7, landscaping improvements in the western sector, and we've been working on demo within the northern sector. We're ready to start with the first initial beginning portion of that project, which just focuses on the areas for the perimeter park and the pad for the library. And that just is really the northernmost component in that gray shaded area on the slide. So just excited about all those different projects and looking forward to a variety of construction projects going forward. Thank you.
Thank you for your report. At this point, we'll move on to the next item, which is City Council member announcements, committee reports, and council reports. These are brief reports, less than 5 minutes preferably, that we receive from council members who are parts of all kinds of committees, regional organizations. Our council members do a lot of work regionally, participating with other cities in region-wide organizations and activities, as well as tending to matters in their own districts. This is the opportunity for them to make brief reports. And I'll call first on Council Member Liu.
Good evening. I'm excited to share with you what all my team and I have been doing in the community lately. Do we have this slide up? Yes, next slide, please. Yesterday was Veterans Day. I would like to take a moment to thank all those who have served our country. Over the past couple of weeks, I had the opportunity to celebrate our service members and veterans by joining the 211 Marines and the Flying Leatherneck Aviation Museum for their Marine Corps birthday balls, and by attending the city's Veterans Day ceremony. I also had the privilege of delivering American flags to our Irvine veterans, including a 100-year-old Army veteran who courageously served during D-Day. Thank you to all our veterans, past and present, for your service and sacrifice to protect our freedom. Next slide, please. Team Liu officially completed our CERT employee training on November 5th. Big thanks to IPD and OCFA for leading the important emergency preparedness training. Next one, please. Last Friday, our office co-hosted an event to bring awareness to human trafficking in Orange County, along with Radiant Futures and La Palma Councilmember Janet Conklin. Several experts and panelists shared crucial information with our residents to prevent future incidents of human exploitation in our own communities. Next one, please. Last Saturday was Love Irvine Citywide Service Day. I had a great time harvesting squash at Harvest Solutions Farms and making blankets with the 211 Irvine Marines Adoption Committee. Thank you to Love Irvine for organizing this day of service. And this concludes my announcement. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Councilmember Betty Martinez-Franco.
Thank you. I have a quick announcements from my office to share with you tonight. Next. I want to congratulate all the, as a member of the Board of Directors for the Orange County Fire Authority, I recently attended the Community Emergency Response Team graduation ceremony, and I was pleasantly surprised to learn that this class was made up entirely of City of Irvine employees, and it was wonderful to see their dedication and commitment to learning emergency preparedness skills. I want to congratulate all the graduates and thank the city and the Orange County Fire Authority and all the other emergency respondents for offering these valuable opportunities to our staff. Next slide. Last week, I participated in my Southern California Association of Governments Committee meeting, where we discussed the benefits of creating a vibrant downtown space and heard from the city of Lancaster about how they successfully developed theirs. We also learned about an exciting new initiative from SCAG, a 6-month leadership program designed to help young adults ages 18 to 26 to get more involved in civic engagement. The program is free and includes a $500 stipend upon completion. Applications are open now until November 25th, and for more information, you can visit scat.gov/futureleaders or scan the QR code on the screen. Next. Our office also had the opportunity to tour Irvine Valley College and see the incredible renovations currently underway. I was especially impressed by the number of electric vehicle charging stations on campus and by the programs they have in place to support students in need. I want to give a special thanks to President Hernandez and his team for taking the time to meet with us and share their vision for the college future. Next slide. And from one college to others, I had the privilege of returning to both of my alma maters last week, first to Orange Coast College, where I earned my associate's degree in communications. They invited me to serve as the keynote speaker for the leadership conference. And on Monday, I spoke at Cal State Fullerton, where I received my bachelor's degree in communications to share my journey from business owner to public servant. It was incredibly rewarding to connect with students and hopefully inspire them to follow their own paths of leadership and community service. Next slide. Lastly, I invite you to follow me on social media for updates and what is happening in Irvine and District 5, or reach out to my office by email with any questions, ideas, or concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll move now to Councilmember William Goh.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. Next slide, please. I have 3 exciting event announcements in District 2 at the Great Park. First one, please save the date for our upcoming event, Healthy for the Holidays, on November 22nd at the Great Park. Our office is hosting a fun, free, family-friendly wellness event with cooking, demos, pickleball, open play every 30 minutes, community raffles, and much more. Next slide, please. You can sign up for free fitness classes or reserve a pickleball court by scanning the QR code displayed on your screen. You'll have the opportunity to take a variety of classes and learn more about health and wellness. Next slide, please. Next event I'd like to encourage everyone to sign up for the Run for a Clause 5K race at the Great Park on December 20th. My team and I, as well as representatives from each of the council member offices, are joining us for the run. We'd love to see you all out there. You can register for the race by scanning the QR code that's displayed on your screen. Next slide, please. Lastly, mark your calendars for the Wild Rivers Dream Glow Festival. From November 14th through December 31st, Wild Rivers will be transformed into an immersive light show featuring millions of sparkling lights, immersive displays, laser tunnels, light sculptures, and more. You can buy and reserve your tickets by scanning the QR code that's displayed on your screen. For the first week only, you can use code FIRST20 for 20% off your purchase. Please visit dreamglowfestival.com for more information. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember and Vice Mayor James Mai.
Thank you, Mayor. I have 2 announcements tonight, and the first one is to talk about our town hall meeting, which we had. And I wanted to, that was a town hall meeting held at Northwood Community Park. We had about 40 residents come out to the park there, and we talked about and discussed infrastructure improvements and District 3 improvements, as well as citywide events as well. I have a short video to play on that. Carl, can you have that played, please? I'd like to thank Mackenzie Walters from the City Manager's Office for attending, Alex Salazar, Acting Director of Public Works, Joe Dillman, Manager of Public Works Department, and also Pat Thomas, the City Side Fiber, for joining us. And my second announcement will be in regards to Orange County Power Authority. Just an update, if you can put the graphic up there as well. This is the update from the Orange County Power Authority regarding the loan payment to the city of Irvine. On October 13th, OCPA approved early down payment of the Irvine capital loan. In ordinance of the recommended repayment schedule, the board directed staff to accelerate the first principal payment of $250,000, together with an estimated accrued interest of $663,892.11. I'm pleased to share that the OCPA staff acted promptly to coordinate across multiple parties, including U.S. Bank, Chapman, Cutler, LLP, to implement the board's direction. In conversations with U.S. Bank, OCPA was directed to submit form and waivers required to initiate repayment of a loan. That was done immediately, and on October 30th, U.S. Bank Credit Department formally approved loan repayment to the city of Irvine. OCPA's worked with bank's legal team to finalize the agreement, which was executed on Monday the 10th this week. The same day, OCPA wired a total payment of $913,892.11 to the city of Irvine. Future principal and estimated accrued interest payments will happen quarterly beginning in January 2026 with 4 additional payments, 5 total payments in all, and that was by design. Total repayments will be in the amount of $7,652,379.70 with an estimated accrued interest payment to the city of Irvine at $1,031,595.53. I'd like to report to this board that we were successful in securing $7.6 million back to the city of Irvine, which begins immediately, along with the $1 million repayment. And successfully, they've checked all the boxes for us, and that's my report.
Thank you for your report. Councilmember Mike Carroll.
Great, thank you, Mayor. First, I just wanted to really congratulate my colleague, Councilmember Liu, on your CERT graduation, along with the team. It's good to know. Glad to have a fellow CERT member up here. I am a graduate, proud graduate of CERT Class 61, and really wonderful that you did that with the entire team. And the Certified Emergency Response Team, for anyone out there listening and for anyone out in the audience, is an incredible way to get involved in the city, and just congratulations to you. And you know, if something happens here, you and I will be ready and available, cribbing and putting out fires and all the really cool things that we learned from Orange County Fire Authority and the amazing team at Irvine Police Department that runs the CERT program. So that's just amazing. And second, I just want to just kind of talk briefly about Orange County Power Authority as well. I want to thank our board members, in particular my colleague, Vice Mayor Mai, for getting at the board level real action and progress in the right direction on the Power Authority. I guess we'll have a chance to talk about a little bit, and later there's an agendized item regarding the potential repayment funds and the use of that $7 million of taxpayer dollars. And I think it's really wonderful. What I'm about to say is not a reflection at all on our 2 board members. They're doing the best they can. They're not in a majority position, and obviously they're fighting for Irvine. So this is in no way to be interpreted as anything negative on my 2 colleagues and their work, but unfortunately, as was said earlier by some of the residents, and I said it at the last council meeting, you know, we have about 98,000 Irvine households that have been affected by an almost 14% increase. And because OCPA is extremely opaque, and because OCPA is not as direct in talking to residents about what really is happening to their power, and because I founded the OCPA, myself, Mike Carroll, founding chairman, deciding vote, setting the entire thing up, so I think I speak from a little bit of confidence in what I'm talking about. The goal was never to track SCE, and the goal was to compete with SCE. So to raise rates 13.5% is maybe at best case from early calculations is about a price gouging, this is the staff of OCPA, not its board, of approximately $10 million, and it could be a lot more based on the average ratepayer that we have. And those 98,000 households do not discriminate. It's not a progressive plan where renters and retirees and those on fixed income are paying any less. In fact, renters, those on fixed income, and our retirees, and all of us, quite frankly, I'm not one of those three, all of us 98,000 ratepayers are paying 13.7% more when nothing changed. Again, repeating, nothing changed with respect to the cost structure of the Orange County Power Authority. I have moved and migrated on my position regarding that Orange County Power Authority from the point at which I formed it, but I can tell you that regardless of my shift in the position, it is as clear as day that the group of people running that agency over there have engaged in major price gouging with respect to 98,000 households. This is not a big deal when Buena Park is a fraction of the households of the greatest city in America, Irvine. This is not a big deal when one board member from Fullerton does this, but when they all act against Irvine, we have to do something. So this won't be the last time that we're going to have to deal with this as a city council. We're going to have to get the word out to residents because it happened, okay? We should be, I and all of you out there, actually, I'm not on basic. I think I'm on the greenest rate. But those 98,000 homes, I've opted into the highest tier. I pay the most. Those on the basic rate in the 98,000 group need to know that they should be having an 18 or so percent decrease in their rates, or 18% less than SCE. SCE is a competitor to Orange County Power Authority. I stood before this body years ago and said that they are going to be in a competitor. And if I was on that board right now, I'd be excited over the fact that our rates are 18 approximately percent better than the monopoly power utility. But they're not. They're 3% lower because for no reason whatsoever, the Orange County Power Authority has taken $10+ million annually, and I think it's more. We'll do more. We'll have more of the details soon. Millions and millions of dollars out of the pockets of Irvine ratepayers. I am not going to let this go. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it leaves it to me to wrap up with announcements. I will say that it does seem to me that before the end of the year, we need to agendize the OCPA matter and have a full discussion of where we are and where things are headed. With that, let me make a few announcements here. Regarding first, an emergency food drive, the City of Irvine, in partnership with local businesses and organizations, is holding an emergency food drive Saturday, November 15th, rain or shine, to support Irvine residents affected by the ongoing federal government shutdown. Together with nearly a dozen businesses, including the Greater Chamber of Commerce, the Irvine Greater Chamber of Commerce, OC Hunger Alliance, and South County Outreach, the City of Irvine, which includes the offices of city council members, have really jumped in and are actively involved in calling on the community to come together in support of neighbors facing food insecurity. Donations of non-perishable food items can be dropped off between 8 a.m. and 1 p.m. at the Irvine Civic Center parking lot Again, rain or shine, and it's likely to be rain on Saturday. There's also an opportunity for community members to make a monetary donation that will help Irvine pantries buy fresh produce, dairy products, and protein. More than 16,000 Irvine residents are uncertain about where their next meal will come from. Together, we can provide much-needed support and help meet the demand and replenish the food pantries and other food distribution systems that we have here in Irvine and Orange County. So, for more information, please visit cityofirvine.org/food drive. The next announcement involves the Irvine Fine Arts Center fall exhibitions. 2 new exhibitions are opening at the Irvine Fine Arts Center this Saturday, November 15th. Again, they're opening rain or shine. I invite the community, all of us invite the community to join us for a free opening reception from 2 to 4 p.m. this Saturday. The 2 exhibitions are as follows. Swing Shift, the exhibition titled Swing Shift, features contemporary artworks exploring the labor that shapes everyday life, from domestic and industrial work to the unseen efforts that support communities. A second exhibition by Alyssa Ochoa, that exhibition titled Splinters, is a solo exhibition by Ms. Ochoa, who's an Orange County artist. It presents new video, audio, and ceramic works reflecting on life, love, grief, and memory. Well, that's a lot. Admission and parking are free. For more information, visit artsinirvine.org/exhibitions. Next, Irvine Public Library survey. Over the past 2 months, we have invited the community to help shape the future of the Irvine Public Library by attending drop-in sessions and taking our online survey. I want to thank everyone who's taken the time to provide their input. I'd also like to encourage anyone who hasn't offered their comments and thoughts to take the survey before it closes this Sunday, November 16th. Your comments will be combined with research and analysis to identify priorities for Irvine Public Library collections, programs, services, and spaces. To learn more and take the survey, visit irvinepubliclibrary.org. And finally, I wish to make a report regarding our California Big City Mayors, the so-called C13 Summit. Irvine is now regarded as a big city. We're probably the 60th largest city in terms of population in the United States, and the 13th largest in California. That qualifies us for participation in the Big Cities Mayors Summit. So at the end of last month, I was pleased to join my fellow mayors of California's 13 largest cities. We met in San Francisco for the inaugural C13 Summit to address the state's most urgent challenges, principally homelessness, housing, and of course, economic development. The Big City Mayors Coalition, a bipartisan group representing more than 11 million Californians, is advancing a united vision for tackling some of the most urgent challenges facing our Golden State. This vision serves as a roadmap for potential collaboration with the governor and legislature to take decisive action and deliver results. Irvine receives state funding for our health and wellness and workforce development initiatives that are critical to uplifting the most vulnerable in our community, and I'm eager to share more with you as these efforts take shape. I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank our remarkable city staff and members of my office. These are staff personnel who have provided ongoing support and coordination during these types of visits, and their dedication ensures that Irvine remains a leader and at the forefront of emerging statewide issues. So with that, I think we have concluded our announcements and reports for this evening, which takes us to the next item, which is to, at this point, convene to the special joint meeting with the Great Park Board, and that means convening this meeting to now include the Great Park Board and its business at 11, I'm sorry, what is that, 5 minutes to 7, right? 6:55. All right, I'd like to call the roll, have the clerk call the roll. This is the mechanism by which we're able to handle a little bit of Great Park business tonight in conjunction with our regular council meeting. So for the record, will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Chairman Carroll.
Here.
Councilmember Vice Chairman Go.
Here.
Councilmember Director Liu.
Here.
Councilmember Director Martinez Franco.
Here.
Councilmember Director Treseder.
Here.
Vice Mayor Director Mai.
Here.
And Mayor Director Agron.
Here. So let me just make sure I've got the right procedure here. I believe at this time we just turn to the consent calendar, do we not?
Correct, Mayor. There's two consent calendars before you, one for the City Council, which is items 2.1 through 2.5, and then we have one consent calendar item for the City Council and Great Park Board's consideration, which is item 3.1.
All right. Would you please identify 2.1 again? 2.1 through 2.5 is the consent calendar. Do we have any requests outstanding for public members to be heard?
We do have one request in person on consent calendar item 3.1, which is a joint item for the City Council and Great Park Board.
All right. I think taking that public comment at this time would be in order. Please call on that individual.
Thank you, Mayor. If I could call forward Jay Bruce.
Welcome, Mr. Bruce.
Hello, council members. I'm speaking on item 3.1, which is the fiscal year 2024-25 year-end report. I just wanted to first praise city staff. It's really amazing that we continuously get extra money for the city council to spend and have at our leisure. I just did have one kind of comment, suggestion. Nothing really. I really do support the idea of using the surplus and any extra funds that we have on continual expenditures, not just having it sit there, but reinvesting it in projects that need it. But I am a bit worried that we still have a lot of budget items that we have to address soon that don't have the money that they need. For example, the main thing that comes to mind is the Irvine Public Library system. Its expansion program is going to require probably hundreds of millions of dollars in total. That will probably be a few $1 million like per year. And the Irvine Connect expansion is a similar story. You'd need a few $1 million per year for that. And the 4th of July celebration, it's not a bigger thing, but I'm not sure if we've established a continual funding source for that. So those are the sorts of things I feel like we'd have to keep track of. And like I said, using this funding we have right now for 2024 to 25 for continuing expenditures, I think is a good idea. But with like the $28 million going to the CIP program, I think it would be a bit of a bigger issue if the capital improvement program was going $28 million over budget, and they need that $28 million extra to actually function. I feel like that would be a separate issue if they're going $28 million over budget. And so I think it's good that we're giving them this extra wiggle room to play around with, but maybe in the future as we start tackling those bigger budget considerations, maybe pulling maybe on the contingency reserve that we're adding $2 million to, and maybe looking at if the CIP really needs $28 million extra, could be, those could be sources that we could pull from as we tackle those issues later on. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
And that is all, Mr. Mayor.
All right, with no further public comment, a motion, well, before asking for a motion, are there any council member requests to withdraw any matters from the consent calendar? There being none, a motion would be in order to adopt consent calendar items 2.1 through 2.5 and 3.1. Also move.
Second.
Seconded by Vice Mayor and Councilmember James Mai. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Chairman Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Vice Chairman Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Director Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Director Martinez Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Director Treseder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Director Mai.
Yes.
And Mayor Director Agron.
Yes.
Carry 7-0.
Thank you. That concludes the consent calendar, allowing us to move on to item 4, which is City Council and joint board business. Would the clerk please identify item 4.1 by subject and title?
Item 4.1 is award of an agreement for contract services for sourcing and growing trees for various Great Park Framework projects.
Thank you. At this time, I can see our staff is here. Incidentally, do we have any requests yet for public comment?
We do not, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Welcome, gentlemen, and please introduce yourselves and tell us what you're putting before us tonight.
Well, thank you, Chairman Carroll and board members. My name is Brian Polifka with the Great Park team. I have here Luis Estevez, also our director of the Great Park. Before you, an excellent project. Very excited to bring to you. Looking at a contract award for sourcing and growing trees for the various Great Park Framework Plan projects. A little bit of background. The Great Park Framework Plan goal has been to plant approximately 20,000 high-quality trees, incorporating a beautiful, diverse, sustainable, and environmentally conscious palette. A proactive planning and procurement strategy is required to facilitate the availability of these trees in a high-demand market and environment due to the size and the scale of the park and the inherent large quantity of trees required in a short amount of time for these projects. As well as a recent development in the changing tree nursery market. There's been consolidation of multiple trees of these multiple nurseries that provide the trees that we're going to require, and results in a reduction of resources available for us to reach out to. There's a development of the framework plan is progressing very rapidly, as Sean had mentioned, Mr. City Manager had mentioned earlier, for multiple planned project sectors with quickly approaching deliverable timelines. We have approximately 3,300 high-quality trees of various sizes, species, and quantities that are going to be necessary to support the framework plan projects in 4 regions and 4 projects that we're going to be bringing forward in the near future. That will be in the Cultural Terrace, a Perimeter Park, the Bosque area, and for the Loop Road. Staff has recently engaged in solicitation for services in order to contract with a reputable team to source, grow, and maintain the needed trees until project readiness. Let's see. Planting areas that we're going to be identified are the Cultural Terrace, again, Perimeter Park, Bosque area, and the Loop Road system. We will need 3,361 trees, including 28 different species of various sizes, ranging from 15-gallon to larger tree specimens being in 6-foot boxes, 72-inch box. A map is before you showing these various different regions within the framework plan. As you can see along Marine Way, we have the Cultural Terrace, the entire region of that area. The Bosque, adjacent to the Bosque and at Great Park Boulevard, to the north, just south, and along Cadence and Poussin area for the Perimeter Park, and then encircling the heart of the park itself, the Loop Road project, along the Agua Chinon Road. In terms of project funding, the selected bid that we'd received from an excellent team gave us a proposal for these trees of $1,710,084 and recommended a contingency of 10% for a total of $1,881,084. And funding is confirmed to be within the framework plan budget. So recommended action before you, staff recommends that the Great Park Board recommend to City Council to award a 2-year agreement for contract services for the sourcing and growing of trees for the various Great Park Plan projects to South Winds Farm and Gardens for the not-to-exceed amount of $1,710,084. Staff also recommends that the Great Park Board recommend to City Council to delegate authority to the City Manager to approve contract change orders up to 10% of the contract not to exceed amount for optional maintenance and possible tree reboxing services should they be needed. So that concludes my presentation. I'm here to answer any questions you folks may have. Thank you.
Well, thank you for the presentation and for the very good news. I mean, this is I think putting us off to an extraordinarily good start on the long-deferred tree planting. I looked at that number. The perimeter park altogether is about a mile, isn't it?
From east to west, yes, roughly about a mile.
About a mile. And the nearly 1,000 trees that we have planned apparently for the perimeter park, I think it's going to give it almost instant eye appeal and start working wonders for us and for the Great Park neighborhoods, as well as creating kind of at once a buffer, but also an entryway into the Great Park that will be, I think, tremendously appealing. So thanks for that good planning and the very substantial numbers. How many 72-inch box trees are we talking about here, roughly? That's a very large tree, isn't it?
I'm sorry, I don't have the actual quantity of the 72-inch box trees.
72-inch, yeah.
Not with me this evening, but I can follow up on that.
Okay. And maybe if you could send along, too, at some point, a list of the mix of species and so forth, as we all become, over time, more conversant in tree planting and how many are basically native trees or near native. I think this is the beginning of creating what what many of us have dreamed of by way of a park that is so appealing in its passive aspects as well as in its active development projects that we've created so far. So thank you very much for your work and for your presentation. Councilmember Carroll.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I would just go ahead and just echo the Mayor's comments, but also just thank staff for all the hard work in getting this done. This seems like a great partner from what I've looked at, and I would just go ahead and move staff's recommended action.
All right, I'll second your motion, but we need to pause for a moment to call upon the public. Are there any public comments?
No, Mr. Mayor.
There being none, and I see no further requests from council colleagues to be heard. So with that, would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Chairman Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Vice Chairman Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Director Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Director Martinez Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Director Treseder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Director Mai.
Yes.
And Mayor Director Agron.
Yes.
Carry 7-0.
Thank you so much. All right. Now, as I understand it, at this time, a motion to adjourn the special joint meeting with the Great Park Board would be in order. Also move.
I'll second that, Mayor.
Seconded by council member and I guess chairman. Chairman, I should have called on you to conduct this part of the meeting.
I could have.
You could have,
I'm
yeah.
chairman for about 30 more seconds.
Okay. All right. With the motion and the second properly before us to adjourn, would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Chairman Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Vice Chairman Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Director Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Director Martinez Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Director Treseder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Director Mai.
Yes.
And Mayor Director Agron.
Yes.
Carry 7-0.
Thank you. So we are now having adjourned the Great Park part of our council meeting, the joint aspects. We now reconvene to the city council meeting, and the time is 7:14. And with that, we turn to public hearings, which is item 5 on our agenda. Public hearings are pretty much like other council business, but just slightly more formal in accordance with state rules and regulations. With that, I'll turn to our city clerk and ask him to please introduce by title and subject item 5.1.
General plan amendment, zone change, pre-zoning, vesting tentative tract map with master affordable housing plan, park plan, master landscape and trails plan, final environmental impact report, and annexation application for future residential development located at the northeast corner of Portola Parkway and Jeffrey Road in proposed planning area 2, Gateway Village.
Thank you. So this is a formal public hearing, and in accordance with those rules, I'll hereby declare the public hearing open. And with that, we'll turn to staff for a presentation. Please introduce yourselves, if you would.
Good evening, and thank you, Honorable Mayor and esteemed City Council. My name is Erica Hong, Senior Planner with the Community Development Department. I'm joined tonight by Principal Planner Ann Wu, also with the Community Development Department. The City of Irvine, in partnership with Brookfield Residential, is proud to present the Gateway Village Residential Project. Prior to diving into the details of the Residential Village project, I'd like to introduce Dr. Nathan Gregory with the Irvine Ranch Conservancy to speak about the highly anticipated Gateway Preserve at the podium.
Welcome.
Great. Thank you all so much for the invitation to be here. We're very happy to present and talk about this very exciting opportunity. My name is Nathan Gregory. I'm the Senior Vice President and Chief Programs Officer with Irvine Ranch Conservancy. We are proud to be the city's nonprofit partner in land management, managing the Irvine Ranch Open Space Preserve for the past 20 years. I especially want to just make note that we work closely with staff from Community Services and Libraries, Public Works, and Irvine PD, and they embody public service and partnership like no other partner that we work with, and they are an absolute joy to be part of that team. So I just want to thank the excellence of the city staff. And I've been asked to speak about Gateway Preserve, kind of in the context of the Gateway Village and the Jeffrey Open Space Trail. So I think we can go to the next slide. The background here is that this was a unique response to concerns about the All-American Asphalt plant. The purchase of the plant triggered a donation by the Irvine Company of over 700 acres, about 711 acres, which will become the Gateway Preserve. It also, along with that, the creation of a new residential village. Next slide. Basically, two major components of the preserve that I want to outline for my portion of the presentation. We have the planned visitor use areas as well as the natural resource management pieces of the project and what will be the kind of ongoing stewardship work for the area. We've identified about 9 miles of new purpose-built multi-use trails. It's a little hard for me to see from back here, but you can see the boundary of the reserve, which is in the thick orange lines. Within that polygon, there are green lines which mark the proposed trail system. Also want to point out kind of down toward the bottom to the right, there's what looks like kind of a car icon. That is going to be the main parking lot and staging area, which is also the northern end of the Jeffrey Open Space Trail. We'll be developing other infrastructure as part of establishing the trail system. And then I want to point out we have a couple areas within the preserve that will be planned later. We're in kind of early stages of planning, but there is first the asphalt plant site itself, which the use of that has not been determined. But we anticipate there is a quarry site, which is kind of down over to the right of the map there. You can see sort of a white space, and that is right now is going to be a decommissioned quarry. We anticipate that will be the primary site for the visitor use experiences. Get the next slide, please. As far as the natural resources go, this area is very important and is part of the Natural Communities Conservation Plan Reserve system. So we are in the process of working on what's called the Habitat Restoration and Recreation, the Restoration and Recreation Management Plan. That is the document under what we call the NCCP Preserve that stipulates how the land can be used. We are nearing the final stages of updating that document for this area. We're just waiting for concurrence from the federal agencies, hopefully once they're back from, once the government reopens. So within that, we've identified about 110 plus acres that are included as part of that plan of habitat restoration that will mitigate the impacts of the trail system as it's installed. We also have identified some other restoration areas that are kind of less degraded, but will be a focus of a lot of our stewardship. There's a lot of great habitat and wildlife value within the preserve, so we're very excited to be part of stewarding this going forward. And final slide, please. Other elements of kind of preserve management and what's going to go into the future of how we take care of this space. I've already mentioned the NCCB reserve system and the management plan. Public safety enforcement will be handled by Irvine Police and the Open Space Patrol, so we're working with them to figure out what the capacity needs of that will be. We will take a long-term adaptive management approach like we do with all of our work with the city. The stewardship really encompasses all the different things that it takes to manage open space, including invasive species and pest control. Fire prevention and management is something we're especially concerned about. That area has burned 3 times in the last 21 years, and so both the restoration work that we do as well as maintaining vigilance around early ignition for wildfires is going to be an essential part of the work that we're part of. Trail maintenance, of course, will be ongoing. We're also excited about a lot of opportunities for cultural and paleontological resource management. And finally, this is Gateway is situated very uniquely in what we call the northern ranch of the historic Irvine Ranch Preserve, and so it's sort of a gateway to the broader open space system. So along with that is a really unique opportunity to educate the public and engage with them about the importance of this amazing resource that we all share, engage them both in terms of environmental education, but also stewardship, and really create an incredible opportunity for not only Irvine residents, but for the broader region. So we are thrilled as an organization to be part of this at all and to have an opportunity to really help plan this from the ground up. And so thank you very much for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Well, thank you for your presentation. Perhaps you could be on standby. Does staff have more by way of a report?
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
All right. Thank you. And keep going, please.
Thank you, Dr. Gregory. And now, just outside the preserve and serving as the gateway to the preserve, will be up to 1,138 residential units, complete with multiple neighborhood and community parks, and featuring 284 affordable units, aptly called Gateway Village. The project site is generally located at the northeast corner of Portola Parkway and Jeffrey Road at the base of the Santiago Hills in North Irvine. The surrounding area has seen recent development, including the residential communities of Portola Springs and Orchard Hills. The western boundary of the site is adjacent to the planned northern extension of the Jeffrey Open Space Trail, or the JOST, which will extend bicycle and pedestrian access in the area. As you may already be aware, the proposed residential village project is a result of two key agreements, which includes the closure of the All-American Asphalt Plant and Irvine Company's donation of land for the preserve. A mix of product types will be offered through the project, including 2 to 3-story detached and attached single-family residential units, as well as multifamily apartment homes. Of note, tonight the City Council is asked to make a decision on each of the entitlement requests summarized on the slide. In detail, the project requires a general plan amendment to create Planning Area 2, a new residential village known as Gateway Village. The amendment would revise the general plan land use map to redesignate land on the project site from recreation to medium-high density residential, with high-density residential designations on the affordable housing portions of the site to support the proposed development. The general plan amendment also necessitates revisions to the general plan land use element tables, including Table A-1 and A-2. Additional tables and figures from specific general plan elements are proposed to be amended to reflect the creation of the Planning Area 2. A zone change is also being requested to rezone the site to 2.4J medium high density residential for consistency with the general plan land use designation. A 2-acre portion of the project site is located within County of Orange jurisdiction. A zone change is being requested to pre-zone this portion of the site to allow for zoning consistency upon incorporation of the parcels into city boundaries. The vesting tentative tract map will create 17 numbered lots and 6 lettered lots. The A-level map will establish the backbone infrastructure of the development, including 4 entry points to the development, 3 along Jeffrey and 1 along Portola. The entryway streets will be interconnected through the main interior spine street, which is shown on the map. A master affordable housing plan is a requirement when creating a new planning area, and the submitted plan provides for a comprehensive overview of the affordability levels for the project. Of the proposed 1,138 units, 284 units will be restricted to lower income households. These units will be constructed on lots 1 and 8 of the tract map. The table on this slide shows the unit type breakdown for the affordable units. Lot-specific affordable housing plans will be submitted with the future entitlements for each affordable development. A park plan has been submitted requesting a concession to apply a reduced park dedication rate of 3.5 acres per 1,000 residents across all units due to 25% of the units being affordable. This rate includes 1.5 acres for community parks and 2 acres for neighborhood parks. In total, the project will dedicate 5.4 acres of land to recreational spaces and provide approximately an acre worth of improvements. These will include a 3.1-acre public amenity at the Jost Extension and 4 neighborhood parks, 2 in a linear system and 2 centrally located. Features at the neighborhood parks will include a junior Olympic-sized pool, tot lot, garden beds, and barbecue areas, all meeting Irvine's park design standards with nearby parking. The remaining acreage dedication requirements will be through payment of in lieu fees. In accordance with the provisions of the Irvine Municipal Code and the Parks and Park Facilities Standards Manual, a fair market value report was submitted. The August 2025 CBRE appraisal valued parkland at $5.15 million per acre. Total in lieu fees will amount to $13.65 million. The Master Landscape and Trails Plan memorializes and reflects the development plans along the village edges of Planning Area 2. The Jost will provide a vibrant western edge, promoting outdoor activities and connectivity with a strong landscape character. The landscape will be designed to integrate seamlessly with the existing neighborhood communities while also incorporating Mediterranean aesthetics. The development itself will be connected to the surrounding areas through the establishment of a network of interior public sidewalks that provide direct access to the pedestrian and bicycle pathways at the Jost. In September 2025, the City Council approved an option to purchase agreement to acquire 2 acres of land abutting the Gateway Village boundary that are currently under the County of Orange jurisdiction. Acquisition of this land will eliminate an irregular boundary line and add flat area on which residential units can be constructed for a more efficient neighborhood layout and provide an improved resident experience for the future master planned residential development. To continue the process to incorporate the county land into city boundaries, the City Council must direct staff to initiate the annexation application submittal with OC LAFCO, which is the agency responsible for reviewing the annexations. The respective applications were reviewed by the respective advisory bodies as shown on the slide. All 4 advisory bodies unanimously recommended approval of the applications and no public comments were received during the public meetings. A project-level EIR was prepared under CEQA Guidelines Section 15161 to assess environmental impacts of the proposed project. The EIR evaluated up to 1,360 housing units, which is consistent with the general plan amendment, and incorporated all feasible mitigation measures and alternatives. While impacts to biology, cultural resources, geology, hazards, tribal resources, and wildfire were reduced to less than significant, the EIR found significant and unavoidable impacts to those criteria listed on the slide. A statement of overriding considerations is included that weighs these impacts against other project considerations. The draft EIR was available for public review from September 5th to October 20th. Staff received comments from agencies and the public, which are summarized in the staff report. Formal responses in the final EIR, reflecting public input, were released on October 31st. After the release of the final EIR, staff received a comment from the Department of Conservation, and a copy of the comment has been provided. Additionally, subsequent to the posting of the staff report and materials, staff received several comment letters signaling support for the project, and copies of these comment letters have also been provided. In parallel to the applications before you tonight, City and Brookfield staff have continued to coordinate on a number of transactional work streams since the approval of the Development and Construction Management Agreement last year. To stay on track to start horizontal work in early 2026, we've identified a few refinements related to land disposition, budget coordination, and financial processing. First is a proposed shift in the land disposition approach. The DMA originally assumed Brookfield would purchase 2/3 of the home sites, with the remaining 1/3 sold to another builder. Instead of splitting sales between builders, we're looking at selling all market rate home sites to Brookfield. This would streamline project delivery, improve development efficiencies, and simplify Surplus Land Act compliance. To ensure fair market value, 2 independent appraisals are being commissioned, with a 3rd planned if values differ by more than 5%. The city's existing profit-sharing provisions in the DMA would remain unchanged and ensure the city continues to participate in net project profits. Second, we are proposing a modification to the pre-development budget, advancing $1.8 million for architectural and engineering work necessary to meet project timelines. This is a shift in the timing of the budget and does not increase the total expected cost of these activities over the life of the project. Third, as Brookfield's work as development manager accelerates, staff is refining the procedures needed to support the city's acceptance of builder deposits, contracting, capital improvement program setup, budget adjustments, and working capital mechanisms. We will return with a resolution to formalize these procedural authorizations. Lastly, regarding the annexation of the notch parcels, HCD is reviewing updated site language for Surplus Land Act compliance, and we will bring back a revised resolution as necessary once that review is complete. In summary, these updates are intended to maintain momentum and position Gateway Village for timely delivery. Staff will return to Council with a comprehensive DMA amendment and all related project and financial documents at an upcoming meeting. With that, staff recommends the approval of the project as shown on the slide. Both staff and Brookfield Residential are available to answer any questions. Brookfield Residential has also prepared a few remarks for your council tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Does that conclude your presentation at this point?
Yes, thank you.
Very well. Let me just ask at this moment, do we yet have any requests for public comments?
We do, Mayor. We have one request.
All right. Why don't we take that at this time, and then we'll move on to council action, all right?
Thank you, Mayor. Our speaker is Jeremy. Jeremy, you may unmute your mic.
Yeah, hi there. Jeremy Ficarola, Irvine resident, HOA president of Cypress Village. And also I'm on the advisory board for the Orange County Mountain Bike Association, OCMBA. So yeah, so this project's really, really exciting for me. I love the idea of the Gateway Preserve, of more trails for hikers and bikers to use, extending the Jost over Portola, you know, just making it a longer continuous ride, you know, so you don't have to cross the streets. I'm just a couple, not really concerns, but a couple of hopes. Sorry, I'm giving my daughter a bath right now, so I'm kind of multitasking. I'll make it short. Hopefully the bridge and the trail network doesn't have to wait for the entire project to be complete for it to be open and accessible to the public. I know a lot of times like this mixed project where it's like housing, trails, and things like that. You know, I'm sure the city wants to unveil it all at once, but I mean, there's such a dire need for more trails that are close to our housing. Hopefully those trail networks could be open before the entire project's complete, if possible. But that's all. Anyways, but it's a really exciting project, and I can't wait to use it. Thank you.
And that is all, Mayor.
Thank you. Let me just say a couple of things. I see Councilmember Carroll wants to be heard. Let me turn to him at this time. I hope he was channeling my thinking, which is this is an extraordinary culmination of years and years of work. And some of us up here were instrumental from the start, and all of us have been involved in eagerly awaiting this. And I just wanted to get those initial comments in before turning to my colleagues. First, Councilmember Carroll, and then following him, it will be Councilmember Martinez-Franco. Councilmember Carroll.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, just briefly, I probably will echo some of your sentiments, Mayor. This is really as Mayor said, this is the culmination of an incredible collaboration between a lot of parties, including the public in the northern sphere of our city. And it's really one of the important endpoints. It's also a beginning point of an incredible new development and preserve. It's amazing to me to think that this actually started from, or really emanated from, a toxic asphalt plant that was really sort of a blight situation on our map. Our city benefits from so much master planning, decades of people, just experts in their field and land use and development, and we've gotten to an incredible place with an incredible city. And we have this. There aren't many sort of situations that really needed sort of aggressive help and assistance with regard to our plan, because our city is planned so darn well. The All-American Asphalt plant was not one of those places, but it was one of the few things. And it was really very exciting and an honor to be part of the many hours that went into figuring out a way to move past that plant, to take a situation where the owner could be moved on, and then actually flip that, working with a master developer, into an incredible open space preserve that will be, one of the crown jewels, if not the crown jewel, of all of our open space. And at the same time, a development that meets some pretty important housing goals and needs for our city, and really for the greater region with regard to housing. And then finally, I would just say I'd like to make this motion, Mayor, and ask our city attorney to read it, because it's so long. But I'll read it with you, Jeff. We can alternate paragraphs. I'd like to make this motion really on behalf of 318,000 residents of Irvine. Oh, after we close the public hearing or something like that?
Continue your remarks,
But
and then
thank you.
we'll close it.
But I would just say that this is, for those of us that don't know out there, this is perhaps one of the most innovative housing partnerships in the entire nation that is occurring. We own the land. The city of Irvine will continue to own the land. Our master developer is a first-rate operation, Brookfield Residential, and they are going to put this housing together in the format that we as a city council work with on them. And then we as a city, all of our residents, will all benefit from the financial return on this project. So it's something that I don't think has been done anywhere else. And, as one of the things that we were saying earlier today was, I'm happy, and I know my colleagues would be too, should this pass tonight, to really be champions of this model elsewhere where it can occur with organizations. Doesn't have to be Brookfield, but the idea that we can actually address these issues, create open space. It's it's something that can be replicated elsewhere in the state and maybe beyond. Having been born by a toxic asphalt plant, and the problem with dealing with that, the fact that the plant is gone, we have an unprecedented opportunity to make a donation of the Gateway Preserve for our friends at the Irvine Ranch Security. Thank you, Doctor, for coming. The Irvine Ranch Conservancy to manage open space, and then a housing project that addresses our housing needs. It's a trifecta that I think is only possible in the city on the hill that we've been speaking about recently, known as Irvine, California, that we could actually achieve all of those things. So it's just absolutely remarkable. So when the time is right, Mayor, I'm be honored to make the motion. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your comments. Before calling on our colleague, Councilmember Martinez Franco, I want to move to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Okay. There's a motion.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Carroll, a second by Councilmember Mai. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treceder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
And Mayor Agren.
Yes.
Carry 7-0.
That motion is a procedural necessity to make it clear that the record is closed, public comment is in, And now with that, a motion absent, well, let me see. Let me call on Councilmember Martinez Franco to speak. Would a motion be in order now so she could speak to the motion too?
Either way, Mayor.
If you might, Councilmember Martinez Franco, I'd like to first have Councilmember Carroll make the motion, and then you can speak to the motion and any other aspect of it, all right? With that, would you like to make the motion, Councilmember Carroll?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I would be honored to make the motion to adopt staff recommendations as presented to the council. That would be the adoption of the resolutions and the ordinances for first reading and title only. And if we could, if I could respectfully defer to our city attorney to do whatever is required to make that motion, I will make it.
Certainly. Thank you, Councilmember Carroll. This will be recommended actions numbers 2 through 9, and we need to read by title the two ordinances, which are recommended actions 3 and 4. Recommended action 3 is an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Irvine, California, approving zone change 00961267 PZC to incorporate a new chapter in the Irvine zoning ordinance to establish Planning Area 2 Gateway Village, rezone land within Gateway Village from 1.5 recreation to 2.4J medium high density residential, allow a maximum residential unit cap of 1,360 dwelling units, and add development standards and land use regulations relative to residential development in the 2.4J medium high density residential zone, filed by Brookfield Residential and the City of Irvine. Item number 4, the second ordinance, is an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Irvine, California, approving zone change 00965568 PZC to effectuate a pre-zoning action to designate approximately 2 acres of land within the proposed Planning Area 2 Gateway Village, which is currently outside of city limits and within the city's sphere of influence under the jurisdiction of the County of Orange, as 2.4J medium-high density residential, generally located 3,000 feet north of the intersection of Bee Canyon Access Road and Portola Parkway. That was also filed by Brookfield Residential and the City of Irvine, and that's all.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez Franco.
You need a second.
Thank you. I just actually want to just say thank you.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. We need a second. I'll second that motion, all right? Go right ahead.
I just wanted to say thank you to the Irvine Conservancy. They're doing such a great job in keeping up all our open space. I just recently toured the Gateway Preserve, and I think it's going to be an amazing space. I don't think there's any other open space nearby that has canyons like limestone and a black star. So to have something that is in Irvine, this side, it's pretty cool just to see it. And the housing, obviously, the housing development is going to be a wonderful addition to the City of Irvine. But I want to, if you can help me understand, and maybe I missed the explanation, but the piece that we are going to obtain from the county, where we at in the process?
So currently in the process, tonight, there is a request to submit the application to the Orange County Local Agency Formation Commission to begin the annexation proceedings to start that process.
Does that mean that they are going to?
So they would then take the application and review the materials and then get back to us.
Oh, okay. Got it. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Seeing no other requests to speak, let me just conclude this before we turn to a roll call vote by saying Councilmember Carroll did indeed appropriate what I was thinking in summarizing where we've been and where we are now. To think about it, just 4 or 5 years ago, we're faced with a severe public health hazard and with a pretty terrible situation in our northern foothills. And considering where we are now with an expansion of open space to be permanently preserved and enjoyed by the public, with a housing project that will, I think, be a real credit to our community, including a very sizable commitment to affordable housing, with the elimination of the All-American Asphalt Plant, with the cooperation of so many people and so many entities, and just the thousands and thousands of hours of work that went into making this happen. This is, for me, I guess for Councilmember Carroll and Councilmember Treseder, who was involved with the last council, the three of us were, and now with the continuing involvement of new members of this expanded city council, this is a very, very happy day. And I'm eager to have the roll call of the vote here and make it official.
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez-Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treseder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
And Mayor Agren.
Yes.
Carry 7-0.
Thank you all. Thank you very much. With that, we now move on to, and we will be seeing a second reading of the ordinances next month.
That'll be here on December 9th, Mayor.
Thank you. At this time, I'll call on our city clerk to describe by title and subject item 5.2, if you would.
Item 5.2 is Development Agreement Status Report.
Thank you. This is a public hearing, which I'll now declare open. At this time, do we have staff? Yes, we do, who will present this item. It should be non-controversial. We look forward to your presentation now. Please introduce yourselves as well, all right?
Yes, thank you. And good evening, Mayor Agren and fellow City Council members. My name is Eric Martin, and I'm a senior planner with the Community Development Department. I'm joined with my colleague here, Chris Chung, also with Community Development. And tonight I'll be providing a brief presentation regarding the annual review of all the active development agreements for the city. I'll start by explaining where the need for an annual review derives. In July 1982, the Irvine City Council adopted a resolution that established procedures and requirements for the consideration and development agreements. And in that resolution, it required that all of these agreements are reviewed periodically at a duly noticed public hearing to ensure compliance with applicable terms and conditions. And the notice of periodic review is given by the city staff to property owners with development agreements, who must then demonstrate good faith compliance with the terms of said agreements. Within these agreements, the city sets the terms for a large-scale or a long-term development project, and these agreements provide developers with certainty regarding what can be built and the required mitigation measures, while also ensuring the project aligns with the local community's long-range planning goals. Common developer requested terms include vested rights cemented for a set number of years, vesting subdivision maps that do not expire until the development agreement expires, freezing development impact fees, as well. And some common benefits to the city and development agreement provisions include prepayment of impact fees, affordable housing terms, funding of infrastructure or environmental mitigation measures, timing or the dedication of parks and open space, and also the formation of any special assessment districts. In August of this year, the city notified the property owners with an active development agreement of the required periodic review, and each owner prepared and submitted an annual monitoring report identifying the project status and the extent to which all obligations set for it, and their respective agreements have been satisfied. And all the active development agreements are included on this table on the slide, and the individual monitoring reports are also included as attachments to the staff report. And a map with the general locations of the sites is also on the slide. And city staff reviewed each report for compliance with the obligations set forth in each corresponding agreement. And this review included verifying required payments, the preparation of studies, and/or participation in applicable city programs. And staff's review of these monitoring reports confirmed that all active development agreements demonstrate good faith compliance with their respective terms. With that, staff's recommendation is to find that all the active development agreements are compliant and with their respective terms and conditions. That concludes staff's presentation. Staff is available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of staff at this moment? There being none, let me ask the clerk, do we have requests?
There are no requests to speak, Mr. Mayor.
All right, I think that being the case, a motion to close the public hearing is now in order. Also move. Is there a second? Second. Is that you? Councilmember Go offered a second. The motion is properly before us. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treseder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
And Mayor Agren.
Yes.
Carry 7-0.
Thank you. Before making a motion to adopt staff's findings that active city development agreements are indeed being complied with regard to their terms and conditions, I'd like to ask, that's a required review under state law? Would you just explain that, please?
Yeah.
I think it's a good provision. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. The California Government Code has an entire chapter that addresses how development agreements are to be considered and processed and monitored on an annual basis, and it requires an annual review of development agreements. In addition, the government code requires that the city adopt its own development code procedures, which this city did sometime in the 1980s, and that also requires that we go through an annual review process. And so even though it's perfunctory in a lot of instances, it does give an opportunity for the city council to check in and make sure that the bargains that it's made over past years are being honored.
Exactly. I regard it as an important procedural safeguard with so much that could be going on or frankly not going on. Checking in on the compliance is an important safeguard for the city, for the public at large. And with that, I'll move staff recommendation that we make a finding that all active city development agreements are compliant with their respective terms and conditions. Is there a second?
Second that, Mayor.
Motion offered by me, seconded by Councilmember Carroll. With that, would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treseder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
And Mayor Agren.
Yes.
Carry 7-0.
Thank you. We're moving right along here. Item 5.3, yet another public hearing. Would the clerk please identify this item by subject and title?
Consideration of resolution of the City of Irvine, California, amending the Community Facilities Reservation Policy and establishing new and clarifying existing facility reservation and equipment fees.
Thank you. This is a public hearing, which I'll now declare open. And if staff that's on hand would please introduce themselves and present this item, we'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Agren. Good evening, Mayor Agren, Vice Mayor Mai, and members of the City Council. My name is Cynthia Simpson, manager with the Community and Library Services Department. Joining me this evening is Christine McLaughlin, Community Services Superintendent. Tonight, we will be presenting the Community Facilities Reservation Policy and fee updates. This item includes proposed updates to the city's facility reservation and equipment fees, amendments to the Community Facilities Reservation Policy, and an updated City Council resolution that formalizes the process for ongoing CPI-based fee adjustments. These updates are intended to ensure consistency across all city facilities, improve clarity and access for community users, and maintain alignment with current operational practices. The proposed resolution maintains transparency and cost recovery standards while supporting the city's ongoing commitment to accountability and the service to the community. Now I'll turn it over to Christine, who will speak on background, proposed changes, and staff's recommendation for council consideration. Thank you.
On August 28, 2018, City Council approved amendments to the Community Facilities Reservation Policy, which included revisions to the facility rental fees. With the City Council resolution authorizing the Community and Library Services Department to set new and revise existing fees, increases were made to rental fees starting in 2022, based on CPI throughout the years. During this time, Bomber Canyon was still closed for public rentals due to renovations and was not included in the resolution. In 2023, Bomber Canyon reopened and resumed limited programming and then full public rentals in April 2024. However, since fees remain unchanged since 2018, Bomber Canyon's rental rates are substantially lower than comparable city facilities and surrounding cities. Additionally, Civic Center West was not yet acquired and just recently opened for staff operations this past August. These policy and fee updates will build upon the 2018 policy updates intended to stay current with department operations and maintain consistency across all rental facilities. Facility fees are organized into three main rental categories. Category A covers government entities, K-12 public schools, and nonprofit organizations. To qualify for resident rates, nonprofits must have at least 57% of Irvine residents in their membership or directly serve the Irvine community. Category B applies to private individuals as well as public and nonprofit universities. Category C includes commercial, for-profit entities. This tier structure prioritizes Irvine residents, schools, nonprofit organizations, and businesses, and ensures fairness and cost balance, keeping rates affordable for community groups while recovering costs from higher impact or commercial uses. Bomber Canyon fees are recommended to increase starting January 1st, 2026. All fee increases were based on CPI and market rates when comparing similar outdoor rentable spaces in Orange County, which was difficult since Bomber Canyon is so unique. Additionally, since the last fee increase, the facility has undergone significant upgrades, including new picnic tables, a refurbished truck wagon, a dedicated bride and green room, and a new stage area, and a seamless customer experience. Besides the updated rental and equipment fees, there are a few proposed updates to our reservation process that will benefit our facility users. The resolution updates provide clearer guidance on how annual Consumer Price Index, or CPI, adjustments will be applied and formalizes the city's methodology for future fee updates, ensuring fairness, transparency, and consistency with our overall cost recovery practices. In the policy, payment and cancellation procedures are clearer with the two-step payment process, updated timelines, and transparent fees and refund rules. Limitations on reservations for multiple premium rooms are recommended with a 30-day advance notice, allowing fair distribution of popular facilities during prime hours. Larger or more complex events that need extra coordination will also benefit from a 30-day application submission to allow for thorough department review and communication with applicants. Facility use guidelines are being enhanced to include new rules for walk-ons, kitchen use, vapor devices, promotional materials, and a formal inspection process to document site conditions. Staffing and attendance requirements have been updated, lowering thresholds to better provide the customer with attention and support. Vendor and activity requirements are updated as well, with permit holders being responsible for vendor compliance and new activities to be considered with prior approval. Commercial filming and photography rules have been further clarified with clearer guidance on non-exclusive and exclusive use of city facilities, including open space, and incorporates the new online film permit. All documents reflect the new facilities, holiday closures, operational hours, and additional premium rooms. Overall, these changes make reservations simpler, safer, and more consistent while expanding options and access for residents, nonprofits, and community groups. If the policy and resolution are approved, minimal revenue increases will be seen starting January 1st, 2026. For Bomber Canyon Preserve, where the rental season is from April through October, staff anticipates an average of 1.5 events per month. Based on current booking interest and comparable rental rates at similar city sites, this is expected to generate annual revenue between $10,000 and $13,000. For Civic Center West, based on initial weekend and weeknight rentals during the facility's first year of operation, estimated revenues are anticipated between $7,000 and $10,000 annually. As with Bomber Canyon, actual revenue will depend on demand and community use trends as the facility becomes more established. On October 20th, 2025, the Finance Commission unanimously recommended the City Council adopt the proposed Community and Library Services Department facility reservation fees for Bomber Canyon Preserve Cattle Camp and Civic Center West. Based on the Finance Commission's recommendation and staff's analysis, it is recommended that the City Council adopt the proposed City Council resolution, which amends the Community Facilities Reservation Policy and establishes new and clarifying existing facility reservation and equipment fees. These updates will bring all city facilities under consistent policy and fee structure, maintain transparency in how fees are applied, and ensure continued alignment with cost recovery goals approved by the City Council. This concludes our presentation, and we'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I see no requests from council colleagues to speak to this issue. I would like to ask our city clerk at this time, are there any requests for public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
No objections to the changes in the fee schedule. That's great. All right. With that, a motion to close the public hearing is in order.
I second the motion.
I'm sorry.
Second the motion.
All right. My motion to close the public hearing was seconded by Councilmember Martinez-Franco. And with that, would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez-Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Truceder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
And Mayor Agron.
Yes.
Carry 7-0.
Thank you. I'll move adoption of staff recommendation, which is a resolution. If there's a second, I just want to make a comment, and then we can call the roll. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Councilmember Liu. All right, with that, the resolution is properly before us. I just want to say a lot of hard work went into this. I want to express special gratitude to the Finance Commission for making our job here easy tonight. And of course, want to thank our staff for all their wonderful work. And just one additional comment, the opening of Bomber Canyon and its use for reservations and events out there, that's a spectacular addition to the various wonderful features that exist in our city. And just about any fee, in my judgment, would be a reasonable one for the use of Bomber Canyon. And that's part of this makes me especially happy. With that, absent any council comments? No further comments. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez-Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treceder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
And Mayor Agron.
Yes.
Carry 7-0.
Thank you very much. All right, that takes us, now that we've finished our public hearings, it takes us to the remaining council business, which consists of items 6.1, 6.2, 6.3. Let me turn to our city clerk now and ask him to please identify item 6.1 by subject and title.
Approval of appropriations and revenues for the 2026 4th of July celebration event.
Thank you. With that, I'll turn to our city staff for their presentation of this item, and then we'll move on to public comment and council comment. Go right ahead.
Okay, good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Melissa Haley, Director of Communications and Engagement, and with me this evening is Karina Lee, Public Engagement Strategist. On July 4th of this year, the City of Irvine proudly hosted its inaugural 4th of July celebration at the Great Park, drawing more than 40,000 guests. With just over 3 months to plan the event, the team planned a fun-filled day that included a community parade along the Great Park timeline featuring mopes, bikes, and scooters, family activities with craft stations, interactive lawn games, balloon and carousel rides, inflatable bounce houses, and more, live entertainment in Hangar 244 that featured live bands and a silent DJ, a drone show and a grand finale aerial fireworks show, and again, so much more. Such a huge turnout really highlights the success of the event. However, it also brought with it some real-time challenges. After debriefing with all groups and partners involved, including Pacific Symphony, PSQ Productions, Irvine Police Department, Community and Library Services, vendors, and volunteers, there are some key improvements staff will make for the 2026 celebration. Expand shuttle service through increased shuttles and designated routes, reconfiguring entry flow to improve traffic, increase vendor capacity to meet the demand of the attendance and diversify food offerings, increase staffing of city and public safety staff to safely and effectively support the celebration. The Irvine Police Department has indicated that increased staffing will be required for the 2026 celebration. Comparable venues such as SoFi Stadium and the Rose Bowl with similar attendance demonstrate significantly higher public safety staffing and costs. Based on these benchmarks, future Irvine events of 40,000 plus will require additional sworn and civilian personnel and corresponding budget adjustments to maintain safety standards. The total estimated cost is approximately $68,350. In addition to these improvements, staff have identified other key considerations as a priority for 2026. Due to Great Park logistics, staff are considering hosting the city celebration on July 3rd, 2026, to alleviate regional competition for vendors, sponsorships, public safety staffing, and production resources, while giving families the option to enjoy consecutive nights of celebration. Scheduling on July 3rd also ensures operational efficiency, as large-scale infrastructure events require a minimum of 2 days for load-in and staging. This approach minimizes disruptions to other park guests and guarantees the city has the necessary time to execute a safe, high-quality production. In addition, hosting on a non-holiday offers cost savings by avoiding holiday escalation rates. Next, FIFA will be coming to the Great Park in 2026, and we will not know until late this year or early 2026 if Hangar 244, Lot 3,
and Field 19, as well as other spaces, will be available. Event planning must account for potential space restrictions or relocations. Next, Great Park Live. Staff will select a day that does not coincide with the Pacific Symphony Summer Fest to ensure an optimal experience for symphony guests. Great Park Live will serve as a venue for an expanded footprint, given potential access challenges to Hangar 244. Staff have been communicating with Pacific Symphony on a date selection. Finally, the 250th anniversary. The 2026 celebration will coincide with the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence, which will require a program and production that meets the historic significance of this milestone. There will be additional costs associated with increased programming, such as a more robust drone and fireworks show, as well as the incorporation of educational and interactive elements. To advance the planning and execution of the event, staff will focus on beginning the technical planning for the fireworks and drone shows, seeking sponsorship and support opportunities to offset costs, developing site plans with contingencies in place for FIFA, securing additional parking and shuttle opportunities, including premium paid parking. In March of this year, a budget of $250,000 was unanimously approved by this body and supported by the Finance and Community and Library Services Commissions for the 2025 event. The budget was initially developed based on the anticipated level of attendees using comparable events as benchmarks and included a staff-to-guest ratio to ensure appropriate service levels. However, with a higher than expected attendance, the need to broaden event offerings, increased city and public safety staffing, and the goal of elevating key elements for the nation's 250th anniversary, staff are requesting an additional $350,000 for the 2026 celebration, bringing the total event budget to $600,000. This recommendation was approved by the Finance Commission and was also presented to the Community and Library Services Commission. Staff are also developing refined cost estimates for the operational and logistical adjustments discussed, as well as the program enhancements needed to support a safe and successful event. As with many of our large-scale community events, the city continues to look for ways to incorporate educational elements that enrich the experience for attendees, while also identifying opportunities to work with local partners and community-based organizations, including our youth community, to enhance the event. Building on that approach, the team is evaluating options specific to the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence, ensuring the occasion is acknowledged in a way that is both meaningful and engaging for the community. We remain committed to producing events that reflect Irvine's values and create shared experiences rooted in education, culture, and community. The recommended action before you this evening is for the City Council to approve the general fund appropriation and revenues of an additional $350,000 for a total appropriation of $600,000 for the 2026 4th of July celebration. This concludes our presentation, and we are available for any questions you may have.
All right. Thank you for the presentation. I've got a few questions. First, making this event July 3rd, I think is a very wise move. I guess a question I have on the budgeting is the $250,000, that wasn't the entire budget for the previous July 4th event, was it?
Yes, that is correct. The City Council approved $250,000, and we used approximately $249,000 of that budget.
Did we have any participation from sponsors, those that wish to make a contribution and be recognized accordingly, or was that all city money?
We received approximately $15,000 in sponsorship.
All right, so the net cost to us then was $234,000, right?
Correct.
Okay, so of the $600,000 that would be going in into this enterprise this time, how much of it do we hope to recapture through sponsorships, or you mentioned parking charges and so forth?
Yeah, we would certainly, now that we have proved the event's value, I think there would be a lot more interest by our sponsors and community to participate, being that we had a short amount of time to plan and seek sponsorships. A lot of our sponsors are looking to prepare themselves based on their fiscal years. So by us starting that process now and early, I am highly encouraged that there would be a lot more interest. Additionally, we're looking at some potential revenues to offset those costs as well.
And then going forward, this is the 250th, it's presumably an especially large event, but going forward, would you expect that budget to come down a bit in future years? Were we to make this a tradition or not?
I don't foresee the budget dropping drastically. It might a little bit, but we would, since we don't have any data points for the event, being that it was only in its inaugural year, we're basing it off other events like Irvine Global Village Festival, which has a similar cost to it. And with that, I don't foresee us, with the enthusiasm that the community shared for the event, I don't see a reduction in cost because it will reduce some services we offer.
All right. Well, I think that helps make the point for me, which is that I think we need to keep a real close watch on this over the next few months to see if we're able to invite and encourage private sector participation in this remarkable event, because it's hard for me to imagine the city wanting to go forward at a cost to our general fund of $600,000 year after year after year. I think we've got to somehow figure out how to make the net contribution of the city substantially less, more in the $250,000 range annually, something to that effect. Those are my comments. I just wanted to note for the record, I and others received the letter from Pacific Symphony, and I felt they're the ones who took the hit because of the overwhelming crowds, frankly, that emerged last July 4th. And I thought the letter that was submitted was very constructive, very specific, and very helpful. And I hope we can reassure the Pacific Symphony that this will only add to their luster this time around. With that, I'll turn to my colleagues. Councilmember Mai, followed by Councilmember Martinez-Franco, and finally Councilmember Liu.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Melissa, for the presentation, and thank you for your entire team for putting it together in such a short amount of time. I think you guys really delivered with what you had. including the sponsorships were, and they're pretty low, but it's kind of expected. I remember the budget being $250, and I remember the sponsors, some of the sponsors, mentioning, and other people mentioning that there's not going to be a big turnout. And that's why we expected roughly, I believe, 20,000 people. We had budgeted for 20,000 people, but I think we have the proof now that it is worthy of sponsorship. So I'm very enthusiastic that sponsors will be coming for this, because we had roughly 50,000 people attend. Some of the sponsors said that we wish we sponsored it. Well, you should have sponsored it. So maybe this year they will sponsor, and we have some more time to get them going. I also want to thank our police force, because I understand that we had four officers? Is that correct? How many officers?
There was a total of 19 staffed. However, I could let the chief speak to some of the staffing and how that worked that day.
Thank you for the question, Vice Mayor. There were several positions assigned throughout the event. So you have some traffic officers and officers that are assigned inside the park itself. So they're kind of spread out. And obviously, as the event went on and we noticed how large the crowd was getting, we actually had to pull resources from within our patrol operations and regular traffic operations to be able to accommodate the large crowds.
Yeah, just the sheer amount of crowds and the amount of police force that we had, we're definitely going to have to increase that this year. We were very lucky, and of course we live in Irvine, so we were very lucky. We had basically zero incidents anywhere, traffic and pedestrian and crowd issues. So, it was amazing that we did. But I'm anticipating this would be a lot bigger this year. So we'll definitely. I think that's a large portion of the budget. Is that accurate? Staffing.
Staffing is a significant portion of it, yes. In addition to the 46 IPD personnel, we'll need to increase our city staffing. I had shared with the City Council recently that the Irvine Global Village Festival had 242 staff at that event. However, we're not looking at that as that model. But we do need to apply additional staff resources from the city as well.
Okay, it's a little early, but hopefully we can make the parade a little bigger with marching bands. I know there's been community interest in participating in that as well. Also, I wanted to ask, would it be beneficial to have, just like we have a steering committee for Global Village, would it be beneficial to you at all to have a 4th of July committee, perhaps? I don't know if that's something that you'd considered or that could be helpful to anyone.
We have considered it, and we are lucky to have an amazingly creative special events team and department to kind of proceed. And certainly we're willing to take suggestions from the community, but sometimes we just really need to focus and deliver in the context that we've done research, engaged other community residents. We receive a ton of feedback on our social media that we take all into consideration. We read everybody's comments and make a little ongoing list throughout the year. So as of right now, I think we're okay not having a committee, but that doesn't mean we might not need support at some point.
All right, great. Yeah, great job on what you do, and I have confidence in you guys being able to deliver this year as well.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez-Franco.
Thank you. Well, first of all, thank you so much for all the work you did on 4th of July. I commend all of you for the amazing job you did with the little resources you have at the moment. Despite of all the issues that we have, I think you guys did a fantastic job. With that said, I think, I echo Councilmember and Vice Mayor May, and that we are going to have a lot of sponsorship, like people that sees that we have so much crowd this time around. I think we are going to have a lot of interest. We can sell this event really good to the sponsors. The other thing is that to do that, I think a 4th of July, it has to be a 4th of July. I don't agree that it has to be moved because you saw the crowds there is interest to celebrate a 4th of July in 4th of July. Not everybody has the benefit to have a neighborhood party on 4th of July. Renters in apartments, they feel isolated because they don't have anywhere to go. So this was a great venue to just get together. Obviously, there were more factors, as we know, that affected the crowds, such as the closure of some of the 4th of Julys from other cities due to the immigration rates. So, I mean, hopefully we have the success of having all these crowds, but with more control. But I think at 4th of July, it's beneficial for community unity and to show other cities that we can do this better, and show how special is Irvine in doing these type of events. But I think it has to be 4th of July to be more meaningful. Other than that, I think you guys are doing such a great job, and just continue doing what you're doing. One more thing, sorry, I was gonna mention, again, I'm gonna repeat, you go to Laguna Beach on 4th of July, the crowds are insane. You can, if you don't get at before 9 o'clock, and I haven't been to a 4th of July in Laguna Beach since early 2000s, you cannot get in. You cannot find parking. And it's insane to get out. It takes you like 3 hours to get out. And there's just like 2 ways in and out from Laguna Beach. So I wasn't too concerned about the traffic in the Great Park, but we have to improve on that area, of course. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Liu, and then Councilmember Carroll.
Thank you. First, I want to say great job last year trying to pull it off last minute, even though we got more people than we anticipated. I'm glad we're looking to improve this time, and now with a little more experience and feedback. Now, I am frankly very much having a sticker shock when I see the $600,000 because it's more than double what we spent last time. And I understand that with, say, Siglo, we were able to raise maybe half of that to be from sponsors. Are we not trying to seek that opportunity and maybe, offset this somehow? Or are there other plans to mitigate and maybe offset the cost by maybe charging a little bit of something to non-residents or, other plans?
Yeah, absolutely. In addition to the sponsorships, which we are trying to forge forward with great enthusiasm, again, using the success of this previous year's event, we are also looking at ways to generate revenue, whether that's through premium paid parking and charging for all spots within the Great Park, in addition to creating a shuttle system where perhaps we're charging a nominal fee for folks to take the shuttle in, which would encourage them to register, RSVP, and help us get a better count on how many folks are actually doing that. We've also talked about previous events where we have ticketed events within the Great Park. It has been few that we've done that, but we have done that for the 2018 Irvine Global Village Festival and our former event, Spooktacular, which we used to hold. We were talking about opportunities and how to ticket that, even though it is a challenge because the entire park is not fenced off and we do not have central access points where folks would go. We would have to fence off the entire park, which would be the entire budget. So we're looking at a lot of other options to create some revenue and definitely offset that cost.
And my other question is, I appreciate the fact that you considered doing this on July 3rd, not only to allow Pacific Symphony to have their 4th of July event as per tradition, it also offsets some of the costs to pay overtime. But and then also open up Great Park Live to be another area for us to do that. But have we considered maybe that this is say that being on the 3rd in that other cities may have residents who want to come in? I understand that the last time we had this event, many of the neighboring cities canceled their celebrations, and their residents kind of poured into Irvine. So are we kind of on this? Are we aware of any other city doing the same thing? I guess that's what I'm saying. Trying to control the crowds, because quite frankly, what happened was kind of a public safety nightmare, and we're trying to avoid all of that.
Yeah, thank you. So we've started to conduct research within our counterparts at other cities to learn when they plan to host their celebrations. There are a number of cities who host on the 3rd already. Mm-hmm. One of those is the city of Costa Mesa, where they host a very large-scale celebration at the fairgrounds on the 3rd. There are a number of other cities, but some of those aren't making them public just yet. So we're a little early in that process, learning what everybody's dates and times are. But again, there is a mix in looking at previous years, where some cities start as soon as June 27th and have started and go through the 4th. But a good portion of them are on the 4th, yes.
And one last question. Well, we just had our budget update, and there's a decline in our revenue intake with the economic trend going moving forward. And if we're going to choose to host this event annually, do we know any of the long-term fiscal impact on our budget?
We really don't have any good data sets yet, with it just being our first year behind us. Again, we were trying to look at some other events and benchmark against those, primarily Global Village, which has a rolling attendance throughout the day and not jointly at the end, where everybody's waiting for the culmination of the event. So there is some challenges in us learning and presenting that data.
Because I have to be honest that, with all the needs increasing in our city, I am a little hesitant to put in this much money on a event that is probably not going to give residents direct services. So, yeah, but thank you for thinking about all this.
Thank you, Councilmember Carroll.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank staff and Director Haley and the team for incredible work. I know firsthand we all do the amount of time and effort and energy you put into all our city events, particularly the ones in District 2 at the Great Park. It's just a phenomenal job. And like everything else we do as a city, the work that was done on a post-mortem basis to kind of review this year's, exceeded everyone's expectations 4th of July event. It was really, really, really worth it and great work done. So I want to really commend you and commend the team and commend Sean, our city manager, for all the hard work on this one. I just have a couple of thoughts. The first is I do have the same concerns as Council Members Liu and Martinez-Franco with regard to the date. I think I've expressed that to staff as well. We're going to have the 250th anniversary of the United States of America, it needs to be, in my opinion, on July 4th, 2026. That if we're going to make an investment of these types of tax dollars, we ought to have it on July 4th. As much as I love the Pacific Symphony, as many Pacific Symphony 4th of July events as I attended at Irvine Meadows from the moment I got here in 2005, I do believe that if we're going to celebrate it, we should have our Irvine residents out there on the actual July 4th date, because that is the birthday of our country. And I appreciate Councilmember Liu's point. If you don't mind me, Councilmember, I'm going to just add to that a bit. I didn't think of the staggering piece, which is we're going to have people coming to our event, it's kind of and I'd like to hear Councilmember Go if he has any thoughts on this. This is his neighborhood. He lives in the area where these people were heavily impacted. We're going to have this sort of staggering of people to say, oh, I can go to 2 events. I live at so-and-so community outside of Irvine, and I'm going to come to the big Irvine, but, because it was a blast last year, or I heard that it was just an incredible blowout. I'm going to that, and then I'll barbecue the next day at my community park in my town and my city. I think you run the risk of that. With regard to the access, just want to say, for what it's worth, it's our job to govern and your guys' job to manage. If I mention this to both of you and to the team, that I think the best way to do this is to ticket the event and have windows where the first window is for Irvine residents to express, their desire to park in one of the spots and bring one vehicle with their families. Obviously, could be multiple, but you would come, and yes, there would be some. We have parking attendants there. They can look at driver's licenses. I grew up in a community that had a township that had a beach community on the barrier beach a few miles away, and there was access control, and if you lived within one of the villages within the township, you were able to use the beach. So I'd like to see that this great park, which is an Irvine municipal park, be prioritized for Irvine residents. A single Irvine resident should not be prevented, if you will, from attending this 4th of July extravaganza because a non-Irvine person wanted to attend. I'm sorry to be so provincial that way, but, to Councilmember Martinez-Franco, we have tons of people that are going to attend this thing, and they should be Irvine people and their families. Following that window, if there's any spots left over for the parking that IPD and special events and communications and engagement think are available, we can open it up for people that want to participate beyond. Again, this is just my suggestion. I have said it privately to staff. I'm now saying it publicly. I think that's the way to go. I can get my arms around an expenditure of this gravity. Our vice mayor came forward with this thing last year. It turned out to be a smashing success, and Irvine was a victim of its own success in some ways. And I'm really just so impressed with the work, again, just to echo my colleagues on what's been done to look at this thing. So I'm really excited to see it move forward. And those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Carroll. Councilmember Mai.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I forgot to mention something earlier. And, well, first off, I love fundraising, so especially with proof of concept. We didn't have proof of concept last time, so I'm very excited that we have the data points that we can use for marketing our sponsorship packages. I just wanted to add one thing that, a positive thing that came about July 4th is a lot of residents that came up to me afterwards, and they said that this was the first July 4th that they've ever attended. It struck me because these people lived in the community for 5 to 10 years, and they've never been to a July 4th here in the United States. And one of the things that they said to me is that they are comfortable in the community of Irvine, their community. They don't want to go anywhere else. They're not comfortable anywhere else. It's very interesting that they felt that way, but it gave an opportunity for them to experience something that all Americans should experience, which is a celebration of the country. And unfortunately, they didn't feel comfortable with going anywhere, but this gave them an opportunity to celebrate that. So on behalf of the residents, thank you again.
Let me call Councilmember Go. You haven't spoken, have you? Let me call Councilmember Go first, if I might, even though you've indicated you want to be heard again, Councilmember Liu. Councilmember Go.
Thank you, Mayor. And just wanted to give a perspective from a resident that does live there. We do have a lot of events at the Great Park. For the most part, it's pretty contained, so it doesn't affect us a whole lot. But unfortunately, July 4th was one of those events where it did affect the neighborhood quite a bit. And also, the biggest complaint I had was it's my neighborhood, and it's being held in my, the party's being held in my neighborhood, and I had no way to get there. Some of the homes are pretty far away. You can't exactly walk to the park. It could span 3-4 miles away. You couldn't drive there, and then the shuttles were stuck. So that was the frustration. I'm sure there's plenty of options we have to try to solve this problem. One of them could be, I've attended many of the July 4th at the Symphony. That's a party in itself for July 4th. Perhaps we can leave the budget at the 250 and find another park and have a party there, and at the same time have a July 4th celebration at the Great Park, which is the Symphony. So I mean that might not be the best choice, but I work around the budget. If it's not desired upon to spend $600,000, I think we'll have to make it work with what we've got, and we have plenty of parks within Irvine that could be looked at as well. So I hope we can look at those options. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Go. If I might, Councilmember Liu, I'd like to offer a couple of comments. Oh, go ahead.
I just wanted to clarify that I did not say that I wanted to have it on July 4th. I mean, because what I mentioned was that I think it's good that we're considering July 3rd to offset the cost and also allow Pacific Symphony to have their event.
Good. Well, this lends your comment right now just lends itself to my own observation. It seems to me that the general sentiment, if I'm reading my colleagues correctly, is we want to go forward with an event of, for us anyway, historic proportions, major undertaking for the July 4th holiday. Two outstanding questions that have emerged are the date, the 3rd and the 4th, how that relates to Pacific Symphony, and I see that Mr. Forsyth is here tonight, so he may have a comment here. And of course the cost, and if you switch it from the 3rd to the 4th, I know we could spend the balance of the night talking about should it be the 3rd or the 4th. I don't want to do that. I do want you to kind of take a look at it. If it were switched to the 4th, my guess is this goes from $600,000 to $900,000 or $1 million. And that puts an additional burden on finding sponsorships to make all that work and so forth. I don't want to debate and discuss that tonight. I just want us to, I want you to carry away, unless other council members are just opposed to the idea of doing an event at all. I want you to carry away the thought that there seems to be a consensus that we want to do an event of major proportions. It sounded to me like there was support for the $600,000, understanding that there would be sponsorships to offset a good portion of that. I'd be looking at basically 50% of it being offset. If we just continue this matter and have you come back to us, having weighed all these considerations and so forth, and then we can schedule this for a very substantial, it might even be prolonged discussion, perhaps at our first meeting in January. Would you be comfortable with that, or is that problematic for you?
It is a little problematic as we need to be booking our vendors because there is significant competition on the 4th of July. So that is part of the third proposal because we are not in direct competition with a number of bands, entertainers, et cetera. We have done a very preliminary cost differential between the 3rd and 4th that I'm happy to share if the council would like. We are estimating with a July 3rd event, it would be $600,000 as mentioned. And by escalating it to July 4th, we are looking at around a $757,000 mark, which increases not our staffing this year because the 3rd is a holiday. So our city and PD staffing rate doesn't change. However, what does change is the labor of our rental companies, the labor of our AV companies of utilizing Great Park Live, our PCI parking company escalates. So we run into a number of premiums based on a proper July 4th date, including drone as well. So
July 4th is a federal holiday this year.
Correct. It is on a Saturday.
Or next year, rather.
It is on a Saturday. So because it falls on a Saturday, businesses and agencies observe July 3rd as the holiday as well.
Well, that works out pretty well, doesn't it? When you think about it, Councilmember Martinez's concern was that July 3rd being a Friday, it's a work day and so forth, but for most people, it will not be a work day, it'll be a holiday. It doesn't address Councilmember Carroll's expressed preference for July 4th for historic reasons and for, you weren't there at the beginning, were you, for the nostalgia event for the first July 4th celebration? Because I wasn't.
Yeah, no, I was there.
Really? When John Adams and the others?
Oh, that one?
Yeah. Okay. I don't want us to be making decisions tonight with kind of lingering questions here. What if you came back on December 9th, or December 9th meeting? Is that problematic for you too?
At the council's pleasure. We just delay a little bit of time in our forward progress, but we are happy to wait as the council sees fit.
I'd like you to be able to speak with our friends at Pacific Symphony, kind of consider all these factors and kind of come back with something that's.
I have had the opportunity to speak at length with Mr. Forsythe and Eileen about that and what he shared in his letter. So we are on the same page in what their request is and how we would navigate their performance versus ours should the performance on their end take place on the 4th and the city event take place on the 3rd. Should that be reversed, we would need to further the dialogue to understand how logistically that would take place.
Okay. So what was the product of your dialogue?
It was more of the understanding that if we were to proceed with staff recommending July 3rd, that we would participate as the city's event on the 3rd, and that would be more ideal for their process to have an event on the 4th. However, what we didn't take into consideration was this dialogue, that there might be an interest to swap the dates. So we can certainly pause the conversation and move it towards the December agenda and further those logistics. It does pose a few logistical challenges with our special events team and load in, which is why there's significant labor as we will be loading in overnight, essentially over a 24-hour period, because we won't have access to Great Park Live until the 4th.
All right. Well, I don't know where my colleagues are on this, but I'd sure feel a lot more comfortable giving you the time and space to come back to us on December 9th and see if there's some consensus approach that everybody's reasonably comfortable with. That's my preference. I won't articulate it in a motion right now, but let me turn to the city clerk and ask if there are any requests from public members to be
Point of
heard.
information, Mayor, we have 2 council members ready to speak as well. If you want to take ours first, or you want to go with the public?
Why don't we hear from the public now? First of all, how many people are there?
Thank you, Mayor. We have 7 requests to speak.
All right, I would suggest we hear from those members of the public now, take some concluding comments from council members, and give you a little direction, if not final direction, interim direction. Does that sound reasonable? Okay, let's go with the public comments, please.
Thank you, Mayor. If I could call forward Jay Bruce, John Forsythe, and Alan Meyerson. And we'll start with Jay Bruce.
Welcome again, Mr. Bruce.
Hello again, City Council. I just wanted to, I'll be quick with this. I thought, $600,000 is a lot, but I think, we're all in consensus that we should do a 4th of July, and seeing as what the problems that arise with 2025, I think if we're going to do it, we should do it right. And it seems like the city has money to spare with the budget reviews that we've seen recently. And with the paid parking idea, I really like that to cut down on the parking and sponsorships. I think it'll work out. And I think that the extra money could be used for good, more unique programming for the semi-quincentennial. Like Vice Mayor Mai mentioned, but I've been in preliminary talks with city staff about working with the high school marching bands to perform at the event. Go T-Wolves. Hopefully that can happen. So things like that. Just being more transparent, I guess, now that we have $500,000 is in order. With the cost thing aside, I just say, in my opinion, I think we should hold it on July 4th. To Mike Carroll's point, yes, it's 250th anniversary. We should have it on that day, in my opinion. City staffs, as we saw in the cost breakdown, the city staff costs don't change because both days are holidays, and vendors might be more willing to come if they see how popular it is. Plus, it could help lower the crowd, as Mike Carroll said, with people having to choose which July 4th event they go to if we hold it on July 4th. And I understand that the setup for the 4th of July event could make some unwelcome noise for the Pacific Symphony, but I think there's a way we could just plan this out so we can set up everything we can before the concert and leave just as little work as possible after the concert. Like, I don't think we have to be doing everything last minute. If we plan this smartly and do everything we can before the concert so it doesn't overlap, I think there's a way we could get that to work with the special events team. I also support using a lot of the money to support the shuttle program. If we're doing paid parking, we need to have alternatives to parking, and we need, in my opinion, dedicated bus lanes so people have a guarantee that if they do use the shuttle, then they can get in and out of the event basically instantly, no traffic at all. I think that's just a no-brainer, expanding the shuttle program, and maybe even making Irvine Connect like special route to connect with that. And just one last suggestion, maybe we could hold simultaneous events if July 4th or at the same time as the Great Park to kind of split up the attendees. I remember there was a fireworks show at Irvine High School before COVID happened, held by the Irvine Police Association, which has never been brought back. But if people are going to 2 different events in the city, that could be a good way to split up the crowd. Thank you.
Thank you.
John Forsythe.
Welcome. Nice to see everybody. Good evening. I guess the first thing I'll say is how amazing this team is and how grateful we are to the conversations and the transparent communication. So it is true that we've really been discussing it. As we looked at the scenarios, if we're on July 4th, we have to rehearse on July 2nd. We have to leave all our equipment up. We've talked through that. We think it's feasible to do that. I just would make a couple of points. One is timeliness. We want to announce our season on January 15th. So we have the book. And if we're on the 3rd, that's one scenario. If we're on the 4th, so speed of decision is important. I really would just like to emphasize the importance of a collaborative structure to this particular event, which is that it's a festival. It's, city and symphony together celebrating America 250. And that we have a recovery moment right now. We were devastated by the 4th of July. We lost about $250,000 of revenue as a result of that. Our ticket sales plummeted for the rest of the summer. So there's actually a Great Park Live recovery process. It's kind of why we're emphasizing the 4th of July, because it's been a 40-year tradition to play at Irvine Meadows, 5 Point, or now Great Park Live. So there is that tradition that we like to rebuild. This gets really complicated in 2028 when the 4th of July is on a Tuesday night, because that will be the night that everybody goes out, and then we might collide on a Tuesday night if we both want to be on that evening. So it's why cities do have July 2nd, July 3rd, July 4th. But we're a ticketed event, we're an earned revenue event, so we're vulnerable. I would say that if we work together, we should have shared sponsorship efforts for both events. That would help us. And lastly, I'll just make a point about fireworks. We haven't solved the fireworks challenge yet. We have to figure out how to shoot off fireworks from a place where the audience is looking at the stage, not back there. That's what happened last time. So the complaints we had were really tremendous when we did it together, not just about the parking and the traffic, but also just the visibility of the fireworks. So I just want to emphasize we're here to help, we're here to partner, and we'll work with your decision. But we would prefer the 4th for this particular occasion, and it will be a great America 250 celebration as we're thinking about it. So thanks for listening, and I appreciate your creativity on all of this. Thanks.
Thank you. Of course, thanks for all you're doing with the Pacific Symphony and with us.
Alan Meyerson.
Welcome. Good evening, council members. I keep going back and forth on this. First, I thought July 3rd was a good idea because even though Councilmember Carroll said it should be on the 4th, it gives the opportunity to Irvine residents to do something 2 nights also. So if they were to go on the 3rd, then they can go somewhere else on the 4th. But after hearing the Pacific Symphony saying they'd prefer the 4th, and they're a very strong partner with the city, I would tend to lean more towards the 4th for their sake. If it's better for them business-wise, then because of what happened last year, I think they should have a heavy influence on what the city decides. I did notice that in Melissa's presentation, the cost for the 3rd was $600,000, but the cost for the 4th was $757,000. So that's something to consider too. I'm not sure which way you should go on this. There's pros and cons both ways, but I think the Pacific Symphony's request holds a lot of weight for me anyway. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Don Geller. Mr. Geller, you may unmute your mic.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Don Geller here. I'm chair of the Finance Commission. And thank you, Mayor, for acknowledging all the hard work the Finance Commission does to serve the community and the City Council, including having a robust discussion on this particular item last week. The Finance Commission unanimously recommends the additional $350,000 for this one-time 4th of July celebration at the Great Park to make our country's 250th anniversary event as memorable as possible. We discussed many concerns and improvements from the 2024 inaugural event, and we're pleased with staff's recommendations for improvements, including parking revenue, sponsorships, and park access. I would be remiss, however, if I did not mention that most of the commission members had concerns about having this 4th of July event on the 3rd of July instead of on the 4th. The Commission discussed with staff on working cooperatively with our music partner, the Orange County Pacific Symphony, so both events can occur on different days, which the Commission recommends. Obviously, the Commission will leave it up to the Council to ultimately decide which days would be best. Thank you and good evening.
Our next speaker is Mona. Mona, you may unmute your mic.
Well, good evening again. 600,000, that's a huge amount of money to spend on the 4th of July, as far as I'm concerned. Walking out and watching the fireworks on the lake in Woodbridge, that was fun. That was more community. That was part of where, you neighbors, everybody around would go out and see the fireworks together. What happened this year is that there were a lot of people that came from out of Irvine. If we're spending $600,000 so we can entertain in other cities, why are our tax dollars are being used to entertain others? I know that people came from outside of Irvine to the Great Park event. And the other thing that I thought was quite interesting is that the fireworks did not happen till really late. So I don't know anybody with kids that would have enjoyed staying till 10 o'clock at night. So there is a lot to think about, and think about that money can be used in a lot of ways to help our communities here. But I think it should remain about community. Yes, it's a big deal, the 250th. But let's not go crazy spending over $500,000 to entertain other cities. Thank you.
Our next speaker is telephone number 347. 347, you may unmute your mic.
Yes, this is Steve Fox. I agree with Mona, and I agree with Mike Carroll. I mean, it should be held on the 4th of July. To hold it on any other day would be an insult. And a historic reason, that's a great reason, if for another. Also, I go to Woodbridge. They put on a fantastic fireworks show. Community-oriented, we're all out in the streets. It's really nice. So, I mean, I don't even go to the Great Park. But why should we not have it on the 4th? Why should we have it on the 3rd? To pay for other cities so that they can come? I don't think that's right. And I think you should pay for parking. I think everybody should pay to park. We always should. I mean, parking is the #1 thing. That's where we can get a lot of our revenue from. Anyway, that's all. And also, most venues have maximum capacity. So the Great Park should have, a number of the amount of people they can have at that event, and then that will control the cost that's spent. And the city can control how much they want to spend. They don't have to spend $600,000. They can spend $200,000 if they want. It's up to you guys. You can set it. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is IC. You may unmute your mic. IC, can you hear us? There is no response, Mayor, and that's the last speaker.
Thank you. Having concluded the public comment, I see some of my colleagues wish to be heard. I'd like to call on Councilmember Treseder first. She has yet to speak even once, so I'd like to call on her first, and then we'll turn to the others.
Thank you. I appreciate that courtesy. I am in favor of a July 4th celebration. I take staff's recommendation very seriously. I know that they've looked over the plans, what is useful, the timing. They've talked with the Pacific Symphony. If they say that we should have it on July 3rd, then I'm fine with that. That seems good to me. In terms of the expense, $600,000 seems a bit more than perhaps we can handle right now. But I'm willing to go as high as $500,000 with the hope that Vice Mayor Mai can secure $100,000 in revenue from advertisers and sponsors. And let's see, yeah, that's mostly what I wanted to emphasize. Oh, Given the expenses that we're looking at, I just don't see this being a feasible thing that we could have every year. So I'm happy to have it this next year and have it be really amazing and all that. But I think probably for future years, I would hesitate to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez Franco, then Councilmember Mai.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I'm going to emphasize that, we're going to spend that much money. We should do it on the 4th of July. Again, I cannot emphasize that how can I see it in the PR perspective that you can sell the sponsorship and just show how wonderful city we are. We are one of the safest cities in the entire nation. Sponsors are going to be pouring in, at least I'm hoping so. To the comments from Councilmember Go, we want to do it a little bit smaller. I'm always grateful and welcome 4th of July to come here to District 5 and maybe share a little piece of the pie to the Woodbridge Village Association so they can expand their 4th of July, maybe close some streets here by City Hall and do like a street fair and do it in a smaller scale, of course. The other cost effective that might be the drones. Personally, I wasn't a fan of the drones, so maybe we can get rid of the drones and just leave the fireworks. Cutting some cost in there. But yeah, those are my a little bit of my suggestions. I still emphasize if we're going to do it in 4th of July. If we're going to spend this much money, let's do it in 4th of July. I have fully trust in the city's capability. Again, with that little staff, you did a fantastic job in such a great crowd. I'm pretty sure, like with well-planned event and with the staff, it's going to come out great. And again, we're going to show the unity that we have here in this city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Mai.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'm going to try to bring it all back. I think that we're going off on tangents here, and we're talking about, extending, pushing this to the next meeting. We're talking about having it in different districts and everything. I think the recommended motion here, that was my point of information, is that to approve the $600,000. I don't think anybody is in dispute with that. I think that the Finance Commission unanimously voted on that. I think most of us are comfortable with that as well. And I think that we should just move forward. And the reason I say this is from a business standpoint. I know that the team here needs that time, even if it's another month. We need to secure the sponsorships now because organizations are planning on sponsoring. And the longer we wait, we have a window of opportunity. We're starting early, and we should start early. We should get the sponsorships in place, get the planning in place, say we're ready for 600, or if we decided on a 3rd or 4th later, deciding on the 4th, it's going to be at 750, but we're okay with 600 now. Let's vote on this, get the 600 through, have the departments work their magic, get the sponsors in any way possible, develop the revenue strategy, whether through parking, paid parking. That can come later, but I think time is of the essence if you're looking to secure sponsorships now, because I know corporations are planning already in a year in advance.
Thank you, Councilmember Mai. Councilmember Carroll, we're going to give you the last word, and then let's see if we can give some coherent direction to staff. All right?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I don't know if Vice Mayor, was that a motion through the chair? If it was, I'd like to support.
Why don't you just make that motion of funding at a level of $600,000, which is the staff recommendation, and then.
Okay. I would like to make a motion to approve the general fund appropriations and revenue of an additional $350,000 for a total approximation of $600,000 for the 2026 4th of July celebration event.
Is there a second?
Yeah, I mean, I would second that. I just have some clarification just with regard to, really, I guess, two factors. And, you know, we could just take that motion as it stands. Just one is obviously the date. With regard to the date, you know, I do think it should be on July 4th. And I love the Pacific Symphony dearly, and I'm sure we could figure something out here. But the interesting thing that I heard listening to John, and, you know, forgive me, John, is the idea of having the July 4th birthday of the United States, and we have this heavily funded event on the day before. I'm going to be able to, well, I don't even need to afford Pacific Symphony tickets because I and the six of us get them for free. The idea that, like, someone living in our city is not going to have a free event in the city of Irvine to attend on the actual day of July 4th just doesn't sit right with me. And the option for July 4th for an Irvine resident on July 4th is to pay something they may or may not be able to afford to attend a concert, which I love, but it just seems off. And I say that with all respect to my friends at Pacific Symphony that I've patronized for many years and to the city staff. And then the second piece is I think we're also maybe sidestepping to some of the things that the commenters said, and I really do appreciate, in particularly the commission and hearing from our commission chair there and some residents with regard to access. I'd like to hopefully maybe if the motion can include, and if we can just pass the funding tonight, that's fine too, Vice Mayor, and then deal with the rest of the stuff on December 9th. But I hope that we can get an access situation going where we can have a window of Irvine residents followed by non-Irvine residents. And then there's some kind of, again, it's not what I do for a living, Melissa, but a capacity issue. What Mr. Bruce said was fantastic. We have to have mobility and a pre-planned route to have people come in on a shuttle is genius. From some staging area and get the park as filled as you all as city officials and OCFA will allow us to fill it, with the understanding that we will only have the amount of automobiles in the park that the city can handle for circulation in and out, you know, in a reasonable period of time. So those are my thoughts. Thanks, Mayor.
All right. Let me just speak to the motion. The $600,000 isn't the $757,000 that was referred to, accompanying a change of the dates or a flipping of the dates. So I'm supportive of the motion. I would invite you to, implore you to come back first meeting in December. And if indeed, after talking it over and working it out with others, you're recommending we go to $757,000 because you're more optimistic about sponsorships or whatever, I'd like you to bring us back that information then. Is that enough? Is that enough direction for you to feel comfortable moving forward?
Yes, certainly.
I don't want to sit here tonight and try and decide July 3rd, July 4th, make decisions that are apt to be off base, whatever. Even though there have been a lot of good suggestions here that I'd like you to kind of consider. I think with that understanding, this motion is fine. So with everybody understanding, you might come back and say, no, we need $757,000 if you want to change the date. Something to that effect, okay?
Okay.
Everybody comfortable with that? All right. There is a motion before us. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
No.
Councilmember Martinez-Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treseder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
And Mayor Agron.
Yes.
Carry 6-1 with Councilmember Martinez-Franco voting no.
No, that was.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Liu. Apologies.
Liu.
Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes that item. Let's move on to item 6.2. Would the clerk please identify this item by subject?
Consideration of a request by Mayor Agron to discuss electric bicycle incidents, legislation, and related education and enforcement efforts.
Thank you. I placed this matter on the agenda. I know our offices have been receiving a steady stream of constituent concerns recounting traumatic stories of one kind or another involving the increasing use of e-bikes and particularly by younger people and the consequential incidents that have taken place, injuries, and all kinds of related problems. A number of us have done a lot of study of this, trying to understand what's going on. I've had a chance to talk with the chief of police and have asked him to come forward and with his team and try to present a picture of what's been transpiring. Obviously, we've been trying to deal with this for some time. I think we're in the midst of a full-blown crisis that is not soon to go away. I regard this discussion as just kind of an opening hearing on the matter. I expect that into the new year we'll be holding a number of hearings on this issue because it's emerging as one of our chief challenges. Indeed, it might be the chief challenge right now to our number one priority in this city, which is to keep people safe. With that, Chief, I want to turn it over to you and have you and your team make a presentation, then we can have a little bit of discussion, maybe give you a little direction as well.
Good evening, Mayor. Thank you for that, and members of City Council. My name is Michael Kent. I'm the Chief of Police and Director of Public Safety. Tonight, our team will be presenting on the challenges and public safety implications surrounding the dramatic rise of e-bikes in our community. I should note that the majority of our residents that use e-bikes are law-abiding and ride safely. However, a small portion of the population, particularly some of the youth, do ride in a reckless manner that not only puts them at risk, but also other pedestrians and motorists as well. The frequency of serious incidents involving e-bikes continue to grow in our community as the e-bike population continues to grow, which is very concerning. Now, I do want to take a moment and recognize the hard work of the men and women at the Irvine Police Department. They're on the front lines each and every single day, applying their best efforts despite the very limited legal tools. Their hard work, dedication to keep our streets safe is truly commendable. However, our local efforts, while necessary, can only go so far. The ultimate solution is a comprehensive statewide legislative effort that provides us with a clear understanding of e-bike laws, but also provides us with the legal authority to regulate and enforce e-bike violations within our community. In my opinion, this is the way that will provide a sustainable and lasting solution to this very complex matter. I'll now turn it over to our Traffic Bureau Lieutenant Shaheen Jahangard and Officer Jason Schaefer that will provide our presentation and will be available afterwards for any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Welcome, gentlemen.
Good evening. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mayor, members of City Council, city staff, and community stakeholders. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. My name is Shaheen Jahangard, and I'm a lieutenant with Irvine Police Department's Traffic Bureau. Tonight, Motor Training Officer Jason Schaefer and I will provide a comprehensive e-bike presentation covering the status of the e-bike problem, our current educational programs, enforcement efforts, and pending state legislation. With that, I'd like to turn it over to our resident expert, Jason Schaefer.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council, Chief. I've served with the Irvine Police Department since 2003 and been a member of the Traffic Bureau since 2018, where I've established myself as the department's expert on the laws and enforcement of electric bicycles and other micromobility devices. Since 2019, I have instructed the department's bicycle and pedestrian safety course, a diversion program for students cited for traffic violations, presenting more than 3,000 attendees. In 2023, I developed and launched the Irvine PD and Irvine Unified School District Electronic Device Safety Program, which educates students on micromobility safety and is required for on-campus parking permits. This program has reached over 4,000 students and parents across Irvine and Townsend schools and has been translated into Mandarin and Korean to help serve our diverse community. I also train Irvine PD officers on e-bike enforcement, advise department leadership, and assist residents weekly on micromobility related issues. I have shared Irvine PD's best practices with agencies statewide from Danville to Newport Beach and have been a featured speaker at events including the City of Irvine e-bike town hall, the League of California Cities Conference, the Cadence Class 4 Bikeway opening, and Irvine's 2025 Mobility Summit. Starting this month, I will also provide training to the California Office of Traffic Safety in collaboration with other law enforcement professionals. E-bikes are essentially bicycles with an integrated electric motor designed to assist the rider's pedaling. Because California state laws classify e-bikes as bicycles, e-bikes have fewer regulatory requirements than motor vehicles, such as not requiring a driver's license, registration, or insurance. Although there are no age restrictions for Class 1 and Class 2 e-bikes that can operate up to 20 miles an hour, the Consumer Product Safety Commission recommends that between the ages of 9 and 12, children should not operate products that travel faster than 10 miles an hour. In short, e-bikes are classified into 3 classes based on their motor assistance and maximum speed. Class 1 provides pedal assist only up to 20 miles an hour. Class 2 has a throttle and a pedal assist up to 20 miles per hour, and Class 3 provides pedal assist up to 28 miles per hour. The main legal difference between the 3 classes are that riders of Class 3 e-bikes must be at least 16 and wear a helmet regardless of age. Whether it's helping residents commute more sustainably, reducing traffic congestion, or addressing concerns around speed and shared pathways, the rise of e-bikes calls for thoughtful planning and responsible governance. Our goal is to ensure that our approach balances innovation and responsibility so that e-bikes can be a safe, accessible, and well-regulated part of our transportation ecosystem. Law enforcement agencies have all faced a significant challenge in dealing with reckless riders, creating an issue on a variety of e-vehicles that do not meet and often exceed the legally defined requirements of an e-bike. Unlawful electric motorcycles, commonly known as e-motos, have become increasingly popular and have paralleled the rise of e-bikes. 2 popular brands are Suron and Talaria. These devices have motors that are capable of achieving speeds of approximately 50 miles an hour, in addition to being well beyond the 750-watt legal capacity of an e-bike. Any reasonable person can see that these devices appear to be nearly identical to off-road motorcycles. The existence of these devices highlights a significant challenge to law enforcement in an attempt to ensure roadway safety. Beyond being categorically unlawful, the power and speed capabilities of these vehicles far exceeds what an inexperienced young rider should be able to safely operate. Surons, Talarias, and other similar small electric motorcycles cannot be lawfully registered like other motorcycles and are not permitted on public roads, regardless of whether or not the rider has a motorcycle license. However, a recently approved Assembly bill, which we will discuss later, specifically addresses registering these vehicles as off-highway electric motorcycles.
Over the last 3 years, 65 to 70% of our bicycle collisions involved a juvenile rider, with 60 to 65% of those involving an e-bike. These charts reinforce that juvenile riders are increasingly involved in e-bike collisions. More specifically, we've observed that the 13 to 16-year-old juvenile age group is involved in 53% of all bicycle collisions, with 69% of those being on an e-bike. Not only are the 13 to 16-year-old juveniles more likely to be involved in an e-bike collision, but they are also responsible for a majority of the complaints we've received regarding irresponsible e-bike usage. It's also important to note that 6 of the 7 electric motorcycle collisions that IPD responded to in the past 2 years involved juveniles between 13 to 16 years old. This chart portrays a breakdown of injury types for e-bike, bicycle, and e-motorcycle collisions thus far in 2025. Thankfully, the city of Irvine has not had a bicycle, e-bike, or electric motorcycle fatality this year. However, a neighboring city did recently experience a fatal crash involving a 16-year-old riding an electric motorcycle. The Collision Investigation Manual defines a serious injury as an injury other than fatal, which results in one or more of the following: a severe laceration resulting in exposure of underlying tissues, muscles, organs, or resulting in significant loss of blood, broken or distorted extremity, crush injuries, suspected skull, chest, or abdominal injuries other than bruises or minor lacerations, significant burns, which are 2nd and 3rd degree burns over 10% or more of the body, unconsciousness when taken from the collision scene, and paralysis. A minor injury is any injury that is evident at the scene of the collision other than fatal or a serious injury, and a complaint of pain is a patient's subjective report of a physical sensation of distress. This year, approximately 80% of electric bicycle and electric motorcycle collisions have resulted in a reportable injury. It should be noted that 75% of serious injuries occurred while riding an e-bike or e-motorcycle. Approximately 64% of electric bicycle and electric motorcycle collisions resulted in minor injuries, and 70% of all electric bicycle and electric motorcycle collisions resulted in complaint of pain. A majority of all electric motorcycle collisions occurred during daylight hours, and riders are most commonly deemed at fault in these collisions, regardless of the primary collision factor. The most common primary collision factors include unsafe speed, improper turning, failure to obey traffic signs or signals, and failure to yield the right-of-way. Unsafe speeds impact visibility, perception, and reaction time for pedestrians, bicyclists, and motorists alike. When considering ways to improve traffic safety, the city has utilized the 3E approach: engineering, education, and enforcement. In response, the city has deployed a number of new measures that have seen our community develop a reputation as a leader in the region when it comes to e-bike related regulations. Engineering tools include traffic management devices that redesign the street to control traffic volumes, decrease traffic speeds, create safer walking and bicycling conditions, and maintain or improve streetscape. As depicted in these photographs, you will find high visibility bicycle lanes citywide. Additionally, in November of '24, the city of Irvine opened its first Class 4 protected bicycle lane on Cadence between Radial and Shannon in the Great Park neighborhoods. Another location is on Phantom between Ridge Valley and Corsair, with additional locations being evaluated to strengthen the city of Irvine's bikeway network. It's also important to note that municipal code recommendations made to the Transportation Commission and City Council in 2023 were adopted. Changes added contraflow regulations on narrow sidewalks and banned e-bikes on open space trails. In collaboration with the traffic engineering team, we will continue to monitor and evaluate e-bike operations to ensure safety, accessibility, and efficiency across the transportation network. Through ongoing assessment, data-driven adjustments, and community feedback, we aim to develop balanced solutions that address emerging challenges while supporting sustainable and equitable mobility options for all users.
Public safety routinely hosts bicycle safety courses and voluntary bicycle rodeos, including our STARS program, which stands for Safety Training and Riding Skills, at Irvine City Hall and various Irvine Unified School District campuses. These classes typically cover a wide range of topics designed to help riders operate bicycles and e-bikes safely, legally, and responsibly. Since 2017, IPD personnel have taught over 75 bicycle classes to over 7,000 students. Our classes cover the following key topics. For e-bike basics, we cover understanding e-bike classes, their speeds and power limits, key components of an e-bike to include the motor, battery, throttle, pedal assist, and brakes, and understanding the difference between legal and unlawful two-wheeled electrical devices. For e-bike laws and regulations, we cover local and state laws, such as where you can ride, helmet requirements, and age limits, differences between bike lanes, multi-use paths and roadways, and proper signaling and right-of-way rules. For rider safety and equipment, we cover helmet fit and protective gear, for example, reflective clothing and lights, and we speak about visibility and defensive riding strategies. For safe riding techniques, we cover starting, stopping, and maneuvering safely, managing higher speeds and acceleration unique to e-bikes, sharing the road with cars, pedestrians, and other cyclists, and navigating intersections and making safe turns. For situational awareness, we cover scanning for hazards such as cars pulling out and potholes, riding in different conditions such as night, rain, and traffic, and understanding and anticipating driver behavior. For etiquette and community awareness, we cover riding courteously on shared use paths, communicating with pedestrians and other riders, and speed management in mixed use areas. In 2023, Public Safety, in collaboration with the Irvine Unified School District, implemented a parking permit program at all of our high schools and middle schools for various forms of electronic transportation. Students must attend a bicycle safety course where they are educated on the rules of the road, the 3 classes of e-bikes and other micromobility devices, safe riding etiquette, and the required safety equipment. Doing so provides them a permit to park one of their electric forms of transportation on school campuses. In August 2025, IPD offered its first Irvine Rider Education Program e-bike safe riding class held at Rancho San Joaquin Middle School at the request of Councilmember Betty Martinez-Franco. This event included a safety presentation and a cone riding pattern based on real-life riding scenarios. Our officers oftentimes issue our youth administrative citations in lieu of a citation resulting in a monetary fine. This program provides an alternative to traditional enforcement with an emphasis on education over punitive measures. Students receiving administrative citations are required to attend a free traffic safety class held here in this room at City Hall on Saturday mornings with their parents or guardian in attendance. Students who fail to attend the course will have their citations forwarded to the court for processing. Our most recent class was held on October 25th of this year. We treat administrative citations similar to traffic court in the same sense that we typically allow students to attend one time within a 12-month period before forwarding them to the courts. We typically do not have many repeat offenders.
While education remains a cornerstone of our efforts to promote responsible e-bike usage, enforcement is one of the 3 E's that provides real-time consequences to offenders. The Irvine Police Department takes the e-bike issue very seriously and recognizes the significant impact it has on our community's peace and safety. We have implemented proactive and creative strategies to combat this problem, particularly focusing on illegal e-vehicles. We conduct regular training sessions and briefings for patrol, youth services, and traffic officers to emphasize the importance of identifying and enforcing e-vehicle violations. This ensures consistent awareness and priority enforcement. As laws and trends change in regards to electric micromobility devices, IPD strives to have the most updated training for our officers on this ever-evolving issue. We utilize drone and body-worn camera technology, unmanned aerial surveillance or drones, intersection traffic cameras, and other technological tools to help capture offenders and aid with investigative efforts in identifying those who flee. We actively pursue and utilize grant funding from the Office of Traffic Safety to deploy additional officers specifically for enforcement of bicycle, electric bicycle, and electric motorcycle violations. We also work in partnership with security companies responsible for open shopping centers to set up educational booths to provide education to the community. We actively engage with IUSD to provide training, education, and enforcement near campuses during times of high-volume student traffic. We collaborate with school resource officers to help identify offenders and speak with students' parents about their child's reckless riding behaviors. Similarly to how we share crime trends in daily briefing settings, information is shared department-wide with regards to locations where juvenile e-bikers are creating calls for service due to their irresponsible riding activities. Our officers will conduct patrol checks in these areas as part of their daily activity and provide education or enforcement as appropriate. We conduct high visibility enforcement operations with the specific purpose of enforcing e-bike, bicycle, and electric motorcycle violations. Not only are these conducted before and after school hours, but also during the lunch break, night, and weekend hours when juveniles are inundating shopping centers and parks with their irresponsible and selfish behavior. These efforts are conducted in collaboration with our youth services, directed enforcement, and drone teams. Since 2024, e-bike and e-scooter administrative citations now make up over 77% of all of our administrative citations. Additionally, 73% of cited bicyclists this year have been between the ages of 13 to 16 years old. And astoundingly, over 80% of all of our citations were for minors not wearing a helmet. Nationwide research shows cyclists who wear helmets reduce their risk of head and brain trauma by up to 88%. According to hospital statistics, 45% of injured e-bike riders were not wearing helmets when they crashed. We utilize social media to educate the public about the dangers and nuisances of electric mobility devices and the enforcement actions that we are taking.
The Irvine Police Department's public safety social media team works very closely with our traffic unit, routinely highlighting our efforts of making our roadways safer through education, enforcement, and our great working relationship with traffic engineering. IPD's Public Information Office is highly connected to the various popular social media platforms such as Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Nextdoor. They routinely post educational reminders on the rules of the road, the citation results after a directed enforcement operation, reminders on upcoming bicycle safety courses at City Hall, and many more topics. Parents, be aware that while something may look like an e-bike, there are many electric vehicles that do not meet the requirements to be classified as an e-bike. They may not be street legal and can be dangerous for children. Additionally, some may require a driver's license to operate. It is also important for you to know that your child's riding ability and ensure that they know the rules of the road and have taken a bicycle safety skills and safety training course. Parents, you are legally and financially responsible for the actions of your children. This includes when they operate e-bikes. Jumping an e-bike, multiple passengers on an e-bike, high speeds, in and out of traffic, erratic movements, and passing at high speeds are behaviors that increase the risk of injury and could result in potential civil liability. E-bike top speeds can be too much for children and should be taken into consideration. Electric micromobility devices such as e-bikes pose a significant risk to riders, vehicles in the roadway, and pedestrians, as will be observed in this video. Reckless e-bike riding jeopardizes public safety by putting not only the rider at risk, but also pedestrians, drivers, and others who share the road or pathways. Excessive speed, disregard for traffic laws, and distracted riding can lead to serious accidents and injuries. This e-bike collision, the collisions depicted in this video may be sensitive to some viewers. The involved did not have life-threatening injuries, but viewer discretion is advised.
The department is talking to Trent. Okay.
We truly believe that education and safety starts in the home with intentional parenting. E-bike safety starts with messaging to parents because they play a vital role in shaping their children's understanding of responsibility, awareness, and safe riding habits. Parents are often the first to set rules about when and where an e-bike can be used, ensure their child wears a helmet, and reinforce the importance of following traffic laws. By engaging parents early with clear, consistent messaging about the risks, speed, and proper handling of e-bikes, we strive to foster a culture of safety. When parents are informed and empowered, they can model good behavior, have meaningful conversations about safe riding, and make smarter decisions about whether their child is ready for an e-bike in the first place. My message to the parents is this: parents, be aware. It's time to change your mindset. Stop thinking of e-bikes as regular bicycles, because they're not. You need to treat them more like motorcycles when it comes to safety. Start by knowing the laws, as it is illegal for under 16 years old to ride a Class 3 e-bike in California, and state law to wear a helmet if you're under 18 years of age. In fact, not only should you enforce the helmet rule, but lead by example. Set clear boundaries and protect our communities from serious injury or worse. I implore you to be intentional about this topic and talk often with them about their riding activities and behaviors. This shouldn't be a one-time talk. We don't want to experience what our neighboring city had to go through when they had an electric motorcycle fatality. In the following video, you'll see Irvine kids riding recklessly through Irvine streets. They're popping wheelies, running stop signs, and evading law enforcement. It's crucial to understand that riders carry the same responsibilities as any other road user. Safe riding practices, such as slowing down in crowded areas, obeying signals, and staying alert, will help protect everyone. Several Assembly and Senate bills over the years have guided regulation and enforcement efforts. However, it's not enough. Let us give you a quick summary of each of these. AB 1096. Before 2016, e-bikes were regulated like mopeds and only had access to public streets and roads. With the passage of this Assembly bill, California established a three-class system to categorize e-bikes based on their motor capabilities and operational features. Provided an electric bicycle had a motor of less than 750 watts, it was no longer considered a motor vehicle under California law and was instead regulated as a bicycle, assuming it fit one of the three e-bike classifications previously described. In 2022, the California Vehicle Code was updated to codify that e-bikes were subject to the same regulations as traditional bicycles, with specific provisions for Class 3 e-bikes. AB 1909. This bill is known as the Omni Bike Bill and made 4 crucial changes to the California Vehicle Code. At the time, they represented a significant step forward in recognizing the rights of bicyclists to safely access public bikeways and streets. The following provisions of AB 1909 became effective January 1st of 2023. Prohibition of local ordinances requiring bicycle licenses. This is why we cannot enforce a bicycle licensing program in Irvine. Removal of statewide ban on Class 3 e-bikes from certain facilities, although local governments can still ban them from equestrian and hiking trails. This is when we enacted the Irvine Municipal Code mandating cyclists travel with the flow of traffic on streets and sidewalks, required all bicycle and e-bike riders to yield to pedestrians and vehicles when entering a roadway, banned e-bikes in the Irvine Open Space Preserve, and prohibited modifying an e-bike speed capability. It also added a requirement for drivers to change lanes when passing a cyclist if safe to do so. And in January of 2024, another provision went into effect, which allowed cyclists to cross an intersection using a pedestrian walk signal rather than having to wait for a green light. AB 1946. In August 2022, Assembly Bill 1946 was signed into law. This bill required the California Highway Patrol to develop statewide safety and training programs based on evidence-based practices for users of e-bikes, including but not limited to general e-bike riding safety, rules of the road, emergency maneuvers, and e-bike specific laws. The goal of the online electric bicycle safety course was to help protect commuters and recreational riders. California Highway Patrol partnered with many organizations and individuals to create the free online training program, which was available to the public by September 1st of 2023. SB 381. This bill was approved in October of 2023 and required the Mineta Transportation Institute at San Jose State University, in consultation with relevant stakeholders, to conduct a study on electric bicycles and the safety of riders and pedestrians. The bill requires the study to examine, identify, and analyze available information regarding, among other things, data on injuries, crashes, emergency room visits, and deaths related to bicycles and electric bicycles, and best practices for policy to promote safe use of electric bicycles. A report is to be submitted to the legislator by January 1st of 2026. This research is anticipated to help the California legislator and local governments identify laws and policies that effectively balance safety for all road users.
Assembly Bill 1774 was approved in July of 2024 and took effect January 1st, 2025. This bill prohibits modifications to an e-bike speed capacity to the extent that it would no longer meet the definition of an electric bicycle. Senate Bill 1271 was passed in September of 2024. The purpose of the bill was to prioritize safety by establishing clear standards for battery safety, charging systems, and device operations. The provisions aim to protect consumers by ensuring that e-bikes and related devices met safety standards and were properly labeled. The bill specified that e-bikes cannot be modified to exceed 20 or 28 miles per hour or have more than 750 watts of power. It requires manufacturers to apply a label with the e-bike's classification, top speed, and motor wattage. The bill clarified that an e-bike was a bicycle equipped with fully operable pedals and an electric motor that does not exceed 750 watts of power, as opposed to having less than 750 watts. This bill bans the sale or advertisement of non-compliant vehicles as e-bikes. The bill requires batteries for these devices to meet specific safety standards and be tested by accredited laboratories. This bill mandates safety standards and certification for battery charging systems, and the bill requires manufacturers to provide test reports upon request. Lastly, it empowers the state fire marshal to adopt fire regulations for fire and electrical safety. The bill primarily focuses on new electric bicycles, powered mobility devices, and their associated batteries. Provisions will become effective January 1st of 2026. Assembly Bill 544 will be effective on January 1st of 2026. What this law does is that it extends the requirement for bicycle and e-bike lighting equipment at nighttime to extend at all hours of the day for electric bicycles, meaning electric bicycles will have to have a visible white light to the front, a red light to the rear, and then reflectors on the sides and around the pedal area of the bicycles. Assembly Bill 545 was signed into law alongside Assembly Bill 544. This bill bans the sale of applications, devices, or products that modify an e-bike speed to exceed legal limits. This law aims to enhance safety by preventing illegal speed modifications and ensuring e-bikes remain within their designated classes.
AB 1778 was signed into law in September of 2024. It established the Marin Electric Bicycle Safety Pilot Program in Marin County or its cities and unincorporated areas. Under the pilot program, a local authority may adopt an ordinance that prohibits individuals under 16 years of age from operating a Class II e-bike and require a helmet for anyone operating a Class II e-bike. The ordinance must provide an initial period for 60 days where only warning notices are issued. After that period, violations become infractions, with either a fine or completion of an e-bike safety training course rather than a criminal offense. The pilot program authorizes these restrictions until January 1st of 2029. In March of 2025, a presentation to Marin County Board of Supervisors was completed, with the Spring 2025 educational campaign launched. The updated ordinances went into effect July 1st of 2025. It's still in its infancy stages and data is being gathered and yet to be shared. The results, crash data, enforcement outcomes, and public feedback must be reported to the legislator by 2028. Marin County was selected because it had been one of the state's focal points for e-bike safety concerns, particularly involving youth riders. The assembly member who authored the bill represents Marin County and introduced the measure in direct response to a series of e-bike collisions and community outcry in that region. Unfortunately, the limitation is that this applies only in Marin County as a pilot program. When the bill was introduced, the city of Irvine was supportive of it and requested to be part of the pilot program, but were not given the opportunity to do so. The legislature deliberately limited AB 1778 to Marin County to test the effectiveness of local ordinances before considering expansion to other areas. Depending on the statistical tracking and results of this program, we may or may not be able to adopt similar rules in the future. AB 2234 was signed into law in September of 2024 and took effect January of 25. It created a pilot program for counties in San Diego and/or local entities within the county to adopt an ordinance or resolution that prohibits under age 12 from operating a Class 1 or 2 electric bicycle. It allows a local authority in San Diego County to adopt rules for e-bike riders, such as age restrictions and training or certification requirements. It holds parents or legal guardians jointly and severally liable with minors. This bill was introduced because e-bikes pose higher risk for young riders who may lack experience navigating traffic, intersections, and mixed-use facilities. The pilot program is in effect through January 1st of 2029. When the bill was introduced, the city of Irvine was supportive and requested to be a part of this pilot program, but were not given the opportunity to do so. Unfortunately, the limitation is that this only applies in San Diego County as a pilot program. AB 875. This was introduced in February of 2025 and signed into law on October 1st of 2025. It adds a tow and impound section to the California Vehicle Code specific to tow and impound authorization. Specifically, this bill authorizes a peace officer to remove e-bikes that do not fit the definition of an e-bike. Class 3 e-bikes that are operated by a person under the age of 16 is prohibited by law. It requires an agency to release a seized e-bike or e-device after a minimum of 48 hours. It authorizes city or county to adopt regulations, ordinances, or resolutions imposing charges equal to administrative costs relating to the removal or seizure of e-bikes, and authorizes an agency to require, as a condition of release, proof that the violator has completed an electric bicycle safety and training program or a related local bicycle safety course. This bill is helpful as the intent is to address illegal or out of class and Class 3 e-bikes operated by those who are under 16 that pose safety or regulatory issues by giving law enforcement explicit authority to remove such vehicles from public highways.
On October 10th, 2025, Senate Bill 586 was approved and filed with the Secretary of State. This bill establishes the first legal framework in the state for registering electric motorcycles, or e-motos, as off-highway vehicles. This will require all e-motor riders to register their vehicles as OHVs and only access the OHV permitted trails. This law will take effect on January 1st of 2026. This bill addresses a gap. Two-wheeled off-road electric motorcycles, which don't fit neatly into traditional categories like e-bikes, lacked a clear legal framework in California. By bringing these e-motos into the OHV regulation framework, users get clearer guidelines regarding registration and identification, where they can legally ride, and the safety helmet registration rules that apply. For manufacturers, dealers, and riders, this provides regulatory certainty for growing recreational and off-road vehicle category. Because it becomes part of the OHV definition, riders will need to follow additional rules such as registration and permit requirements through the DMV. Assembly Bill 965 was introduced in February 25 and signed into law in July of 25. This bill adds a section to the Vehicle Code, making it an infraction for the sale of Class 3 e-bikes to a person under 16 years of age. The law builds on existing provisions under existing law that a person under 16 is already prohibited from operating a Class 3 e-bike. The bill is more focused on retailers who should not sell someone under the age of 16 or a parent who intends to purchase an e-bike for their child who is under 16 years of age. Although e-bikes are not required to be registered, the Irvine Police Department is dedicated to the prevention of bicycle theft. Registering your bikes is the first step in prevention. You can register your bicycle or e-bike by serial number and contact information. These registries help return lost or stolen bikes of all types to their owners. Registering is free and only takes a couple of minutes to complete. As previously mentioned, the provisions of Assembly Bill 1909 prohibit local ordinances from requiring bicycle licenses, which is why we cannot enforce a bicycle licensing program in Irvine.
One of the most common questions we routinely receive is about e-bikes on sidewalks. Although many beach cities do not allow e-bikes on their sidewalks or boardwalks, both conventional and electric bicycles are allowed on our sidewalks. They're able to restrict e-bike access in certain areas where their pathways are narrow and there's a high volume of foot traffic. It's important to note that Irvine Municipal Code 4-7-210 requires riders to yield the right-of-way to any pedestrian and operate at a speed that is reasonable or prudent under the conditions then existing or at a speed which endangers the safety of persons or property. Our IMC states, in no case shall the fine or violation of this division exceed an amount established by resolution of the City Council, which may be amended from time to time. This is something we can make changes or adjustments to based on Council's recommendations. Many people have asked for the City of Irvine to implement age restrictions for e-bike use. The reason we generally cannot enact an age restriction for e-bike use comes down to state preemption, which in short means the higher law wins when laws conflict. California state law defines e-bike classes, including maximum speed, motor limits, and who can operate them. It also sets age restrictions for certain classes, such as Class 3 e-bikes, where operators must be 16 years or older for the same class. Age restrictions for operating e-bikes are considered a matter of traffic safety and vehicle regulation, which California has regulated. So the bottom line is that Irvine cannot enact its own age restrictions for e-bike use because the California Vehicle Code sets the minimum age statewide. Only the state legislator can change the age requirement. However, Irvine can implement electric micromobility device municipal codes as long as they don't contradict state law. Public Safety has been working with the City Attorney's Office to update the Irvine Municipal Code as it relates to electric micromobility devices. Some of the updates include adding storage and impound components, lowering speed limits on sidewalks and in school zones when children are present, defining unlawful operations such as wheelies and reckless riding operations, parent or guardian accountability, and the ability to enforce reckless riding behaviors on private property where traffic is permitted. In summary, the city continues to see an increase in unsafe riding behavior amongst the juvenile demographic, which has raised concerns about public safety and the preservation of public and private spaces for their intended use. The proposed amendments will aim to address these issues by providing standardized definitions of electric mobility devices, regulations on unsafe riding behavior, and emphasizing safe use of these devices in both public and private areas, while also protecting citizens' rights to use electric micromobility devices for transportation or recreational purposes. The amendments are a fundamental component of Irvine's comprehensive strategy designed to address the growing challenges related to electric mobility device use in the city. In the coming weeks, our plan is to go to the Transportation Commission and again in front of City Council with these recommendations and any other recommendations brought forth by the Council tonight. E-bikes and other electric mobility devices continue to increase in popularity. Educating our community and enforcing the laws related to these devices will remain a top priority for our department. While our efforts are having an effect, we have a lot of hard work to accomplish in order to ensure that all drivers, pedestrians, and bicyclists enjoy a safe and enjoyable experience on our roadways, sidewalks, and bicycle paths. This concludes our presentation. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much for your comprehensive review of where we've been, where we are, and where we might be going. I'll tell you what I'd like to do. First, I'd like to find out if there are any public commenters who have signed up to be heard?
Thank you, Mayor. We have 7 requests to speak.
All right. I think what I'd like to do is turn to those first, and then back to the council to perhaps pose some questions and make some comments. Again, I regard this as just an opening public hearing on what is a continuing and certain to remain a continuing public safety challenge of enormous dimensions and even growing dimensions. So with that, why don't we have the city clerk call these individuals. Each will be allotted 3 minutes. And if you would shut it off after 1 minute after you've begun to call the first, okay?
Thank you, Mayor. If I could call forward Susan Sayer, Sigrid B., Phyllis Agren, Ellen Meyerson, and Jay Bruce. And we'll start with Ms. Sayer.
Well, hello again. I'm Susan Sayer, and I lived in Irvine since 1981. I live on Harvard Boulevard. Harvard Boulevard, or Harvard Avenue, I mean. It accesses University High, and it accesses UCI. We have all kinds of students riding electric bicycles, electric scooters, and even homemade, I think, electric skateboards. And many of them ignore street lights, ignore stop signs, ignore people on the sidewalks and whatever. And they even are riding through Orange County, Orange County's Mason Park on their pathways where they're banned. But there's no one stopping them. And I think these electric bicycles and scooters and skateboards are an ever-growing risk to community members on the streets and sidewalks, pathways and parks. They're motor vehicles, and they need to be treated as such. School education classes and police patrols are helpful, but not enough. There needs to be substantial regulation and consequences. For example, require formal registration of motorized bikes and scooters, require impounding all electric bikes and scooters after every violation, and require substantial impound fees, and completion of classes before the vehicles can be removed from the impound lots. When violators are minors, a parent or guardian must also attend the class. They should require vehicle insurance coverage for the electric bikes and scooters so that the cost of victim injuries and property damage can be recovered. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sayer.
Phyllis Agren.
Welcome.
Dr. Phyllis Agren, pediatrician. Dr. Burris got called to the emergency room at UCI, but you'll hear from her in a little bit. Anyway, I'm here today as a pediatrician. I thank you for all that you're doing. And this has become a pediatric issue, and it needs a pediatric approach. We're seeing our pediatric trauma surgeons, our orthopedists are seeing head injuries, brain bleeds, concussions, fractures, facial and neck injuries. You heard about the death in Newport Beach. And moreover, most of these kids don't know the rules of the road, or if they do know them, they're not following them. They can't handle these heavier vehicles. They're difficult to control compared to traditional bikes, and they the kids lack situational awareness. Others are doing what teens do. Why are we surprised that they engage in risky behaviors and we've given them this hazardous equipment? This isn't about convenience, independence, and providing kids with a new toy. It's about the safety and well-being of our community's youth and all users of our roads. Parents are minimizing the risks, many of them are. Parents need to be aware of current state laws requiring all kids under 18 to wear a bicycle helmet fastened on their heads, not on their handlebars. And they need to understand the significant legal ramifications if their kid injures another person or property. And then one thing that I didn't realize until Jason Schaefer pointed it out, how many of you are aware that in California, e-scooter operators must have a state-issued driver's license? And that's because e-scooters are regulated as motor vehicles, yet e-bikes are not. And that's the hypocrisy, and it makes no sense. So now the time's for local action. We've been preempted, as you've heard, but we must figure out how to implement stricter local regulations, public awareness campaigns, and I would acknowledge Chief Kent and his staff. You've presented the data, you presented the injuries, you understand it's a pediatric issue, and we have to hold our state legislators accountable and work with them on crafting legislation to at least permit our city to regulate e-bikes by regulating an operator's license regardless of age. And meanwhile, we must make sure that current state laws, such as the helmet use law, is enforced, as well as the e-scooter law. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alan Meyerson.
Welcome.
Good evening again, council members. Alan Meyerson. Well, that was a heck of a report. I had no idea the state has done so much damage. Obviously, the e-bike lobby is very powerful in Sacramento because it seemed like a lot of those laws passed were to make it easier for e-bikes to be on the street and be used the way they are. While at the same time tying the hands of cities to make laws and regulations that will try to fix those problems. It's a real cluster, and it's just infuriating actually, when the Chula Vista and the Marin County, when those regulations were put in place, but the city of Irvine wasn't allowed to do the same thing, which is ridiculous. My personal experience with these e-bikes is pretty infuriating. Kids going by us 20, 25 miles an hour, and when I say slow down, they turn around and give me the finger, or F you. Their parents must be very proud of them to raise kids with such a lack of respect and a lack of understanding of what they're actually doing. So I don't know how this is going to get fixed. I really don't have a lot of confidence that it will get fixed. I think it's way too out of control. I think these kids that have no respect for the laws or the rules of the road, that's not going to change. I think they should all be required to have insurance. I drive a car. I'm required to have insurance by law. They're on a motorcycle. They're on an e-motorcycle. They should be required to have insurance by law also. But again, the e-lobby is strong. They're the ones that are causing the problems. The politicians in Sacramento that are being bought by the e-lobby, they're the problems, and those are the ones that have to go. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Jay Bruce.
Welcome, Mr. Bruce.
Hello, City Council members. I wasn't originally planning to talk on this. I appreciate the work that IPD is doing, especially Officer Schaefer with his educational programs, very relevant to my age demographic. But the reason I'm giving a comment is on behalf of Dr. Sigrid Burris, a surgeon at UCI Health, who has been very involved in e-bikes, but couldn't make it to this item because she was called over for an emergency surgery. So I'm here to read her comment on her behalf. Here goes. Electrical bicycle use continues to increase, and we are seeing a drastic rise in e-bike injuries. We have seen a 1,000-fold increase in e-bike injuries throughout California over the past 5 years. These injuries more closely resembling those of motorcycles as opposed to conventional bicycles. This also means e-bike injured patients have increased hospital admissions, higher acuity, requiring intensive care unit admission. Unfortunately, we are also seeing low helmet usage with only about half of patients wearing a helmet. This low helmet usage is also seen in the pediatric trauma population. This does not account for the inappropriate wearing of helmets or whether a DOT-approved helmet is used. The Consumer Product Safety Commission recommends bicyclists riding at speeds over 20 miles per hour use a DOT helmet. Research in progress at the University of California, Irvine demonstrates that electric bicycle riders coming to the hospital after a crash report a 30% use of headphones during riding and almost 10% use of cell phones while riding. These are self-reported and likely underestimate the frequency. Analysis of the Switters database also demonstrates that unsafe speeds, improper turning, riding on the wrong side of the street, and auto right-of-way account for a substantial percentage of e-bike collisions. There's also a lack of knowledge on what an electric bicycle is. About 20% of injured patients were riding what they considered to be an e-bike, but based on the reported speed, these were actually modified e-bikes or motorized bicycles or mopeds. In response, the American College of Surgeons has provided a statement on e-bike safety outlining the need for targeted safety outreach programs, universal helmet use including for adults, and defining maximum speeds allowed for electric bicycles. The current legislation just passed in California, specifically AB 1774, AB 544, AB 545, and AB 965 will assist in this effort. Additional efforts based on existing data should focus on requiring education and licensure and mandating helmets as we see with electric scooters. Speed limits in specific areas and ongoing enforcement of existing laws will also assist in reducing crashes and injuries. That's her statement. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Harvey Liss. Harvey, you may unmute your mic.
Hi, I'm Harvey Liss, resident of Irvine since 1976. Wearing unbuckled helmets seems to be a cool thing to do, although it renders wearing a helmet useless. Just the helmet flies off when the rider goes down. I didn't see any mention of buckling the helmet in the presentation. Are there any statistics or injuries to e-bikers who crashed while wearing an unbuckled helmet? And can the IPD enforce buckling when the law requires a helmet? Also, are there any statistics on walkers being hit by an e-bike? The ones I saw seem to indicate injuries to the e-bike riders and passengers themselves. Also, are passengers on an e-bike legal on any class of e-bike? Another thing, I frequently see kids doing wheelies on light traffic Yale Loop when we walk nightly, as shown in the video. I recently saw a kid doing a continuous wheelie going pretty far at high speed on Barranca Parkway, surrounded by vehicles as if it was just another car. That was scary to watch. Is that legal anywhere? And my last question is the slideshow available to viewing other than finding it and watching it on the council meeting video recording? I didn't see it as an attachment to the agenda item, the staff report. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mona. Mona, you may unmute your mic.
Good evening again. E-bikes. I know there's the education. I mean, I've been listening to all of this. I know that IPD has had the education aspect of things for kids in IUSD to be able to use their e-bike. The questions that I would have are, first of all, I think the presentation should be done with the parents present. I think the parents should be putting the same amount of time as learning as their kids. I think the more they are forced, if you're going to take your e-bike to school, and if you're driving to school, you register your car. The e-bikes should be actually identified. What e-bike do you have registered to your name? And that's the one that you're going to bring to school. So it goes back to the education part of what IPD is doing, which is a great idea. But I think the parents need to put in the time to learn everything. As Harvey said, this is right now on city council. Not all parents are watching. Not everybody's involved in city council events or whatever, whenever city council is going on. Not everybody's watching. I think, having it on Nextdoor, Facebook, Instagram, it's not enough. It has to pop up to someone for them to see it. So I think the parents should be putting in the time. And yes, helmet usage. How many kids are either with the helmet as a decoration on the handlebar, as Phyllis said, or it's undone, or there's a lot of times that you see the kids, the guy who, the kid that's driving the bike has a helmet and then has a passenger with no helmet. Illegal again. So I think there has to be a way to enforce more everything that Susan said, Alan said, everybody said, is a problem. Then you see them at night, they're wearing dark clothing, and most of these bikes don't even have lights. They don't indicate if they're coming by you. If you're on a sidewalk, they're going by you, whizzing by without any sound. We do have to do something. I mean, IPD, I think you should be doing a little bit more monitoring of all that's happening. Those kids have given, I've almost had a couple of run-ins with some of these kids because they don't look. And I'm the one who has a heart attack over it, and they're laughing. But I think parents, and I've seen a parent who...
Thank you. Your time is up. Our next speaker is Eric Nishanian. Mr. Nishanian, you may unmute your mic.
Thank you very much. Good evening, council members, Mayor Agrin. I've spoken on this issue before, indicating that it was a problem at least 2 years ago. It's a health, safety, and welfare issue. If I drive with a child unbuckled and I get into an accident and something happens to that child, Child Protective Services get involved for child endangerment or child neglect. And the same thing should be happening if any of these children under the age of 18 get into an accident and they get injured, either because they're not following their own safety rules like wearing a helmet or because they were at fault. That's number one. You can't really enforce these things. How are you going to enforce a right-of-way on a sidewalk? You know how I'm going to enforce a right-of-way on a sidewalk? If the kid doesn't stop, I'm going to kick them off the freaking bike. Then what's going to happen? Oh, what did he do to my kid? Really, these things need to be banned until they get figured out. But again, apparently we can't do that now. When we should have done that, we should have done that. And because this is really causing a problem. I saw a Ring video of a kid ride up and steal a candy on his bike, and when he got confronted, he told the homeowners or the residents to go F themselves. So you have that kind of lawlessness. You've got the not following the rules of the road, and it's endangering everybody, especially the kids. What about the kids? Well, you need to get everybody involved. And if they're getting into accidents and they're causing accidents and they're endangering people on the road, maybe Child Protective Services need to get involved. And then the parents will wise up and, everybody will take ownership of this. Certainly, the parents of these children need to take ownership and they need to be put to task. Thank you.
And that is all, Mayor.
Thank you. Let me see if I can frame a few of the issues that have been identified. First of all, Chief, I took note of your statement at the outset that obviously most of the people in Irvine are law-abiding or try to be as law-abiding as they can, and that includes teaching their youngsters to be law-abiding as well. But with the proliferation of these electric vehicles, the sheer numbers are overwhelming. Let's say there are 10,000 of them in the city. If just 1% are not law-abiding and don't care and are real act with impunity and in disregard of the law on a consistent basis, that's 100. And if it's maybe 5% who have that attitude or whatever, we're talking about 500. That's a lot in our city, and I think that's what we're beginning to see and experience. I appreciated the comprehensive nature of the presentation. Look, we are doing what we can on engineering, but that's a long-term, expensive process where we try to engineer our roads, provide protective lanes and all the rest. It's not something we can address on a crisis basis like right now or over the course of the next year or two with remarkable success. The education, we are aware of the education that has been ongoing, the cooperation with the school district. In fact, my wife, Dr. Agron, who testified, I think she attended your October 25th meeting. She was very, very impressed with the education as well as enforcement that was going on. These were folks who were, I think all of them, required to show up on a Saturday morning, which itself may prove to be a deterrent for those people. And I understand, Officer Schaefer, that you were appropriately focused and stern when you saw people nodding off or somehow seemingly ignoring what you were saying. You called the attention of the entire audience to their disregard for what you were saying, and I think that's appropriate. We're learning to be better and better at educating. As for those who either are not susceptible to education or disregard it or haven't received it as it's been offered, we have to turn to enforcement. And enforcement involves even more resources than what we're expending now. By the way, let me just ask you, when it comes to officers deployed to this, how many full-time equivalents are we deploying to our educational and enforcement efforts? Any ideas? Is it 3 officers, 4 officers, 6 officers on a full-time basis?
Our traffic division has 14 motor officers and 3 area traffic officers, and this is part of their daily activity, and that's a supplement to our patrol officers, which we have 3 shifts every day. Everyone's made aware of the problem. Education is being provided to them as well as training on how to enforce it.
Right.
Obviously, the juvenile offenders are typically 3 to 8 p.m. Monday through Sunday, 7 days a week. That's where we're seeing the highest time frame for calls for service related to them, so that's where we're focusing our efforts.
Right. So it's costing us, the people of Irvine, a lot in terms of deploying the resources, the human resources, to deal with all this as well. Let me tell you where I'm headed on all this. With our city attorney here and with the chief of police, what I'd like to see when it comes to matters of enforcement, I'd like to have a clear understanding of what the maximum enforcement we can undertake now, given the tools that are available to us. We're not one of the pilot counties and a pilot city within that county. What can we do right now under our own local law that hasn't been preempted or otherwise constrained by state law? Can we, for example, set speed limits, our own speed limits? You know, I'm always impressed by that sign that you see. It's, I guess, required under state law. When children are present, this is outside of a school. When children are present in the area, the speed limit is 25 miles per hour, even though it might otherwise be a 50 mile per hour or 40 mile per hour road or whatever. Can we adopt speed limits that say when a pedestrian is present or when pedestrians are present, the speed limit is 10 miles per hour?
Yes, I believe we can, and that's something that we've already included in our updated municipal code.
So you can set a speed limit on a sidewalk of 10 miles per hour. You can post a sign that says bicycles and motorized vehicles, maximum speed limit 10 miles per hour when pedestrians are present.
We can, however, it's going to include all bicycles, both electric and conventional. As it stands right now, the definition of those bicycles are included, so they have to be treated the same.
So it would be 10 miles per hour for any bicycle, including an e-bike?
Correct.
We can do that. Are we doing that anywhere now in the city?
We currently don't have that standard established.
I'd like you to make that recommendation to us. How about with respect to homeowner associations? Can we, at the request of a homeowners association, or pathways are used extensively by pedestrians or to some extent by pedestrians, can we bar any motorized vehicle from those?
Mayor, thank you for that question. The short answer is yes. We could definitely work with different homeowner associations throughout the city to see if we could try to mitigate that in some form or fashion. There is one major association that we have been working with. In order to put that in place, it would be considered a trespass, so we would be arresting the violator for trespassing, even though they live within that community. So it is a little bit challenging. That homeowners association group that we have been working with chose not to move forward with that kind of enforcement. So we are still in the process of exploring other avenues and being able to address that.
All right. Let me just continue, if I could, a little bit. Do you have a slide, a picture of the e-scooters?
Yes, that was provided, I believe, to staff. Yeah. Excuse me.
There you go. We've seen these all over town. There must be thousands of them, certainly many hundreds. If you operate one of those at whatever age, you can do so at whatever age. You cannot do so without a driver's license. Is that correct?
For the e-scooter, that's correct.
I mean, this is a bizarre state of the law. These must have come along a lot earlier before the lobbyists got their claws into the legislature. But those, historically and currently, are unavailable for operation to anyone who doesn't have a California driver's license. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Do we stop any kids who are operating those now?
Absolutely, and I'll turn it over to Officer Schaefer to elaborate a little bit more.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, and thank you, Chief. We have stopped numerous students. I personally have stopped and cited numerous students riding these. One of the prohibitions on electric scooters, additionally, is that they cannot be ridden on a sidewalk per state law. And that is something that I have enforced in the past.
So those can't be used on a sidewalk.
Correct.
I mean, these are pretty light and frankly are not nearly the kind of danger that the e-bikes are. And yet e-bikes can ride on the sidewalk. I mean, doesn't that strike you as just nuts upside down?
When I was doing a lot of research at the beginning of all these devices, I did find it a bit odd that there was so many differences in the types of laws regarding the types of devices.
Right. What I'd like to see is coming from our staff, from our city attorney, from our public safety team. I'd like to see recommendations coming from you as to things that we can do and legislation that we would want. I mean, the idea that there's a law that preempts, precludes our setting up a licensing mechanism, that's also nuts. That is the state of the law as you presented it, correct?
Yes, sir.
We really have to get engaged with our state legislators. Let me tell you my own view of what we ought to do starting tomorrow. My observation is that half or more of the operators of e-bikes, as well as the scooters, don't wear helmets. And I would like, I know you're engaged in a lot of enforcement, but I'd like to see dramatically stepped up enforcement citing each and every one of those. And making it real clear that we're determined to protect kids from themselves and from their irresponsible parents. The statistic that you cited indicated upwards of 80% of serious head injuries could be prevented or mitigated dramatically by proper use of a helmet. If that's the case, we ought to get on that immediately. That's what I'd like to see us doing right now. And we have the tools to do that. We probably don't have enough officers to do it, but I'd like to see that. The other thing I'd like to see at the state level, and this involves engaging our state legislators. It just seems to me, all these various classifications and everything, it all boils down to this. In my view, anybody who operates a motor vehicle or a motorized vehicle should do so pursuant to the legislative requirement that you have to get a license, a California motor vehicle license. And of course, that means you got to be 16 years of age and over. I'd like to see that legislation and really take this thing on, head on. I'd also like to see us then, for anybody under that age and not anybody under 16 years of age, to have some kind of licensing system that is our own municipally created licensing system. I don't see us getting control of this without having a licensing system, which by present law is apparently precluded. But this is the direction we have to move in, I think. And I've taken a lot of time here, but I just think this is a growing problem that we absolutely have to get a handle on. And I'm just going to come back again to that enforcement of the helmet laws. That's a great place to start, to let the entire community know that starting immediately, we're stepping up our already vigorous efforts to see to it that people aren't killing themselves, while at the same time encouraging, endangering others. So those are my comments. Let me turn now to Councilmember Martinez-Franco.
Well, first of all, thank you so much for that presentation. I mean, I personally have attended classes, and I think I've seen the training that you have given to these kids. But I mean, to summarize everything that everybody has said, I think it takes a lot of initiatives and a lot of collaborations. It's not going to be one thing. It's not going to be enforcement only. It's going to be education. It's going to be community outreach. It's going to be collaboration, partnerships. So it's going to be a whole effort. So it does take a village to just make sure that a kid grows healthy. And I think that's why we need to take that approach. We need to be a village. The other thing I'm just thinking, they're kids, right? Are we taking the role, we as a government, of parenting these kids? I don't want to be just focusing on the punishment, but it has to be there has to be consequences, right? But we also need to start thinking of what kind of good things we can offer to them as a reward if they are behaving well, make them model, I don't know, to the point that I get insurance, right? Hey, if I don't get an accident or don't get tickets, my insurance goes lower. So I don't know. Also, at the same time that we're thinking on those kind of punishment or consequences and legislation, which is very necessary, also start thinking what kind of rewards are we going to give to the ones who actually follow the rules, parents and kids. I just cannot see one of the other, maybe involving also even the children specialists. I mean, I know that IUSD is involved, but like behavioral, and I know that there is psychologists tell you that, okay, do more reward rather than punishment, because we're not talking here about criminals. We're not talking here about adults. We're talking about here about kids. So how do you really educate those kids? With punishment? Is that how we're going to create a society of punishment for these kids? I think if we prepare them, again, to the point that when we were doing the training, hands-on training, we are preparing kids that are going to be safer drivers as adults, and then they're going to have respect for the police department rather than be angry at the police department when they grow older, because when they were kids, they got all these consequences. So we need to start thinking also what kind of generation we are going to raise with this new issue. But in overall, I think the efforts that you guys are doing are amazing, and I hope we can continue brainstorming and doing more education. The fact that you are already inserted in the community, the fact that the kids know you already, I think they trust you, and you can approach to them in a very educational way. So thank you so much for everything you do.
Thank you, Councilmember Liu, followed by Councilmember Mai.
Thank you for everything you've been doing. I know we've bothered you with a lot of the meetings, and you've really helped us educate our office in this matter. So thank you for not only educating us, the public, and the enforcement efforts. I know that you can't, and I've heard this from a lot of people, that most of the e-bike users or riders are law-abiding. It's just a few, but the problem is the injury is so severe, like what Dr. Agron had mentioned, that we need to really take this seriously. And I appreciate the fact that, unfortunately, our hands are kind of bound, but we can't, there's not a whole lot we can do. So I agree with what Mayor had proposed, that we'll see what we can do to kind of push where we can go legally on this. I agree with that approach, and I really hope that we can come up with some great ideas. So I want to mention that we had just had a meeting with IUSD, and we were brainstorming, and because there's been a collaboration with IUSD on the education portion of it, we were talking about maybe adding a little more and bringing this information to the campus. And one of the ideas is to, have the students have some kind of peer-to-peer, competition on how they can promote this or promote e-bike safety, and maybe bring back Red Ribbon Week or something like that. And maybe, we can add this as a portion of the DARE program to let them know a little bit more about e-bike safety, because education is definitely a big part of that. And I think the other ideas that was discussed is that, and I've been to one of the meetings or the lectures on Saturday mornings, and how much do we reinforce the idea to parents that they are ultimately responsible, legally liable, and maybe that will bring the message home. I mean, we do need to attack this from all fronts to protect safety. So this is more a comment that I appreciate what you've been doing, and I really, truly appreciate the difficulty of all this, and thank you for taking all this effort.
Thank you, Councilmember Liu. Councilmember Mai, followed by Councilmember Treseder.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. I have two children at IUSD schools, and I like the enforcement that and the licensing that you do at the school level. I'd love to see it moved, citywide as well. I'm hoping that within your report or your suggestions is that we also have it in multi-languages as well, or if you do have anything posted up in different languages, because I know we have a very diverse community, and maybe some people aren't aware of the laws. Some of the children, I don't know, but I'd hope that would be included in that as well. But I know enforcement is a tough thing. I tend to look at what other countries have done as well that have a large e-bike ridership. I mean, it's going to be growing here. In other countries, they have limitations and they have by wattage, just like we do have here. So maybe we can look at that and model something similar to that to our community as well. So, but thank you for all your work and continuing to enforce these laws as well.
Thank you, Councilmember Treseder.
Thank you. I really appreciate your presentation. Pulling together all those state laws is not trivial, and thanks very much. It was clarifying. I don't envy the position that you're in. You're really in between rock and a hard place between the state laws and then what our community is hoping for. So I'm sympathetic. I want to mention kind of near where I live, University Hills, Harvard Avenue, as Ms. Sarah was saying, on campus at UCI, we're experiencing a number of harassments by youths on e-bikes. They'll come by, they'll block the road, they'll yell slurs, homophobic, racist, anti-Semitic slurs. One kid brandished a gun at one point at a person. And so the neighbors in that area are getting very concerned. Of course, we care about the safety of the kids and the e-bike riders, and we've addressed that in other times. But now we're worried about also maintaining the peace in our communities and trying to curtail this bad behavior by these kids. And I recognize it's not easy. So Congressman Dave Min, our U.S. representative, and I were putting together a town hall on e-bike safety for the community. And this town hall will focus more on how to stay safe while sharing the road with e-bike riders. And this is going to be Saturday, November 22nd at 10 a.m. at the Los Lomas Community Center. That is by Vista Verde. And as I understand, we'll have a representative of the IPD there, also a representative of UCIPD, of course, the Congress member. And we welcome anybody who is concerned about this issue to come. We could, I'm hoping, talk about potential federal solutions to this issue as well. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the comments of my colleagues from the dais here. I think what I'd like to do, I could put it in terms of a motion, but let me just kind of articulate what I'd like to see over the next 30 to 45 days is our city attorney sitting down with the three of you and others, and bringing back a report to us with recommendations as to what we could do additionally under existing law, what we might or might not be able to do under existing law, and what we definitely can't do under existing law because we're precluded from doing so by the state. Because I'd like to see us as a city be able to work with legislators on a maximalist approach to education and enforcement. So that's what I'd like to see. If you want me to just characterize that as a motion, I'll be happy to do so. So I'll so move that be the direction to you at this time.
If I could comment
Yes,
on
Chief.
that, Mayor. Appreciate all the recommendation and all the comments, not just from the dais, but also from members of the public. We're in the process of doing that. We are working collaboratively with the city attorney's office, and our goal is next month, if not first early part of January, to go to the Traffic Commission, be able to present our recommendations, and then come to council shortly after that to bring our recommendations forward here as well.
Very well. I'll tell you what, I'd like to see a draft, though, before it goes to the commissions.
Certainly.
Because I want it to be a maximalist approach, okay? Not timid measures or dealing with this class of motorized motorcycles, in effect, one way and another. I'm not interested in tinkering. Let's come up with a maximalist approach to all of this. And then, obviously, you get out in the real world and you regrettably have to compromise on that, and we'll deal with that at that time. But let's go for something really, really effective if we could get it through, all right? I don't think my motion included a second. Would somebody second it?
I'll second.
All right. Would you like to read it back? Because I was kind of winging it here, Carl, and I know you took down every word and cleaned it up for me.
I can do my best. I don't know that I got every word, but
All right.
I'll sum it up, and then you can fill in whatever I may have left out. So direct staff, the city attorney and Irvine Police Department staff to return within 30 to 45 days with a report with recommendations on what can and can't be done under existing state law, and would also like to work with, including working with state legislators on a maximalist approach.
Right. With that, is there any comment? Councilmember Liu.
So I just have a question. I guess if there is already work being done, are we pushing it, or are we making it harder for you if we're requesting this to come back in 30 to 45 days?
No, I don't think it complicates things. It's like I mentioned, it's work that's already being done, and the motion just, I think, solidifies that. So we'll definitely be here in the next month or two to be able to provide those recommendations, first with the Traffic Commission and then the City Council.
Okay, thank you.
What I had indicated was I'd like to see a draft of what you're going to be taking to the Transportation Commission. We may have some thoughts, and that should be shared with all of us as to what you're going to be carrying to the Transportation Commission. But let us, if you would, take a look at that draft before. When are you presenting to the Transportation Commission?
We're trying to get on the calendar for either December or January, depending on availability, but we'll make sure that everybody on council gets a draft prior to going there.
Okay.
There's a Transportation Commission meeting on January 6th.
All right, as long as we see a draft before.
Absolutely.
Excellent. With that, Councilmember Mai.
Thank you. I just wanted to add, I'm glad that it's not going to impede anything that you guys are doing, and we just would love to see a draft of that. I want to make it also very clear that we want to make sure that you have all the tools that you have to enforce any laws and any recommendations you have as well. So, it's a very positive thing to happen here. And we want you to know that you have the full support of council to enforce anything. We want this. So, thank you.
Appreciate that.
Good. With that, with the motion and the second before us, would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treceder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
Mayor Agron.
Yes.
Carry 7-0.
Thank you, and thank you for all the outstanding work you're doing.
Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Thank you. That takes us to our final item, item 6.3. Would the clerk please identify this item by title and subject?
Consideration of a request by council members Go and Treceder to discuss allocating Orange County Power Authority loan repayment funds for green infrastructure projects.
Thank you. with that, I'll turn to Councilmember Treseder, who had requested this be placed on the agenda.
Thank you. That's so kind. It was Councilmember Go's initiative, so
I'm sorry.
would.
Yeah. Very well. Oh, there it is. Council members Go and Treseder. Forgive me. Councilmember Go.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm happy to speak to this item. First of all, I just want to thank my co-director, vice chair at the OCPA, who was able to attain an initial payment of just right under $1 million on our almost $8 million plus loan, including interest. So with that said, I just wanted, in good spirit, to perhaps allocate the funds. I do understand they go back to the general fund, but if we can earmark perhaps some projects that goes towards green infrastructure or other clean energy sustainable projects, that would be the idea behind this, and welcome to hear back what other council members think of it.
All right. Even though Councilmember Mai was first on the button, I'll call on Councilmember Treseder, who was a co-introducer of this item, and then we'll come to you, Councilmember Mai.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm really glad to see this money coming back to our city. And again, thank you very much to our board members for making this happen. It seems fitting that it would be allocated toward green infrastructure projects. I know we're trying to be very careful with our budget these days, and if we'd like to see things go forward, like, e-bike support, transit support, maybe iConnect shuttle, making sure that our more vulnerable and disadvantaged communities have access to sustainability initiatives. I was thinking this might be a nice way to do this, just to allocate these funds that are coming right back. So I'd love to hear what other folks think about it. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez-Franco. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Mai. Okay. Councilmember Martinez-Franco, then Councilmember Mai.
Thank you. And I echo Councilmember Treseder. I would like to see part of those funds going specifically to fund any grants or anything that low-income communities or renters that cannot do anything to modify for sustainability efforts that they would like to participate. One of the issues that I always found is that we cannot make low-income communities think in sustainability if they don't have food to eat that day. They're going to choose always to feed their kids rather than to invest in sustainability. But if we can help them get a little bit closer, we can do more. The other thing that I would like to see it invested is invested in iConnect, expanding the transit, since it's one of the major traffic is one of the major polluters for our city, and that will help us get closer to our goals to reduce pollution. I think we should invest in iConnect. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez-Franco. Now, Councilmember Mai.
Thank you, Mayor. Wow, we just got this money back, and my fellow colleagues here have earmarked it already. So this is very aggressive, and wish I did the same. But congratulations on doing that. I'm for reinvesting into the community in any way we see fit here, up here on the dais. Reinvesting the money that we were owed by OCPA into whatever benefits the community. I see that there's $7.6 million here that is listed. We are actually going to be getting back 8.5. I have a solution and a suggestion also, kind of, I guess, a friendly one. We just were speaking about July 4th, and we already have $258,000 allocated. We need to get another $350,000 from the general fund. I mean, why wouldn't we got at least $1 million already this week, we're going to have 8.5 coming to us. So this could solve this could solve the problem of funding July 4th as well. So I just want to make that suggestion as well. Maybe if you can include that in your motion as well, that'd be great. Thanks.
All right, let me offer my thought, maybe just an operational question. When the money comes back, it came originally, the loan came originally from the general fund. As Councilmember Go said, it would be returned to the general fund. Can we not simply open a separate account into which these funds are put, and we'll decide later
We can absolutely do that.
how they would be expended?
It's at the pleasure of the council, so we'd be happy to do that.
All right. And that would be my preference. I mean, I'm obviously very sympathetic to expending the money on green projects of one kind or another. Probably the greenest of all projects would be if we got out of OCPA, but that doesn't require any money. In any event, if and as the money comes back, you see no problem in putting it in a dedicated account, a separate account.
Correct.
Within the general fund. Thank you. What's the pleasure of the council? This doesn't require a motion.
Correct. I just want to understand, so we are going to set aside those funds and hopefully be able to propose projects in the future that could utilize.
That's the pleasure of the council. We're happy to do that.
Okay, well, that's fine. I'm moved to direct city staff, city manager to allocate those capital loan repayment from OCPA to a separate fund that we can consider to go towards clean energy, sustainability projects, and mobility programs.
Second.
I'm sorry, what is the motion precisely? What's the motion precisely?
To move city manager to allocate the capital loan repayment from Orange County Power Authority to go into a separate fund that we can consider for future use for clean energy, sustainability projects, and mobility projects as well.
That's okay with me. All right, do you have that down? Any discussion? Oh, Councilmember Treseder.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to emphasize that for myself, I would certainly like to see projects that will benefit our low-income communities in terms of the sustainability, green, and transit.
Well, that's included within the bounds of your motion.
Just
correct?
making sure.
All right.
Yeah.
And Councilmember Martinez-Franco.
Yeah, I was going to do a friendly amendment about just making sure that there is in that motion, or if I need to do a friendly amendment, that low-income communities, these projects are going to be, well, some money will be allocated for low-income communities to bring the equity onto these sustainability efforts.
As long as it falls in the general broad sense of the spirit of it is, green energy, clean energy, and sustainability projects, whether it satisfies a general income population or a low income population, they would not be precluded from it, correct?
But I wanted just to make sure there's a specific language in that pot of money that we are going to set aside, that there's going to be some money set aside for low-income communities that need for sustainability projects.
As long as it meets the clean energy and sustainability guidelines, that's correct.
So do we need a second, or it's just?
Is that a friendly amendment? Because I'm happy to second it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, let me let me just try and understand how this works. If we put the money in a separate account, practical matter, we'll be deciding when and how to use that money at a future date, and we'll do what we're going to do, right?
If directed by council tonight, that money will be set aside, and it will not be spent until the council directs us on what that expenditure
Gives you direction. And I would imagine that Councilmember Martinez Franco's comment to try to give some relief to low-income individuals who have been disproportionately disadvantaged of late. That falls within the ambit, it seems to me, of the motion. And if not, we could correct it at that date and say that that's how we want to spend the money, or some of it.
Correct.
All right. This motion, as I see it, is just giving some useful guidance as we try to claw back some money for beneficial projects from OCPA. And I think we can all agree we want to do that. All right, Councilmember Mai?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just want to clarify. I mean, this is going into a fund as directed, and then we will direct you on how to spend that. Is that correct? I mean, we're not limited to any single category. I mean, I see, for example, I see a problem in front of me right now. I see a quick solution, July 4th there. If we don't raise the sponsorships or whatever, this can be for it. Just as an example. I mean, I just want to make sure that it's not limiting to us in terms of whatever anybody wants. Is that the motion? Is it open, or do you want to categorically earmark it?
Hold on, but legally?
Oh, hold on here. That was a question posed to Councilmember Go.
I think the general spirit of it is to go towards the idea of using it for green infrastructure. Sure, any 4 votes can do anything, so yes, but at the same time, it's just setting some general broad guidelines. You know, it is, the whole idea was to start the OCPA was to become carbon neutral, and the idea is to perpetuate the funds to stay to that spirit. But yet again, if 4 of us decided we want to use that money for a July 4th party, I'm sure you can't stop us from doing it. So I guess to answer your question, that would be yes.
Kind of, I just mean anything then pretty much is open.
Well, point of clarification.
Wait.
We need to vote.
Wait, hold on.
Right?
Wait,
we already second.
wait.
I did a friendly amendment and there was a second, right?
Yeah. Excuse me, there are others who wish to be heard, and you're one of them, but you're the third. So can we just turn to Councilmember Treseder now, who's next here? All right, Councilmember Treseder, followed by Councilmember Carroll.
Thank you.
Followed by Councilmember Martinez Franco, right?
Yeah, I was also hoping to clarify, because I appreciate Councilmember Martinez Franco's suggestion, and it sounded like a friendly amendment to me, but I know that Councilmember Go needs to also agree to that, and so I don't know whether that has happened and what he'd like to say, if he'd like to say anything.
Are you talking to Councilmember Go?
Yeah, Councilmember Go now.
Councilmember Go, did you want to add anything?
No, I was fine with the suggestions.
Yeah. I think if you just put the word preference in, a preference for green projects, then that's all. Then at a later, as long as the money is separated, we can do anything we want with it at a later date. But if the preference now is that be for green projects, I understand that, and I kind of agree with it.
I would be happy to say that we would be sure to direct some of those funds to disadvantaged communities who would wish to have sustainability efforts. Would that be acceptable to you? Okay. And then in terms of 4th of July, yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. It's a small amount compared to what we're getting, and you and Councilmember Go were instrumental in getting this back for us, so I appreciate that. I imagine that at least some of the expenses for the 4th of July celebration could be covered with sustainability efforts, like when we're buying materials and things like that, that we get sustainable materials, sustainable resources. And then I would have no problem covering that shortfall with this money. Does that sound okay?
Yeah, I mean, even if there most likely will not be a shortfall. I just want to
Right, yeah, I know, exactly, of course.
So,
yeah.
but yes, absolutely.
Yes,
So,
hopefully that'll be a moot point, but.
Count.
Oh, the shuttle cost. Yeah, the shuttle cost, perfect. All right, excellent. Good.
This is like a fraternity bull session late at night or something. Can we just direct things through the chair? I'll now call on Councilmember Carroll, followed by Councilmember Martinez-Franco, followed by Councilmember Liu.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, this doesn't feel like I mean, it's 11:10. I'm not sure we're really doing a good job at running the railroad here, so to say. And to that point of the railroad, maybe that's potentially a fix. I mean, I'd like to hear what the public has to say. We had 11 speakers somewhere. And I will take more time later to discuss this since we're all here this late. But I have to say that I don't think this is fair that one of the 7 of us has taken a lot of time and energy to fight for getting this money back in an embattled agency situation where this money was lent for certain purposes. I'm one of the votes that lent the money, and I have a grand sense of buyer's remorse. And now we have one of us up here fighting, you know, tooth and nail to get that back. He achieved a big piece of that, and two of his colleagues are now trying to pre-spend the 80% of it that hasn't even come in yet on a program. I mean, it just doesn't seem. I don't know. I'd like to hear from them why they think they can, how this is going to motivate Councilmember Mai to keep pushing on that board, or even want to serve on that board, to keep trying to get our money back that we gave them, as our ratepayer money gets pushed out to Fullerton events and Buena Park events, and we've heard our speakers, the tens of thousands of dollars is leaving our city. All the while, we have a situation where millions of dollars are now being overcharged, maybe 10 times what Councilmember Mai has just recovered back or more, in whatever it is, 14% ratepayer increase that we will notify residents of one way or another. This is, I think it's much. I look forward to hearing the public debate. I'd like to ask Councilmember Go to either think about maybe putting this on hold or maybe directing the funds to a place that, if we've all been there, it's like a place that time forgot. It's an incredible place for transit-oriented development. It's our train station. It's suffered from great neglect. I don't know if that's a place it could go. Maybe that helps everybody from all income levels and maybe helps everybody from mobility. We could just put that in a fund and say, let's use that for the Irvine train station at some later time for a council. I mean, it's just an idea, but I find it somewhat disconcerting that we are spending money that we haven't received yet on an effort that one of us is making to get the money back. I mean, I think he's being a little too kind here. I'd like to hear from him more. I know how I would feel about this. I mean, he is not our errand person. He is advocating for taxpayer dollars for the city of Irvine. And I don't hear him saying, hey, I fought for this money, and here's where I wanted to go in and out the door like this. I don't know if I'm expressing this as well as I should, but this just doesn't seem right now. Thank you.
Councilmember Martinez-Franco, then Councilmember Liu. Then I'd like to offer a comment after that.
No, I just wanted a point of clarification if we needed to vote, because we already did the friendly amendment. They accepted. Mr. Melching, would you mind?
So, Councilmember Martinez-Franco, we're not actually at a point in time when we can vote right now. We do have a motion and a second that is properly before the council, and you all are engaged in a discussion about that vote, but you can't vote on it until after you've taken public comment. And as my understanding is that there are several public commenters that haven't had the chance to weigh in yet.
That's correct.
Okay. So, on the other hand, just to clarify, for example, in my side, the way I see it is like we are not putting an amount of how much is going to go to low-income communities. Again, like the mayor mentioned, we can always go back, but just to set aside the language that there's money that can be used for low-income communities. I think it's very important just to set it there, that if needed, another council member in the future can come like, oh, there's money there that we can use for low-income communities. Health and wellness program can go and say, hey, we can use these to pay utilities, to pay for green energy for this family. It's not an amount, it's just the language that can be used for future council members to use that money. And I mean, it can use for anything else, but just to have that language specifically. And again, it's about equity in this city. We cannot keep on ignoring that there's low-income communities and that they need to just be brought also to the level that we all are. Thank you.
Councilmember Liu. And then we're going to hear from the public.
Okay, yeah, I was going to say, well, without going into the debate on whether OCPA is a waste of money or a fleecing or whatever it is, we're talking about the return of the loan money with interest, right? And I believe that, like Mayor said, it's general fund money. It should go back into the general fund. And we came up with the idea of having a separate account with supposedly the interest portion, I'm assuming. I mean, I generally agree with the spirit of this memo to, because this is supposed to be the money for the city to advance renewable energy and our sustainability goal. And in the spirit of that, to continue this effort, I agree with the memo that we should probably invest this and earmark this extra portion of it on continuing our sustainability efforts. And it's taxpayer money, so it should be benefiting the taxpayers in general. I mean, we're here debating how to specifically use this. I mean, I think I understand Councilmember Martinez-Franco's concern about environmental justice, and that is definitely one of my concerns as well. So maybe we can reword the motion in some ways to satisfy everybody in this sense. But obviously, we'll have to take public comments.
Yes, let me just respond to that by saying I think probably the easiest resolution of this is to just make sure it's returned to the general fund in a special account. And you can characterize that account however you wish. I would just call it a special account loan repayment money. That's what it is. And it came back. And my own. And later on, we can decide exactly how it's spent. Just make sure it doesn't get thrown into a truly general fund where we don't know what happened to it.
So that is my question. If we're talking about a separate account, are we talking about just returning this?
Yeah, just put it in a separate account.
The entire loan payment with interest?
Yes. Yes, well, that would be my suggestion. But you know what? We can struggle with this after we hear from some public commenters, all right? we've probably worn out a fair number of them. How many are there now?
Thank you, Mayor. We have 11 requests to speak.
11. All right. Let's try and encourage them to share their thoughts with us in 2 minutes or less. If they're exceeding the 2 minutes and they're remote, don't cut them off immediately. Just tell them, can they wrap it up? All right?
Thank you, Mayor. If I could call forward Sarah, Jay Bruce, Vicki Johnson, and Alan Meyerson. And we'll start with Sarah.
I think Jay Bruce, a student, is not here.
Correct. So we'll go with Vicki Johnson.
Good evening, and I'd like to thank Vice Mayor for a big victory to get something from OCPA. I think whatever is done with the funds and the reasonable discussion that you've had, we need to increase public awareness about OCPA and get away from some of the misinformation that OCPA has promulgated, including by groups that OCPA funds, such as Climate Action Campaign. So one thing we hear over and over is that there's no, SCE offers no alternative, no choice. SCE offers a community solar community renewables program. I myself am enrolled in it. It's a green tariff shared renewables program, Senate Bill 43. It's an official big deal. And they more or less estimate you get 10% back. It's for renters. It's for groups that can't install solar on their roof. SCE offers this, and OCPA, Climate Action Campaign, never acknowledge it. Long Beach went with community solar offered by SCE. The city of Corona and Laguna Woods has also advertised this. So there's a whole mentality very much shaped by OCPA, and unfortunately some of the board members, that that OCPA's marketing is the whole scope of what you can do. You can do a lot more, but the first thing is break out of the prison that you're in with OCPA's manner of marketing and targeting city council members to say what they want to their cities. So congratulations again on the incoming money, but there's a lot to do with increasing public awareness as well as your own education as city representatives. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Alan Meyerson.
Welcome again, Mr. Meyerson.
Good evening again, council members. Alan Meyerson. It's amazing watching you guys kind of fighting over what you're going to do with money that you don't have yet. It's pretty funny. I was just thinking, open up a CD, put the money in there, wait a year, and you'll collect more interest on the money. They'll have more than $8.5 million, and then you can decide what you want to do with the money. It doesn't necessarily have to go for green, even though it can, but to decide now what you're going to do with the money in a year is kind of, it reminds me of George Carlin when he said, people spending money on things they don't need, with money they don't have on things they don't need. You don't have the money yet, and you're spending it already. It's burning a hole in your pocket. One other thing I wanted to say was, now I understand where the money's coming from and why OCPA decided to pay back the money. And that's because they're raising the rates on all their customers by 13%. So in reality, OCPA won't be paying us back the money. The citizens of Irvine that are signed up with OCPA are paying themselves back the money. They're paying back the city the money. OCPA isn't. It's pretty disgusting, and I really think that since OCPA is not required by law to inform their customers that they're going to raise their rates like SCE is, SCE, when they raise their rates, they have to inform me that they're going to do that, and they have to tell me why. OCPA doesn't have to do that. And so since they don't have to do that, I think the city council should send letters to all the people in the city of Irvine that have OCPA that their rates are going to be going up and why they're going to be going up, to be fair to those customers. Because OCPA won't do it, you guys should. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Our next speaker is Eric Nishanian. Mr. Nishanian, you may unmute your mic.
Thank you very much. I think Alan Meyerson said it correctly. Good evening, council members and Mayor Agron. I think he hit it out of the park with the George Carlin comment. This is all illusory. You're talking about money you don't have, about projects that you haven't specified. If you have green projects, you have a general fund that you can allot money to now. The library, you can't fund, you're unable to fund the library. Shouldn't this money go to the library? I mean, look, Mike, look what you put into motion now. They're politicizing the money that was used for the loan to start the OCPA that we're getting back, because the OCPA is a mess, right? We can all agree now, except for maybe Mr. Cedar and Mr. Go, that the OCPA is a mess. And that the fact that Mr. Go would bring this forward while he's on the board of the OCPA, while all this stuff is going on, is troubling too. But at the end of the day, if you guys had green projects to spend money on, you have money to spend it on. Why are you politicizing this money to score points? And how many homeless people are there in freaking District 5 that we're worried about low-income people in District 5? That this money needs to go there. What about the kids? What about the libraries that we decided to take in? And now it appears that, from what I understand, there's no money budgeted for the libraries that we decided to take in-house. How about that? Thank you.
Our next speaker is Pam. Pam, you may unmute your mic.
Hi, I have a new microphone. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Thank you. Okay, hi, I'm Pam Wyckoff, and we need to follow our original city budget. The public dollars should go to whom it benefits the most, the legal, law-abiding Irvine residents. If these $7.6 million are earmarked to unspecified, arbitrary, non-government organizations, this becomes a money grab and extortion. Our tax money pays environmental groups to study, report, and recommend strict, impossible, unreasonable guidelines that will funnel money right back to themselves. After we pay for the studies, we then pay the same people again because you implement their convoluted ideas as goals. These unwritten laws enrich certain businesses such as electric car manufacturers, battery companies, solar companies, and their second-party broker services, and of course more NGOs. A nonprofit company allows workers to be paid. In fact, all their income after expenses goes to their employees. Much money laundering occurs through NGOs and the CIA resources. The Ivanpah solar facility in California's Mojave Desert will shut down in 2026. This was a $2.2 billion underperforming government-subsidized project. It relied on natural gas to operate. This is a typical wasteful project. $7 million will be better used going to the recreation center, library, reinforcing our medical resources, infrastructure, or litigation funds to sue our Marxist governor.
Ms. Wyckoff, if you could wrap up, please.
Okay. To commit all OCPA's repayment funds to one group of special interest is not wise. Irvine can always give a portion of it to reasonable entities with a promise of tangible results. Good night. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Don Geller. Mr. Geller, you may unmute your mic.
Hi, good evening again. It's the mayor and vice mayor and council members. Thank you for staying so long. I thought with only 3 items tonight, this would go a lot quicker, but that's not the case. It's Don Geller, chair of the Finance Commission, but since this item hasn't been reviewed by the commission, I'm only speaking for myself. I have been advocating the expeditious return of the $7.5 million loan for a number of years now, and I'm very happy to hear that OCPA is finally working with us to pay the loan back, even though we are only a little over a year away when the loan would be due in full anyway. Something important, I would like to remind the council that this $7.5 million loan repayment is not additional income. It's merely paying off a receivable. This money should not be considered a windfall. It just swaps one asset for another on our balance sheet. Except, as Vice Mayor Mai points out, there is approximately $1 million in interest income, and this is true income belonging in the income statement. Perhaps that part of the income can be used for other projects such as the 4th of July project. Earlier today, on the consent calendar, the Council approved adding $2.5 million to our reserve fund to keep the fund at a healthy 23% of our annual budget. This was done only after staff recommendation and the Finance Commission review. The city has an excellent budget process in place, and it should be used whenever possible, even for the most noble of causes. Even though the council ultimately decides what the city's financial priorities
Mr. Geller, if you could wrap up, please.
I'm wrapping it up. I would recommend that these decisions go through the normal budgetary and financial review process and the money be returned to the general fund. Thank you and good evening.
Our next speaker is Harvey Liss. Harvey, you may unmute your mic.
Hi, I'm Harvey Liss, a resident of Irvine since 1976 and a licensed professional civil engineer. The mayor took the words before they were about to emanate from my mouth, but I'll give the reason why the council should not only speed up the rate of return funds from OCPA, but use that by far in the most effective way, which would be to spend none of it immediately, and instead issue its notice of intent to withdraw from OCPA so that Irvine can withdraw by July 1st, 2026. Why? Renewably sourced electricity is now much cheaper than fossil fuel produced energy, unlike 10 years ago, rendering recent community choice aggregators like OCPA no longer viable. Since 2022, I've been getting from SCE's Green Rate 100% Renewables program a discount on my entire bill that reached 19% in July, while OCPA has always charged a big premium for their 100% renewables program. OCPA cannot do better because the grid is already saturated with renewables during the daytime. SCE now offers a sustainability program that OCPA does not offer, which was explained by a previous speaker, Vicki Johnson. SCE offers a real choice where OCPA offers none. As far as putting energy on the grid, SCE, with its in-house energy traders and huge benefit of scale, has maximized its purchase of cheaper, renewably sourced energy that can actually be put on the grid, while OCPA pays through the nose to outside energy traders who have no motivation to minimize costs as SCE does. And when SCE raises rates that are regulated by the CPUC, it's because the cost of energy went up. Lastly, note that the 3% discount on OCPA's basic rate compared to SCE that you typically hear about by its uninformed supporters is only for generation, which is only 40% of the bill.
Harvey, if you could wrap up, please.
Yes, resulting in only a 1.2% discount compared to SCE. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mona. Mona, you may unmute your mic.
Good evening again. I think Alan, Eric, and Don did a great job. I was thinking when I was listening to you guys, it's like, you know, the person that wins the lottery and has millions of dollars and suddenly they're broke within a year. And Don is right. You have a balance sheet. You have something out that needs to come in. You're already deciding where all the money is going to go. It makes no sense. It should go into a general fund and then as needed. God knows we have a lot of things that this city needs as far as, you know, what's happening with arrests and all sorts of things that are hitting our community. I know that ICE is not that big here, but they've been here. Our communities are affected. We need a defense fund. There are so many things that we need. We've talked before in a previous meeting about helping with daycare. We have people who are going to be on a program for 2 years with Irvine companies, and then they have a waiting list. And I would hope that we're not taking $600,000 and giving it to July 4th. I would hope that we would raise the money and get, grants and whatever else. This is really hard to listen to, and you can't earmark it to something like just specific. This is the taxpayers' money. It's not yours. You want to spend yours that way, go ahead. But it's not fair.
Mona, if you could wrap up, please.
No, that's it. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is telephone number 347. 347, you may unmute your mic.
Yes, this is Dee Fox. While I support reinvesting in sustainability, this request puts the cart before the horse. First, it assumes the city has unrestricted direct discretion over these funds. But this was a capital loan. Those repayments typically return to the originating fund, which may already have designated uses or legal constraints. We can't allocate money before confirming it's available for discretionary spending. Second, the request frames this as a chance to advance the original vision of the OCPA. That's problematic. The city voted to withdraw from OCPA due to serious concerns about governance and transparency. Reframing this repayment as a celebration of OCPA's legacy ignores that context and risks undermining the council's prior decisions. Third, there is no staff analysis or budgetary context provided. Before we discuss how to spend this money, that we don't even have yet, we need to clarify on where it's going, what restrictions apply, and whether it's already accounted for in the city's financial plan. Let's not rush into allocating funds based on sentiment. Let's get the facts first, then have a thoughtful, informed discussion about how best to reinvest in Irvine's future. And just as a side note, Kathleen Trustee should have no say in where these funds go. She was against even getting this money back when she was on the OCPA board. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michelle Johnson. Ms. Johnson, you may unmute your mic.
Thank you, Mayor Agron and council members. I'll be brief. I think there's a time and a place for how you should allocate this money. I think this is the wrong time. We're not going to even get 80% of this money back until the last 3 months of this next year. So we're just way ahead of the cart before the horse on this. Also, I would echo the same comments that Mayor Agron and Councilmember Carroll has said about this. I think that pre-spending it without even going through any budgetary or commission process. I mean, we have a city here with a large budget and commissions that oversee these things. I just don't, I think putting it in a separate account is fine, just to keep account of it. But I think going much beyond that, I'm not really in favor of. And we have an election coming up in November when this money's going to be coming in. There's 3 people on this dais that I don't know who's going to be on this council. And I think the next council is the one who's going to decide what happens with this money. And so we should respect what the voters want to say on this too. Thank you.
And that is all, Mayor.
Thank you. With that, what's the pleasure of the council?
So we have an original motion that's on the floor to basically put it in a separate account and put a preference that, we evaluate projects as they come with
That was the motion that was made. It was seconded by, was it Councilmember Treseder seconded?
Correct.
And you added the word preference?
For green projects.
Right. All right, anybody have any further comment? Councilmember Treseder.
Thank you. So just to make sure I understand, Councilmember Go was making a friendly amendment on the motion or altering it?
We were just repeating what we've already.
The preference. Okay. Yeah, the preference seems good to me. That way we could cover potentially the 4th of July extra funds that we need. And I think that that's fair to the vice mayor, given that he did the work to, and also Councilmember Go did the work to bring the money back. Yeah, that all seems good to me, making sure that we also prioritize our low-income residents.
Now I'm confused. If I might, how is the 4th of July? That's not a green project. It's a red, white, and blue project.
Are you asking me,
you want me to? I can jump in, but
I don't quite understand.
well, I'm hoping that I mean, you can word it as suggested as a preference to your projects, but it leaves it open, so it's not categorically stuck in one area.
I'm okay with that. Why don't we just, okay. I mean, as a practical matter, residents, I think, are more clear on this than we are, that just get the money back, put it in a designated account, and as a practical matter, we'll be spending it, or some future council will be spending it, or investing it, or whatever, however they decide. Right?
Essentially, yes.
Okay. With mindful of that, I'm okay with this motion. Councilmember Martinez Franco.
When are we voting in my friendly amendment?
I'm sorry, what?
When do we vote on my friendly amendment?
You could offer an amendment.
No, I already offered it, and Councilmember Treseder seconded, and Councilmember Go accepted it as well. When are we voting on that friendly amendment?
Could I try and be helpful, Mayor?
Yes.
Mr.
Melching.
An original motion was made by Councilmember Go. The motion had two parts to it. One was to segregate the funds that are the repayment of the loan. That one's simple, and everyone seems to be aligned on that. The second was that the money, there would be we're now calling it a preference. There would be a preference to expend that money on sustainability, mobility, and sustainability, mobility, and green projects. A friendly amendment, and that was seconded by Councilmember Treseder. A friendly amendment was made by Councilmember Martinez Franco, agreed to by Councilmember Go and Councilmember Treseder, to add to that motion a preference that some of those funds would be expended for lower income category green projects. So now you have four preferences. Preference 1 is green projects, 2, sustainability, preference 3, mobility, preference 4 overlaps with the first 3, cover lower income categories. They're all preferences. That's the motion. In that, Councilmember Martinez Franco, sorry, working my way back to your question. As soon as council members Go and Treseder accepted your friendly amendment, it became part of the motion. There's no need to vote independently on that. Now the full motion with the 4 preferences and the segregated funds is before the council for a vote.
Okay. And did you cover the 4th of July event in that or not?
I did not, because Councilmember Go was the original maker of the motion, and he never signed off on that. However, as I think all of you have pointed out, the money gets segregated into a separate account, And everything else is a preference that exists today.
Right.
And nothing stops you from changing that preference in a week or a month or when the loan gets repaid back or at any future point in time on a Tuesday night.
Thank you, Mr. Melching. I think that ought to make just about everybody comfortable with this. It's just an express preference that can be changed at any time in the future. All right. Councilmember Treseder, then Councilmember Carroll.
Yeah, thank you. That is perfect. And what I was attempting to convey is that when we say we have a preference for these things, then that does allow us to decide to spend the money on the 4th of July celebration. So it doesn't prohibit it. So that was my point. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Carroll.
Yeah, thank you. And just to clarify that, can we, and through the maker, can we just add including use at the 4th of July?
Yes, that's fine.
Great, thank you.
All right. I think everybody's worn down to the point where we can actually take a vote.
Councilmember Carroll.
Yes.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez-Franco. Councilmember Treseder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Enthusiastically, yes.
Mayor Agron.
Yes.
Carry 7-0.
Thank you. That concludes our business for the evening. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion to adjourn. Was that Councilmember Liu? And a second by Councilmember Carroll. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed. Meeting's adjourned.